July 17, 1955. After nearly 2 decades of dreaming and just 1 year of construction, Walt Disney transformed 160 acres of orange groves into something the world had never seen before, a theme park called Disneyland. Over 70 million people around the globe watched as this bold vision came to life in Anaheim, California. On opening day, 28,000 people passed through the gates. Among them was an 11-year-old boy from Modesto, California, George Walton Lucas Jr. Whether by accident or destiny, from that day forward, Disney and Lucas would share a bond. 3 decades later, Lucas returned to Disneyland, not as a wide-eyed guest, but as a creator. His ride, Star Tours, based on his blockbuster Star Wars saga, made him part of Disney history. The child who once visited opening day had now built a world of his own within it. But it wouldn't end there. 2 decades later, Lucas and Disney's stories would collide in a way that would change entertainment forever.
What if someone else beside you came to you and said, I want to make episode 7? Could you see that happening?
No.
No, absolutely, positively, you're really closing the door without any wiggle room whatsoever.
Right. There is no episode 7.
Even for someone else to come up with.
Well, there's possibility there may be another offshoot movie somewhere about an offshoot character in that world.
But not episode 7.
But not about Luke Skywalker, not about that group of people and that struggle to bring democracy back to the galaxy.
Have we seen the end of big blockbusters from George Lucas? The Star Wars creator says he's done making big budget films. However, he's not ready to retire entirely just yet. Lucas will shift his focus to small projects, scaling back during his final working years.
In the early 2010s, George Lucas made it no secret that he was planning his retirement. After running Lucasfilm for almost 40 years and releasing 6 Star Wars movies and the animated Clone Wars series, Lucas felt that it was time to pass the torch of Star Wars to someone else. Bob Iger had the same idea. Eager to own one of the most successful properties in history and cement himself into Disney history as one of the most important CEOs at the company, in May of 2011, George Lucas attended the reopening of Star Tours after a year-long refurbishment. Steve Jobs, who had sold Pixar to Disney and became close friends with Bob Iger in the process, suggested that they approach Lucas about potentially buying Lucasfilm. Bob Iger then asked George for a private breakfast at the Brown Derby Diner. While Lucas ate his omelet, Iger popped the question. I don't want to be fatalistic, George, he said, and please stop me if you'd rather not have this conversation, but I think it's worth putting this on the table. What happens down the road? You don't have any heirs who are going to run the company for you. They may control it, but they're not going to run it. Shouldn't you determine who protects or carries on your legacy? Lucas nodded and said, I'm not ready to sell, but you're right, and if I decide to, there isn't anyone I want to sell to but you. Lucas brought up the Pixar deal and told Iger Disney did right by them, and he always appreciated that. Lucas once owned Pixar before selling it to Steve Jobs. When Disney purchased Pixar for $7.4 billion, it kept most of the creative team intact, something Lucas admired. Then Lucas said something to Iger that stayed on his mind for many years.
He explained to me at some point that, when he passes, he will say Star Wars creator George Lucas.
Iger knew this wasn't a negotiation for George's company, it was George's legacy. By December of 2011, after 7 months of contemplation, Lucas called Iger saying, I'd like to have lunch to talk more about that thing we talked about in Orlando. They met for lunch at Disney in Burbank, where Lucas revealed he was ready to get serious about selling and that he wanted the Pixar deal, which meant the $7.4 billion price tag Disney bought Pixar for 6 years prior. Iger immediately shot the idea down, telling Lucas that based on their informal analysis, there was no way this was the Pixar deal. His reasoning to Lucas was that Pixar had multiple movies in the works before selling, and they kept the creative team in charge after the buyout. There was also no real plan for Star Wars sequels at this point. It would take at least 3 years to release a movie and start making their money back. Lucas asked what they should do next, and Iger said that his small team could go into Lucasfilm and conduct a thorough review of the company's finances and structure, going largely unnoticed. After Disney's team did their analysis, Iger called Lucas and told him that they were estimating that they would buy Lucasfilm for $3.5 to $3.75 billion. Still, Iger knew George would not accept anything less than Marvel's purchase price, so they offered $4.05 billion, which George instantly agreed to. After this, the negotiations became more difficult regarding George Lucas' creative involvement, who wanted to retain control without being an employee of Disney. Iger believed it would be a dereliction of his responsibilities to let George Lucas retain creative control of Star Wars and release the movies on his own time, with Disney having no influence. Disney walked away from the deal after making no ground on creative control with Lucas, but left the door open if he changed his mind. George had to think about the deal and what he wanted to do going forward. At the end of the day, what Lucas ultimately wanted to do was retire, but he didn't want to leave Lucasfilm without a path towards the future. Should he sell the company to Disney and leave his legacy with them? Lucasfilm wasn't in the best situation by the end of 2011, with the recent box office disappointment Red Tails, and LucasArts was in shambles after 4 presidents came and went within 4 years. At the same time, the company had perfected its licensing and toy sales, remaining the #1 boy brand for 3 years straight, hitting $500 million in toy sales in 2011, the highest holiday sales for the company in over 30 years, even without a film being released. But as the years go further and further away from the last Star Wars film releasing in 2005, the money from the brand would eventually wind down. Lucas could see the writing on the wall. After discussing things with Disney again, Lucas walked away from the deal, still unhappy with no longer having creative control. Lucas knew he had to do something to secure his company's future.
Everybody's wondering when the newest installments for Star Wars is going to be.
Never.
7, 8, and 9.
Never?
Harrison,
Never.
Mark.
I'm retired. What do you mean you're
Harrison,
retired?
Mark,
We love you.
In 2012, the only things Lucasfilm had planned were a release of all the Star Wars movies in 3D, a 6th season of the Clone Wars, and a 5th Indiana Jones movie, but none of these would keep the company going for another 15 years. Lucas knew that with or without Disney, he was retiring, and he needed someone to take over the company. So in April of 2012, he met with Kathleen Kennedy for lunch, where he revealed his planned retirement and asked if she would join Lucasfilm as his co-chairman. Kathy immediately agreed. Lucas said, when Kathy came on, we started talking about starting up the whole franchise again. I was pulling away and I said, well, I've got to build this company up so it functions without me, and we need to do something to make it attractive, so let's just do these movies. Lucas began writing for the Star Wars sequels in May of 2012, and Kathleen Kennedy, the new unannounced second-in-command and future leader of the company, reached out to Oscar-winning writer Michael Arndt and asked him to write episodes 7, 8, and 9. Arndt initially believed the task was too daunting, but was convinced after Kathy pitched the idea for an origin story about a female Jedi. Then Arndt joined the writing team with Lucas, and on June 1st, Lucasfilm announced that Kathleen Kennedy would officially become co-chairman of Lucasfilm. Lucas gave a statement saying, I've spent my life building Lucasfilm. As I shift my focus in other directions, I wanted to make sure it was in the hands of someone equipped to carry my vision into the future. It was important that my successor not only be someone with great creative passion and proven leadership abilities, but also someone who loves movies. I care deeply about my employees. It is their creativity and hard work that have made this company what it is today, and as the company grows and expands, I wanted to be sure the employees of Lucasfilm have a strong captain for the ship. But Lucas never told Kathleen about his plans to sell the company. Likewise, Lucas did not tell Disney about his talks with Kathy and the secret development of Episode 7 with her. At this point, George intended to stay on at Lucasfilm for a few more years to allow Kathy to transition into his role. He would then release Episode 7 in theaters and then sell the company to Disney afterwards, with Kathy at the helm. But Lucas would change his mind when he thought of remarrying and having a newborn child. He said, I realized that I could hold on the extra 2 years and maybe make another $1 billion, but at that point, when I was 68, I said, time is more important to me than money. On June 12, 2012, Lucas called Bob Iger again. For the next 5 months, Lucasfilm and Disney began negotiations for the third and final time, creative control still being the main issue. But Lucas mentioned to Iger that he had written outlines for episodes 7, 8, and 9, which Iger eagerly wanted to read. But Lucas was internally battling with his decision to sell the company. Every weekend before Kathy would fly to LA, she would check in on George and said some days he seemed okay with it, and other times he didn't want to walk away. Disney executives kept asking George for the outlines, and he assured them that they would be great and told them to trust him. Ultimately, you have to say, look, I know what I'm doing, but my stories is part of what the deal is. I've been working at this for 40 years, and I've been pretty successful, Lucas says. I mean, I could have said, well, fine, I'll just sell the company to somebody else. Once Lucas received assurances from Disney in writing about the broad outlines of the deal to sell, he agreed to turn over the treatments. He sent 3 copies to Disney CEO Bob Iger, Disney Chairman Alan Horn, and Kevin Mayer, Disney's Executive Vice President for Corporate Strategy. When Iger finally got a look at the treatments, he was elated, saying, we thought from a storytelling perspective they had a lot of potential. After reading the outlines, Iger and Horn decided they needed to buy them. Still, Iger made it clear in the purchase agreement that Disney would not be contractually obligated to adhere to the plot lines that George had laid out. Alan Horn, the chairman of Walt Disney Studios, said, we needed to have an understanding that if we acquire the company, despite tons of collegial conversations and collaboration, at the end of the day, we have to be the ones who sign off on whatever the plans are. Lucas believed that by having Kathleen Kennedy run the company under Disney and giving them story outlines for the sequels with Michael Arndt as the writer, Disney would end up using his story treatments, and someone like Kathleen Kennedy would honor his legacy at Lucasfilm. While Lucas was negotiating the sale to Disney, Kathleen Kennedy was reshaping Lucasfilm from the inside. Worried about meeting the Disney planned release of May of 2015, Kathy had to transition Lucasfilm into a production company once again. One of her first moves was to establish the Lucasfilm Story Group. The Story Group would serve as a Star Wars writer's room and as the guardians of its timeline. In secret at Lucasfilm headquarters in San Francisco, the group is plotting out narratives across the franchise from the TV series to the comic books. Whenever a filmmaker or an author comes up with an idea for a new film, book, or product, it's the Story Group that would help make sure it fits within the grand overarching Star Wars universe. Kathy had hired Kiri Hart as the leader of the Story Group, a former film and TV writer. Kiri had a long history with Kathy as a development executive. After forming the group, Kiri's first move was to make the Story Group entirely female, starting with Rain Roberts and Carrie Beck. The three then went to Kiri's house with John Swartz, a Lucasfilm executive. They began discussions about the future of the Star Wars brand. Kiri said the objective was to figure out what a development group could look like inside Lucasfilm because it never had that. By this point, the Marvel Cinematic Universe was being ran by Kevin Feige. Kiri Hart was now the closest thing that Lucasfilm had to that for Star Wars. Shortly after, on June 29, 2012, Pablo Hidalgo was called into a meeting about the future messaging for Star Wars towards fans. He asked what this would be about, and they revealed to him that they were working on episodes 7, 8, and 9, and that Pablo would need to meet with the new story group led by Kiri Hart to offer insight on the long history of the Star Wars franchise and any knowledge he may have about the saga. In August of 2012, Star Wars held its own convention, Star Wars Celebration, where George Lucas attended for the first time to talk about Star Wars Detours, an upcoming parody show by Robot Chicken creator Seth Green. Still in secret, he went to talk to Mark Hamill and Carrie Fisher about making the sequel trilogy. Both of them were surprised but willing to return to the franchise. In the following month of September, the writing was on the wall. Lucasfilm had ordered a hiring and a marketing freeze across the company, and longtime employees speculated that something was coming down the pipeline. By the beginning of October, both Lucasfilm and Disney had reached a fever pitch. Rushing towards the finish line before the deal would close, Iger would screen all 6 Star Wars movies and take notes in preparation for Episode 7. Kathy brought in 2 more writers into the fold for the sequel trilogy. Lawrence Kasdan, who wrote the screenplays for Empire Strikes Back and Return of the Jedi, and Simon Kinberg, writer of the X-Men movies and many others. They were officially brought in as creative consultants to help plan Episode 7 and other films. Larry had a meeting with George Lucas and Kathleen Kennedy to discuss the future of Star Wars movies. Lucas had 9 different Star Wars movies on the board. Larry asked about the Han Solo one, saying it was his favorite character. He then signed on to write a spin-off film about the smuggler. Now, Lucasfilm was ready to step into the next generation of Star Wars. A newly established story group is helping plan the future of the Star Wars franchise, and recently adding members like Pablo Hidalgo and Leland Shee to the team. Michael Arndt, Lawrence Kasdan, and Simon Kinberg were all developing the stories for the sequels, and Kathleen Kennedy, stepping in as the leader of Lucasfilm, the torch was officially being passed down. For Lucas himself, timing became extremely urgent in late 2012 when changes to the capital gains tax rates under the Obama administration would mean that Lucas would pay an approximately $500 million more in taxes if the deal closed after January 1, 2013. Lucas knew the time to sell was now or never. October 14th, the deal was officially a go. 5 days later, on October 19th, Lucas would sit down with Kathleen Kennedy and Lucasfilm PR chief Lynn Hale to discuss the sale to Disney and the future of Star Wars. Then finally, on October 30th, 2012, Disney announced that it had finally acquired Lucasfilm for $4.05 billion. Shocking the world and the Star Wars fandom, Disney made one thing clear to everyone. Star Wars was coming back, and it had every intention of staying. The man behind it all, George Lucas, who had spent 4 decades building his empire, did something no one thought he would do. As he stepped away from his creation, a new era of Star Wars was about to begin, one that would change the landscape forever.
Disney has bought out Lucasfilm. That's right, George Lucas has signed over Lucasfilm to Disney.
Also means that Lucas will no longer have total dictator-like control of the Star Wars license.
Confirmed, Disney,
Iger
Lucasfilm
says
making Episode 7 in 2015. And was like, no, I wasn't even that. I was like, right, okay. And that's not true.
Right, because it was on Twitter.
Yeah, it was on Twitter. It was like,
okay.
And I kept reading, and everyone's saying it. And I keep reading, and then there's like official Variety articles about it. I was like, oh my God.
And if that's not the greatest news for a Star Wars fan to hear, I mean, my God.
So here we actually have Lucas himself saying that he's ready to pass the torch. He's passing the torch over to you know, the new generation of filmmakers.
Disney might have a chance to bring even more Star Wars to the table, and will give people who love Star Wars more opportunities to love it and to sort of celebrate it. I don't know. I don't really see a complete downside to it unless they start making Darth Vader wear Mickey Mouse ears.
I don't know anybody in this town who kind of saw this coming.
No, this is huge.
Yeah, it's pretty huge. But we kind of saw some kind of surge with this a few months ago when Kathleen Kennedy was appointed the CEO of Lucasfilm.
Right, yeah.
I'm sure it was, you know, Lucas had this gestating for a long time.
And Lucasfilm has always been an interesting company because it's this corporate company that's kind of independently run by George Lucas.
With the internet breaking over the news that Disney had bought Star Wars for $4 billion, they hit the ground running by revealing their plans for the franchise. Episode 7 would release in May of 2015, with more Star Wars films releasing every 2 to 3 years. Bob Iger revealed that they would make Episodes 7, 8, and 9, along with TV shows, and bring Star Wars to the Disney parks.
We're thrilled that George has entrusted the future of his extraordinary legacy to the Walt Disney Company, and recognize what an honor it is. We truly understand the responsibility that comes with being the caretakers of such iconic characters that are beloved by hundreds of millions all over the world.
Kathleen Kennedy's role transitioned from co-chair of Lucasfilm to Lucasfilm president, reporting to a new boss, Alan Horn, at Disney Studios. Kathy became the 6th Lucasfilm president in the company's history, replacing the recent president and CFO, Micheline Chow, but would have more power and control than any of the 5 presidents before her. Kathy signed a 5-year contract with Disney that would expire in 2018. George Lucas received $2 billion in cash and another $2 billion in Disney stock. He immediately donated the cash to educational charities. Lucas, who swore he would never sell his company during the 70s and built the company against the Hollywood system, had now sold his company to one of the biggest corporations in the Hollywood system. Times were changing, and so had Lucas. Now that Disney had taken over, it was time to plan the future of the Star Wars franchise. Michael Arndt had submitted a 40 to 50 page treatment for episodes 7, 8, and 9 to Disney based on the story treatments that Lucas gave to the executives months prior. Lucas had also submitted a story idea for characters like Han Solo and Boba Fett for potential spin-off films. On November 9th, in a now deleted post on the Star Wars website, Lucasfilm confirmed that Michael Arndt would write the screenplay for episode 7 while continuing story conferences with George Lucas and Kathleen Kennedy. The 40 to 50 page treatment that Arndt had submitted would then be used by Disney to pitch directors to direct episode 7. It eventually crossed the desk of David Fincher, Brad Bird, Steven Spielberg, Guillermo del Toro, and J.J. Abrams, all in consideration for the director's chair. At the end of November, Lucasfilm made deals with their creative consultants Simon Kinberg and Lawrence Kasdan, who were both consulting on the sequel trilogy plans, to write spin-off films. Lawrence Kasdan would write the script for a Han Solo movie, and Simon Kinberg would write a Boba Fett movie. Disney wanted an episodic Star Wars film every 2 years, starting in 2015, with spin-off movies releasing every year in between, with the original plan being Episode 7 in May of 2015, a spin-off movie in 2016, Episode 8 in May of 2017, and a second spin-off movie in 2018, and then Episode 9 in May of 2019, with a final spin-off movie releasing in 2020. After the release of these 5 movies, Disney and Lucasfilm would take a hiatus from Star Wars movies and release every 3 years, and plan out the next era of the franchise. With the Lucasfilm story group planning the future of the franchise, new writers starting work on scripts for the upcoming movies, and Kathleen Kennedy overseeing everything, Disney was ready to bring Star Wars back. But the Disney buyout changed many of Lucasfilm's old plans. Clone Wars was finishing its 5th season on the Cartoon Network, staying at the top spot as #1 children's action-adventure series since its 2008 debut. However, the contract with Cartoon Network would not be renewed for its 6th season, since Disney's rival Time Warner owned Cartoon Network, and Disney had their own channel, Disney XD, on which they could air the Clone Wars. Then on November 30th, 2012, Rick McCallum announced that he would be leaving Lucasfilm to produce smaller independent films. For over 20 years, McCallum worked as a key figurehead at the Lucasfilm empire, but with George gone, Rick McCallum gone, and now former Lucasfilm president Micheline Chow gone, a new era of Lucasfilm leadership had begun. The independent studio that stayed outside the Hollywood system was now ran by the most powerful female producer in Hollywood history, under the possession of one of the biggest companies in Hollywood. Lucasfilm was no longer outside the system, it was part of it. The search for a director to take on Episode 7 was of the utmost importance to Disney and Kathleen Kennedy. One of her primary responsibilities was turning this licensing company back into a production company, and now she needed an experienced hand to kick off the return to the franchise. The first person that was approached was Brad Bird, a trusted director at Disney after making The Incredibles and Ratatouille, and having just come off Mission Impossible Ghost Recon. He was a pick that Disney would feel confident in, but due to working on Disney's Tomorrowland movie, Bird would pass on the offer due to the time commitments. But Lucas and Kennedy had made a short list of directors that they wanted for the film months prior to selling the company. The man at the top of that list? J.J. Abrams. Kennedy would call Abrams and say, "Please do Star Wars," and Abrams replied, "My reaction was a reflexive one. I just thought it was too daunting, so I respectfully declined. It was too close to something that I cared too much about. I didn't want to leave not liking it anymore, or worse, he said he feared falling flat on my face and failing miserably." But Kennedy wasn't going to give up that easy, and she asked if they could meet in person. On December 14th, 2012, at the Bad Robot offices in Santa Monica, Kathy met Abrams to tell him about the progress so far. She revealed to him that Michael Arndt was writing the script and Lawrence Kasdan was consulting. These picks excited Abrams, but he still was not entirely convinced. He then secretly met with the writers on December 19th to discuss the story ideas. While still excited by the prospect of directing the movie, he still had genuine concerns about the time commitment. These deliberations went on even up to the final hour. Within 24 hours before the deal was closed, Abrams was telling associates he was still undecided about directing the project. Kennedy was racing against time. Disney needed a movie out in 2015, and still without a completed draft of the script or a director to take charge of the production, they had no time to wait for Abrams to be indecisive. After a full day of reported furious negotiations, on January 24, 2013, Abrams was confirmed to direct Star Wars Episode 7, after turning down the offer twice. Kathleen Kennedy was able to convince Abrams to take the impossible task of bringing Star Wars back. JJ was known as the reboot guy in film circles and was the exact kind of director that Disney and Kathy wanted. Someone with experience with blockbuster movies and known properties like Star Trek and Mission Impossible, but JJ could also work with the higher powers of Lucasfilm and Disney. Now Disney had finally put together a team for Episode 7. Work began on one of the most anticipated movies of all time. Star Wars was making its long-awaited return to the big screen, and for the large price tag of $4 billion, Disney would reap all the rewards if the movie was a success. The legacy of George Lucas's original 6 films was on the line, as well as the franchise's future. Disney needed this movie to be a hit and was willing to do anything to ensure its success.
And again, I thought in this particular case, there was a need for someone to be the so-called steward of Star Wars and the brand on behalf of the company. And given the fact that the decision to buy Star Wars was initially mine, and how much this represented, I thought, why not self-appoint myself as steward of the Star Wars brand?
What has become a significant subject of interest is George Lucas' involvement in the creation of Episode 7. By January of 2013, Lucas had already submitted his Star Wars sequel story treatments to the Disney executives, which they bought but were not obligated to use. Michael Arndt took George Lucas's treatments and turned them into a 40 to 50-page story treatment for Episode 7, which Disney then used to pitch the film to directors like Brad Bird, Steven Spielberg, and J.J. Abrams. Now, Michael Arndt would take his 40 to 50-page story treatment for Episode 7 and turn it into a screenplay for the film. Lucas was still involved with the creation of Episode 7 even after the sale to Disney, with the art department working on concept art based on his story treatments. This began in December of 2012 and went into mid-January of 2013. But according to J.J. Abrams, Disney and Kathleen Kennedy decided not to use George's treatments before Abrams was involved. But Disney CEO Bob Iger stated it was Alan Horn, Kathleen Kennedy, and J.J. Abrams alongside with himself who all agreed that they would go a different direction than what Lucas had planned. George's last reported involvement with the movie was on January 16th, when he would meet with the art team to discuss the details. Soon after, Lucas would have the meeting with Michael Arndt, J.J. Abrams, and Kathleen Kennedy, where he realized that they would not be using the story treatments that he turned in. This, according to Iger, upset Lucas, and he felt betrayed that they bought the treatments but never used them. Over the years, there's been many speculations as to what was used from the George Lucas treatments, if anything at all, and when exactly George left the project after feeling lied to by Disney on using his treatments. Some of what George wrote in the treatments was used, but a majority of it was dropped. The way Kathleen Kennedy described it was, "We've made some departures from Lucas's ideas, but only in exactly the way you would do in any development process." Some of the main things that stayed from George's treatments were the main character being a young female scavenger. However, in his first outline, she was 14 years old. Luke Skywalker would have died in Episode 8. He was also hiding where the young female Jedi would search for him to train her. A Jedi killer character would have been the main villain and was one of Luke's former students. Most of these plot lines were developed into the sequel trilogy, but changed in some form or another. The main parts of George's outlines that were dropped were things like Darth Maul returning and running the crime world and having an apprentice Darth Talon, Leia rebuilding the Republic and eventually becoming the Chosen One, and the midi-chlorian world. It's been a major debate among the Star Wars fandom as to who made the decision to not do George's outlines or when they were thrown out of the plans. Some have speculated that Iger and Disney told Lucas they could use the outlines but lied to Lucas in order to get him to sell the company. Others blame J.J. Abrams for this decision or Kathleen Kennedy. The truth is most likely that Disney likely refused to commit to any of the stories that they had planned, including George's outlines and the treatment that Michael Arndt had submitted. Around the time J.J. was in heavy talks to join the production, Disney and Lucasfilm executives decided not to commit to George's outlines and see where the story would go, ultimately using parts of his outlines and not using most of the main plot points. Michael Arndt spoke on this in an interview, stating that when he was writing the treatments based off of George's outlines, he said, "I'll just say very quickly that very early on, I tried writing versions of the movie where the girl's at home, her home gets destroyed, she goes on the road, she meets Luke, and then she goes on and she kicks the bad guy's ass. It just never worked. I struggled with this. This was back in 2012. It just felt like every time Luke came in and entered the movie, he just took it over. Suddenly you didn't care about your main character anymore because you're like, oh fuck, Luke Skywalker's here. I just want to see what he's going to do." So in February of 2013, after J.J. Abrams had officially been brought in and Lucas had now left the creative process for the film, Episode 7 would need a new draft. With Lawrence Kasdan and Simon Kinberg as consultants and Michael Arndt staying on to write the screenplay, the team got to work under the direction of J.J. Abrams. Meanwhile, Kathleen Kennedy and Disney had to make significant changes at Lucasfilm to revive a once dormant franchise. On February 5, 2013, Disney CEO Bob Iger confirmed that 2 spin-off films were also in the works at Lucasfilm, revealing that Simon Kinberg and Lawrence Kasdan would each write a Star Wars spin-off movie, Kinberg set to write the script for a Boba Fett movie, and Kasdan set to write for the Han Solo film. Now having at least 5 movies officially announced, Lucasfilm turned towards the animation department, which was making the only running Star Wars show, The Clone Wars. After finishing its 5th season on March 11, 2013, Lucasfilm revealed that it would be the final season of The Clone Wars to release on Cartoon Network. The series would wind down while the team shift towards a new show set in a different time period. Since Lucasfilm was so far into production for Season 6, Disney allowed them to release the episodes on Netflix in order to finish the Clone Wars run. Disney had ordered a new Star Wars animated show from Lucasfilm. Now with the films getting ready for production and a new Star Wars show under the Disney banner in the works, Disney had one more category to shift its attention to: the video games. In April of 2013, Lucasfilm laid off most of the team from LucasArts and canceled the 1313 game after years of troubled production. LucasArts had become a money pit for Lucasfilm after years of presidents coming and going. So on May 6, 2013, Disney signed an exclusivity deal with EA, giving them the exclusive license to make Star Wars games for the next 10 years. Disney also admitted not being very committed to making video games themselves, believing that a company like EA would do a much better job than they would. EA had previous experience with Star Wars with the MMORPG Star Wars The Old Republic and will continue to support it in this new deal. DICE, who is best known for the Battlefield franchise, was announced to begin work on a Star Wars video game, as well as Visceral Studios, known for the Dead Space series. Shortly after, on May 20th, 2013, Lucasfilm announced at the beginning of production on Star Wars Rebels, a new animated series released in the fall of 2014 on Disney XD. Simon Kinberg would serve as an executive producer and writer for the series, alongside supervising director and executive producer Dave Filoni. Carrie Beck from the Lucasfilm Story Group would co-create this animated series and serve as a series producer. Star Wars Rebels would take place between episodes 3 and 4 and would be the first Star Wars project to release under the new Disney Lucasfilm banner. During that same month in May of 2013, John Knoll, the ILM and Lucasfilm veteran, was on a 6-week waiting period for a meeting with Kathleen Kennedy. During the wait, he fleshed out his story idea for a spin-off movie he called Destroyer of Worlds. During the meeting, he pitched Kathy his 7-page treatment about a band of rebels stealing the Death Star plans based off the opening crawl to A New Hope. Kennedy gave a polite response, saying the idea was intriguing and impressive. About a week after the meeting, Senior Vice President of the Lucasfilm Story Group, Carrie Hart, emailed John Knoll saying that they were all in. Kathy said that with a fantastic basic premise, it could be a perfect standalone movie. The following month, on June 10th, EA revealed the revival of the beloved Battlefront franchise, showing a trailer at E3, giving fans a look at the first game from the new exclusive deal between EA and Star Wars. Late in June, Lucas revealed in an interview that he had yet to meet with J.J. Abrams to discuss Episode 7. The following weeks changed when George flew out to have a meeting with Kathy and J.J. about Episode 7, where, according to Kathy, Lucas downloaded his ideas into J.J. After the meeting, Lucas and Abrams would frequently call each other to discuss the movie. If George had any ill will about his ideas being tossed out, they clearly weren't towards J.J. Unfortunately, by this point, there were issues developing the story and the scripts for Episode 7. Writer Michael Arndt and director J.J. Abrams had differing approaches to the movie's focus. J.J. Abrams wanted the original trilogy characters, Luke, Han, and Leia, to be more prominent in the film. In contrast, Arndt wanted to focus on the offspring of Han and Leia, with the original trilogy cast serving more minor roles to focus on the new generation characters. Timing was becoming increasingly problematic. Disney needed the first Star Wars film to be released in 2015 to meet their estimated quotas, but the script for Episode 7 wasn't close to being done. Disney was asking the writer Michael Arndt to turn in the script in just 6 months, just ahead of the scheduled spring 2014 shooting schedule. But Arndt needed more time, telling Kathleen Kennedy he needed a year and a half to fully finish the story. Kathy then went to Disney CEO Bob Iger and asked if they could release the movie in 2016 instead of the initial May 2015 date. Kennedy raised the concerns back in 2012 about this release date, stating it would be a challenging goal to reach with no official director and the storylines that they had yet to commit to. Kennedy and most of the creative team for Episode 7 were asking Disney for a delay to 2016. For Iger, the goal was to have the movie released in May of 2015, so it would see a return on investment in the 2015 fiscal year, as he had promised the investors and the board back in 2012. Abrams was also committed with the 2015 release date and did not want to delay the film into 2016. Still, with Kathy asking for more time and no scripts locked in place, Disney was put in between a rock and a hard place and gave Lucasfilm an additional 6 months, delaying the film from May of 2015 to December of that year. They announced on October 24, 2013, almost a full year after the sale of Lucasfilm, that Michael Arndt would step down as the writer for Episode 7, and J.J. Abrams, with Lawrence Kasdan, would take over the writing duties and use some of the story elements that Michael had developed over the years. Still, many characters and storylines were changed. With Luke, Han, and Leia becoming more of a focus in this new story, the team began writing. This forced Lawrence Kasdan to step away from writing the Han Solo film. He told Lucasfilm he would only write Episode 7 if his son John Kasdan could work on the Han Solo script until Larry could return to work on it. And Kathy was willing to agree to these terms. Abrams spoke on Michael Arndt's departure, stating, "Working with Michael was a wonderful experience, and I couldn't be a bigger fan of his work or adore him more. He's a wonderful guy and was incredibly helpful in the process, and working with Lawrence Kasdan, especially on a Star Wars movie, is unbeatable. It became clear that the given time frame and the given process and the way things were going, working with Larry in this way, was going to get us to where we needed to be, when we needed to be." While J.J. Abrams and Lawrence Kasdan started writing for Episode 7 from square one again, Lucasfilm had already put together a team for the first spin-off film that John Knoll had pitched months prior. This wasn't planned to be the first spin-off film by Lucasfilm, but as Kathy put it, it was the most concrete, solid idea for a Star Wars movie they had outside of Episode 7. So in December of 2013, Kiri Hart asked director Gareth Edwards to come to Lucasfilm for a chat with 2 ideas for spin-off Star Wars films, one for the Boba Fett film and the other one for John Knoll's Destroyer of Worlds. After reading what John had written, Gareth Edwards agreed to join the project as director. Meanwhile, J.J. Abrams and Lawrence Kasdan were wrapping up writing their first draft of Star Wars Episode 7 in a short 6 weeks, submitting their first draft to Disney in January of 2014, just ahead of the now-planned May filming date. The stars had finally aligned for Disney and Lucasfilm. While J.J. Abrams and Kasdan started working on the screenplay, and Lucasfilm was secretly working on the first spin-off film for Star Wars, Lucasfilm had entirely made the transition that Kathy had planned years prior, from a licensing company to a production studio. Disney and Lucasfilm had spent the better part of 2 years planning the future of Star Wars, bearing the massive weight of fan expectations, George Lucas's legacy, and a $4 billion price tag. It was finally time to step into the future of Star Wars and get the gears turning on a nearly 40-year-old machine. Back when Kathleen Kennedy took over Lucasfilm and brought in Kiri Hart to run the story group, Kathy had made a crucial decision for the Star Wars timeline. For over 30 years, Lucasfilm made good money off of book sales in what is called the Expanded Universe, or EU for short. Internally, Kathy told Lucasfilm that they were establishing a new canon and that the Expanded Universe would not be part of the official Star Wars timeline. This was finally announced to fans on April 25, 2014. In a statement on the Star Wars website, Lucasfilm said, "For over 35 years, the Expanded Universe has enriched the Star Wars experience for fans seeking to continue the adventure beyond what is seen on the screen. When he created Star Wars, George Lucas built a universe that sparked imagination and inspired others to create. He opened up that universe to a creative space for people to tell their own tales. This became the Expanded Universe, or EU, of comics, novels, video games, and more. While Lucasfilm always strived to keep the stories created for the EU consistent with our film and television content and internally consistent, Lucas always made it clear that he was not beholden to the EU. He set his films as the canon. This included the 6 Star Wars episodes and the many hours of content developed and produced in Star Wars: The Clone Wars. These stories are the immovable objects of Star Wars history, the characters and events to which all other tales must align." Now, with an exciting future filled with cinematic installments of Star Wars, all aspects of Star Wars telling moving forward will be connected. Under Lucasfilm President Kathleen Kennedy's direction, the company has, for the first time ever, formed a story group to oversee and coordinate all Star Wars creative development. Kennedy said in a statement, "We have an unprecedented slate of new Star Wars entertainment on the horizon. We're set to bring Star Wars back to the big screen and continue the adventure through games, books, comics, and new formats that are just emerging. This future as interconnected storytelling will allow fans to explore this galaxy in deeper ways than ever before. To give maximum creative freedom to the filmmakers and also preserve an element of surprise and discovery for the audience, Star Wars Episodes 7, 8, and 9 will not tell the same story in the post-Return of the Jedi expanded universe, while the universe that readers know is changing is not being discarded." This news was met with mixed reactions. Some fans understood that the expanded universe was so vast it would be hard to make the sequels fit into that story. Many longtime fans of the EU were disappointed that 30 years' worth of stories were seemingly discarded and considered irrelevant. Lucasfilm did this to announce a new canon timeline for Star Wars, including all 6 movies in the Clone Wars series, and any future projects like films, shows, books, and comic books would all be part of the new canon timeline overseen by the Lucasfilm Story Group. The new sequel trilogy would also solidify a new era of Star Wars canon post-Return of the Jedi. Whatever would happen in the movies would lay the foundation for whatever future stories Star Wars may have in the new canon timeline. Kennedy believed if she could get one director to tackle episodes 7, 8, and 9, it would allow the sequel trilogy to have one creative narrative vision. As casting was still underway for episode 7, Kennedy approached Abrams with a new offer and asked the director if he would like to tackle episodes 8 and 9 as well. Abrams declined, saying, "Are you crazy?" And Kennedy acknowledged that Abrams had enough on his plate and that it was pretty obvious that all of this was so overwhelming. The last remnants of the old Star Wars universe was finally being removed, and Lucasfilm and Disney wanted a clean slate for the Star Wars timeline, unencumbered by prior books or stories. The era of Star Wars under George Lucas was finally over. Fans will always debate the semantics over the canon aspects of the expanded universe, regardless of what the stories meant in the larger views of Star Wars. They were books and stories that resonated with most of the diehard fans who spent years investing into these stories. Lucasfilm would have to replace 30 years' worth of world building and storytelling and replace it with their own canon timeline that once a story is told or a decision is made, it will forever be cemented into the Star Wars timeline. 4 days later, on April 29, 2014, the cast of Episode 7 was finally announced. The new cast, Daisy Ridley, Adam Driver, John Boyega, and Oscar Isaac, would join old cast members such as Harrison Ford, Carrie Fisher, and Mark Hamill. John Williams would return to compose the film. The following week, on May 4th, 2014, Disney released the first trailer for Star Wars Rebels, the animated series set between the events of the prequel and original trilogies. This was the first look at any Disney Star Wars content. It was a totally new approach to style and story for Star Wars animation. This would not be an anthology series like the Clone Wars, focusing on a wide cast of characters. Rebels instead would focus on the new Ghost crew: Ezra Bridger, Kanan Jarrus, Harrison Dula, Sabine Wren, and Zeb, with a new droid named Chopper. Releasing in the fall of 2014, the show would release on Disney XD and be the first step into a new canon timeline for Disney Lucasfilm. On the other side of the Hollywood world, Josh Trank was in the early stages of pre-production for Fantastic Four at 20th Century Fox, working alongside executive producer Simon Kinberg, who was involved in both the X-Men and Star Wars franchises at this time. In May, Kinberg approached Trank and asked if he'd be interested in directing a Star Wars film that Kinberg himself would write. Simon was confident Lucasfilm would approve because back in 2012, after the success of Chronicle, Trank had been one of the first directors to meet with the studio. He even sat down with Carrie Hart, newly appointed head of the story group, and that early connection gave Kinberg reason to believe that Lucasfilm would say yes to him. Trank would take a few days to mull over the offer. At the time, he was staying a few blocks from George Lucas's old house in Benedict Canyon, California, and he says he walked up to the old house and basked in its glow, stating it was one of the most surreal moments of his life. He had visions that were out of this world. He went to pitch a 3-act Boba Fett movie to Lucasfilm executives Kathleen Kennedy, Carrie Hart, and Disney chairman Alan Horn. The project was greenlit. Later that month, on May 22, 2014, Lucasfilm announced the second director to take on a Star Wars movie for the next generation of films. Gareth Edwards would officially direct the first spin-off film outside the episodic saga, set for release on December 16, 2016. Gary Whitta, who wrote the screenplay for Book of Eli, would write the screenplay for this new spin-off movie. Not long after, Lucasfilm announced a second spin-off film in development. On June 4, 2014, Josh Trank was hired to direct a Boba Fett spin-off movie, with Simon Kinberg writing the film. During that same month, Lucasfilm announced a third director to join the Lucasfilm team. On June 20, 2014, Rian Johnson was announced to direct and write Star Wars Episode 8, with some reports even stating that he was originally going to write a treatment for Episode 9 as well. Johnson at the time was known for his breakout movie Brick and the sci-fi movie Looper. J.J. Abrams, Gareth Edwards, and Josh Trank were all considered safe picks for Star Wars movies due to their experience with big blockbuster films. Johnson was considered a risky pick due to his independent filmmaking, which was something Kathleen Kennedy wanted to bring into Star Wars. Now, Lucasfilm had 4 movies with 4 directors in motion. J.J. Abrams directing Episode 7, Gareth Edwards directing the first Star Wars spin-off film, Josh Trank directing the Boba Fett movie, and now Rian Johnson directing Episode 8. It was the next generation of filmmaking taking on the next generation of Star Wars stories. All that was left was to make the movies. While filming on Episode 7 was underway, a major accident happened on set. Harrison Ford was filming on the set of the Millennium Falcon, and a hydraulic-controlled door closed as the actor passed through it, and it broke Ford's leg. While helping the actor up, J.J. Abrams broke his vertebrae in his back. Harrison Ford underwent surgery on his leg and his hand, which suffered a deep cut. This resulted in Lucasfilm taking a 2-week filming hiatus that would happen in August so Ford could recover from his injuries. And while Disney was fined $2 million for the accident, J.J. Abrams said it was a blessing in disguise to get a 2-week break after a month of filming. He said, "It was obviously a horrible experience that I wish never happened for obvious reasons. But the truth is, once we knew that Harrison was going to be okay, we all realized this is the greatest gift to the movie. And I could think that any filmmaker would say, if I could get a break after a month of shooting for a few weeks to recalibrate, I would take it." During the summer of 2014, Lucasfilm also began to seriously consider another spin-off film about a legacy Star Wars character. In March, the Star Wars website did a poll on popular Star Wars characters in which Obi-Wan Kenobi won 59% of the vote. This overwhelming result inspired Lucasfilm to kick around ideas for a spin-off movie for the character and begin concept art for the potential project. On October 4th, 2014, the new animated series Star Wars Rebels premiered on Disney XD, giving fans their first look at a Disney Star Wars project. The show hit 1.03 million viewers on its debut, the highest in Disney XD history. While Clone Wars hit 4 million on its initial debut, these were good numbers for the Disney Channel, considering its smaller audience and there's no movie leading up to the show's release like the Clone Wars had in 2008. The following month, on November 6, Disney revealed the title for Episode 7, Star Wars The Force Awakens, and that had finished principal photography. The original title for Episode 7 was Shadow of the Empire, but it was eventually changed a month later before the reveal. Later that month, on November 28th, the trailer for The Force Awakens was released, sparking an internet frenzy of fan reactions and speculation for the return of Star Wars. However, it wouldn't be Star Wars without a bit of controversy. The opening shot of the trailer was John Boyega playing a stormtrooper. Immediately, some people online began to spread hate messages towards John in the new film, calling it social justice propaganda and proclaiming the new Star Wars was anti-white. Boyega, for his part, kept his response tame and told detractors to get used to it. The Force Awakens trailer broke 72 million views in the first 24 hours, the highest numbers for any online trailer at the time. Months later, at the beginning of the new year for 2015, on January 10th, Gary Whitta left the first Star Wars spin-off film after turning in his first draft of the script. When he was hired, the story for the spin-off film mostly came from John Knoll's pitch and the Lucasfilm Story Group ideas. Whitta took the ideas and fleshed out the story. The original pitch was meant to be cheap and focus on an ensemble heist type of story. Under Edwards and Whitta, they made it more of an expensive war film with character journeys. Gary's draft of the film established Jen Erso as the lead instead of focusing on the entire team. After working for a year with Gareth Edwards, Gary Whitta left the project to write the Starlight adaptation for 20th Century Fox. Lucasfilm then began looking for a new writer to polish up the script before production to stay on target for a December 2016 release date. The following week, on January 17, 2015, George Lucas revealed to the public that Disney would not be using his story ideas for the upcoming Star Wars sequel trilogy. He said, "The ones that I sold to Disney, they came to the decision that they didn't really want to do those, so they made their own. So it's not the ones that I originally wrote." He also revealed that he was planning his own Star Wars Episode 7 for a release in May of 2015 before the Disney deal. By this point in time, the Star Wars fandom had mixed feelings on George Lucas. Disney was taking an intentional approach to steer clear of the prequel trilogy style of Star Wars and go back to the feeling of the original trilogy. Still, without a doubt, the comments from George Lucas gave diehard fans some caution on the new films, with the story seemingly going in a different direction than the original creator intended. Later in the month, on January 27, 2015, Chris Weitz took over writing responsibilities for the Gareth Edwards Star Wars spin-off film. Weitz would rewrite the script that was turned in by Gary Whitta months earlier, and on the following week, February 3rd, Lucasfilm announced that Felicity Jones would play the lead character in the movie, and the film was sticking to its release date of December 16, 2016. On March 10th, Lucasfilm announced their publishing program for the upcoming Force Awakens film. Part of their new initiative to have all books and comic books line up with the new Star Wars canon, the Journey to the Force Awakens publishing program would feature over 20 titles from novels, comics, and illustrated works that all led into The Force Awakens. It was part of the marketing campaign that added even more excitement for the diehard Star Wars fans. 2 days later, Bob Iger would confirm the future projects for Star Wars, announcing that the first Star Wars spin-off movie would be titled Star Wars Rogue One, and that Rian Johnson would indeed direct and write Star Wars Episode 8 and would release on May 26, 2017 to celebrate the 40th anniversary of A New Hope. In April 2015, Star Wars Celebration was being hosted in Anaheim, California. After years of waiting, the galaxy far, far away was expanding once again, but behind the excitement and the atmosphere, tensions were mounting backstage. In the days leading up to the convention, Lucasfilm executives faced their first director shakeup under Disney's ownership. Josh Trank, the director tapped for the highly anticipated Boba Fett spinoff, was set to appear at a panel with Gareth Edwards to discuss their anthology Star Wars movies. Lucasfilm had teaser footage for both films to show fans in attendance, and would announce that May 2018 would be the release date for the Boba Fett movie. When the panel began, it was revealed that Trank would not be attending. The official line was simple: Trank had fallen ill with the flu, a convenient explanation that would mask a far more complicated reality. The truth was that the relationship between Trank and Lucasfilm had deteriorated dramatically, with tensions spilling over from his troubled production of Fantastic Four. Simon Kinberg, who was both the executive producer on Fantastic Four and the writer for the Boba Fett film, found himself caught in the middle. For a full year, Kinberg had crafted a script that he described as a hard and gritty screenplay, almost R-rated in its approach that would reimagine the iconic bounty hunter. But Trank's increasingly erratic behavior on the set of Fantastic Four gave Kinberg pause for concern. He had a meeting with Lucasfilm president Kathleen Kennedy, who had already heard of Trank's issues over at Fox. Kinberg spoke about what he was seeing on set, which led to Disney asking Trank not to attend Celebration while they made the decision. As the convention continued without Trank, Gareth Edwards captivated audiences with his vision for Rogue One, the first film in the Star Wars anthology series. This is a movie about ordinary people who had decided to do extraordinary things, Edwards explained, his passion evident as he described the story of resistant fighters tasked with stealing the Death Star plans. I couldn't sit back and let someone else make this film, he added, unwittingly highlighting the contrast with the troubled Boba Fett production. 2 weeks later, the inevitable happened. On May 1st, 2015, Lucasfilm announced that Josh Trank would part ways with the Boba Fett film. After a year of having the incredible honor developing with the wonderful and talented people at Lucasfilm, I'm making a personal decision to move forward on a different path, Trank stated in the official release. But industry insiders knew the real story. I quit because I knew I was going to be fired if I didn't quit, Trank would confess years later. For Trank's part, the constraints of working within the Star Wars canon had become too limiting. His vision, an origin story set between the prequel and original trilogies, featuring a team-up with bounty hunters from The Empire Strikes Back, would have pushed boundaries in ways similar to Marvel's Logan, a vision that would never see the light of day. Years later, Kathy would only say this about Trank's departure: at a certain point, you just develop this sixth sense of where you know it's either starting to click into gear or it's not. The impact was immediate. The Boba Fett spinoff, originally slated for May of 2018, now had no director. While Kathleen Kennedy publicly declared Boba Fett a top priority, industry observers wondered if the film would materialize at all. This setback represented the first significant creative hurdle for Disney's ambitious Star Wars slate. For the moment, the focus remained on the immediate horizon. The upcoming second season of Star Wars Rebels, production on Rogue One was set to begin that fall, and more importantly, The Force Awakens, the film that would reintroduce Star Wars to a new generation. But the Boba Fett situation had revealed something crucial. Even with Disney's resources and Lucasfilm's legacy, bringing Star Wars back wouldn't be without its challenges. The galaxy far, far away was expanding, but not everything would go according to plan. On May 3rd, Disney announced Force Friday, a strategic move to reignite a decades-old Star Wars tradition of toy collecting. Set for September 4th, retailers worldwide would open at midnight, allowing fans to be the first to acquire merchandise for The Force Awakens. This wasn't merely a product launch, it was Disney reestablishing the connection between Star Wars and its merchandise, a relationship as old as the franchise itself. For veteran fans, it promised nostalgia. For newcomers, an introduction to the ritual of Star Wars collecting. As summer turned to fall, the countdown to both Force Friday and the film itself continued, keeping Star Wars firmly in the public consciousness months before a single frame would appear in theaters. With the Boba Fett project stalled in director limbo, Lucasfilm quickly pivoted to another beloved character from the saga, Obi-Wan Kenobi, whose popularity remained strong within the fandom and general audiences, emerged as the next potential cornerstone of the anthology series. Rather than a single film, however, Lucasfilm began developing a more ambitious vision, a trilogy of Kenobi-centered movies, each with unique storylines set in an unexplored period between the prequel and original trilogies. Behind the scenes, Disney executives quietly courted Ewan McGregor to reprise his iconic role. For Lucasfilm, the timeline was growing tight. Disney's release strategy demanded a spin-off film for 2018 and another one for 2020. With 3 anthology projects now in various stages of development, Boba Fett, Han Solo, and the emerging Kenobi trilogy, Lucasfilm faced mounting pressure to solidify their next move. The clock was ticking. With just 3 years until their fourth planned Star Wars release under the Disney ownership, Lucasfilm needed to quickly transform one of these projects from concept to production. The pressure to maintain momentum was palpable. While Lucasfilm continued its search for a new director to take on the Boba Fett film, longtime Star Wars writer and now executive producer at Lucasfilm, Lawrence Kasdan, had begun writing the script for the Han Solo anthology movie. Part of the deal for him to take over writing responsibilities on The Force Awakens was the condition that he would write the Han Solo movie alongside his son, John Kasdan. Truthfully, he had little interest in writing the movie, but due to his family's excitement over the movie, he agreed to co-write it with his son, John. He also said this would be the last Star Wars movie that he would work on. Eventually, Lawrence Kasdan asked director duo Phil Lord and Chris Miller to direct the Han Solo project, after the recent success with the Jump Street movies and the Lego movie. On July 7, 2015, it was revealed that Lord and Miller would direct the Han Solo origin film written by John and Lawrence Kasdan, releasing on May 25, 2018, and replacing the now-delayed Boba Fett film. At Disney's annual convention called D23, much more was revealed for the upcoming Star Wars slate. On August 15, 2015, they revealed the entire cast of Rogue One. Disney CEO Bob Iger revealed there would be new Star Wars theme parks opening in Disneyland and in Disney World, which would allow guests to ride the iconic Millennium Falcon and other Star Wars-themed rides. Disney would spend $1 billion on each of the Star Wars lands that they hoped would bring in more park guests and give fans a chance to see the Star Wars universe in person. They also revealed the director for Star Wars Episode 9, Colin Trevorrow. Sticking to the pattern of getting the hottest and up-and-coming directors, Lucasfilm picked the Jurassic World director to close out the sequel trilogy, with Episode 9 set to release in May of 2019. Now, Lucasfilm had its 3 directors for the 3 Star Wars sequel films, J.J. Abrams directing Episode 7, Rian Johnson directing Episode 8, and now Colin Trevorrow directing Episode 9. During the fall of 2015, Disney had multiple writers come in and do work on the Rogue One script. Chris Weitz had fleshed out a draft that Gary Whitta had turned into a year prior. After a meeting with Kiri Hart, Kathleen Kennedy, and Disney's Alan Horn, Weitz was able to convince them of having the main characters die at the end of the movie. Alan Horn was reluctant, but agreed to the ending. Then Tony Gilroy was brought in to review the script to provide notes. In early October, Academy Award-winning writer Christopher McQuarrie came in to rewrite the script based on Gary Whitta's and Chris Weitz's story, using Tony Gilroy's notes for reference. Other writers like Scott Burns and David Arndt would also be brought in to review the script and provide story notes to Lucasfilm. Disney wanted the movie to not just be good, but to be great. Chris Weitz said that they brought in a murderer's row of writers to do it. October 19, 2015, Disney released the final trailer for The Force Awakens ahead of its December release. The trailer reached 112 million views in 24 hours, a new record. It also broke the ticket sales record after 200,000 tickets were sold in one day in the UK. The hype train was full speed ahead towards its destination of December 18, 2015.
That's Harrison Ford right there.
Awesome! We're gonna go see it. Well, you're gonna see it. As soon as you turn 4, it's gonna be your birthday present. You're gonna get to watch Star Wars, okay?
But as the release of Episode 7 drew closer, many began to wonder where George Lucas was during all of this. He had been notably absent from any marketing or promotional events. In November, he had an interview with Charlie Rose scheduled to be released on December 25th, the following month. The same week, when the interview was recorded, Kathleen Kennedy invited Lucas to an early screening of The Force Awakens. Kennedy stated in an interview that he really liked it, but behind the scenes, his reaction was much different. "There's nothing new," he said to Kennedy at the screening. "There wasn't enough visual or technical leaps forward," he remarked. Iger responded to Lucas saying, "We were walking a very fine line. If we didn't satisfy the most ardent fan, we'd be killed." Despite his reservations about the movie, Kathy and George's new wife, Melody, were able to convince George to attend the premiere for Episode 7. Meanwhile, Lucas was nervous about what he said on the Charlie Rose interview that would air at the end of the month. But at the premiere for the film, all of that was set to the side for the time being, because it was time for Disney to bring Star Wars back into the zeitgeist. It was time for The Force Awakens world premiere.
But none of this would be possible without the sheer genius, the talent, the guts, the vision of one individual who created perhaps the greatest mythology of our time, and that is George Lucas. George, wherever you are,
Thank you, George.
Though not as common as today, there was a time when big movie releases were treated as an event, and Star Wars was the biggest film event that had spanned generations. Disney had spent $4 billion to acquire Lucasfilm and spent the past 3 years developing the new movies. Bob Iger considered this to be the most important movie that Disney had ever released. Failure was not an option.
At a movie theater, not too far away really, excitement is building for, well, do you really need me to explain what's going on tonight?
All right, let's talk about Star Wars again, but it's so excited. It is finally here, the Star Wars world premiere.
Fans, they stayed up late into the night, all for a chance to say they were the first to see the new movie.
That's right, to see the new Star Wars, The Force Awakens.
And it is already setting records. Movie ticketing website Fandango says pre-sales for Star Wars, The Force Awakens broke the record for most tickets sold in the site's history.
Everybody dressing up, you can see we got some stormtroopers, we got some other characters, people taking pictures, and it's all for this highly anticipated film, which we are just hours away from the first showing.
Any concern over The Force Awakens' performance were dismissed within hours of its worldwide release. It opened to a record $238 million at the domestic box office, the biggest North American opening of all time. It reached a global launch of $517 million in the first weekend alone, and Disney and Lucasfilm could finally breathe a sigh of relief. An article from The Hollywood Reporter accurately said, "The Force is back, and it's stronger than ever." A full week after the release of The Force Awakens, the Charlie Rose interview George Lucas did in November finally aired, and sent a disturbance in the force of Disney's PR. Lucas spoke of the difficulty of selling his company, which he referred to as his kids, and the buyers, Disney, as white slavers. Lucas immediately realized his mistake and laughed it off. He also touched on Disney not using his treatments and their desire to do a retro movie that was safe and not willing to push the film boundaries. According to Iger, Lucas was criticizing Disney for the very thing they were trying to do, which was intentionally create a world that visually and tonally connected to the early Star Wars films, but not straying too far from what people love and expected. Iger defended J.J. Abrams and believed he achieved the near impossible with The Force Awakens by connecting what has been with what was to come. The creator of the franchise criticizing the first new film was a bad look. One of the earliest complaints towards The Force Awakens was the film intentionally repeats similar story beats that the first Star Wars film did. George's comments added fuel to that fire, and it put Disney in a very awkward situation. Iger decided not to comment on the interview, saying there was nothing to be gained from engaging in a public discourse by waging a defense. Melody Hobson sent an email to Bob apologizing on George's behalf, telling him how hard the sell in the premiere had been on Lucas. George called Iger later and told him, "I was out of line, I shouldn't have said it like that, I was trying to explain how hard it is to let this thing go." Iger said that he understood and empathized with Lucas. Now it had been over 4 years since their initial meeting, where Bob Iger pitched a life-changing question about buying Lucasfilm. In that time, Kathleen Kennedy changed Lucasfilm into a production studio again, Despite losing the director for the Boba Fett spin-off film and the 6-month delay for Episode 7, The Force Awakens was the near-perfect start to this new era of Star Wars under Disney. At the end of its run, Episode 7 made a little over $2 billion at the box office and held the highest domestic box office ever at the time of its release. The budget for the film was reportedly $250 million. However, some reports from Disney financial filings over the years have revealed that the studio may have spent up to $600 million in Episode 7 in total. Internally, Disney still regarded The Force Awakens as coming within their planned budget. Regardless of the price tag of making the film, the $2 billion box office proved the film was a massive success and resonated with audiences and die-hard fans. The toy event Force Friday brought in $1 billion in merchandise sales alone, with estimates suggesting that it could reach $5 billion within the first year of release. As the dust settled on The Force Awakens, the internet erupted with theories about what Episode 8 would bring. Who were Rey's parents, what was Supreme Leader Snoke's true identity, and what had Luke been doing during his years of isolation. Despite some critics noting its structural similarities to A New Hope, The Force Awakens had accomplished exactly what Disney and Lucasfilm intended, reigniting the franchise with new stories while establishing new characters for a new generation. When asked about the development of Rian Johnson's Episode 8, Kathleen Kennedy revealed the approach by the Lucasfilm Story Group. "We've thought this all through. The story group has put together a very carefully thought through strategic plan for how we're developing the stories and what those stories are and targeting filmmakers. We've looked at it up through, I would say, 2019, Episode 9. But in a 2016 interview with the Star Wars directors, Rian Johnson had this to say, "What has been so wonderful about Kathy is there was a real creative freedom from the start. She gave me a script for The Force Awakens and then sat down and said, 'So what happens next?' That was the last thing I was expecting." Kennedy's assurances provided fans with comfort that there was an overarching vision guiding the new trilogy rather than a film-by-film approach. As audiences dissected every frame of The Force Awakens for clues and Easter eggs, Lucasfilm was already shifting focus to their next major challenge, the first standalone Star Wars film of the modern era. The close of 2015 marked not just a successful return to the theaters, but the end of the beginning for Disney's Star Wars. After 3 years of meticulous planning since the acquisition, they had successfully reintroduced the franchise to a global audience. The George Lucas era of Star Wars had officially given way to something new. Now came the true test, maintaining that momentum while expanding the galaxy far, far away beyond the familiar confines of the Skywalker saga. They began to lay the foundation of what would forever be part of the Star Wars franchise. One of the domino effects of The Force Awakens having such a positive response was the delay of Rian Johnson's Episode 8. At the beginning of 2016, Lucasfilm revealed that Episode 8 would also have a 6-month delay from May 26, 2017 to December 15th of 2017. This was due to rewrites. Johnson had turned in his screenplay a few months before The Force Awakens was released, but after the positive response to the new characters like Rey, Finn, and Poe, Disney asked Johnson to do another rewrite to focus on these new characters instead of Johnson's original plan of introducing 2 new protagonists to the ensemble cast. The rewrites were quick and only delayed production a month, but the delay was also an attempt to capitalize on the December success Episode 7 recently received. Disney saw the potential of Star Wars as a December release brand. In February of 2016, Bob Iger revealed details on the success of The Force Awakens and future plans for Star Wars. Disney had its greatest single quarter in the company's 100-year history when Episode 7 was released. Global retail sales for Star Wars merchandise reached $3 billion in that same quarter, alongside the 13 million units sold from EA's first Battlefront game. Bob Iger and Kathleen Kennedy had now over-delivered on their goal of $1 billion at the box office for the Star Wars movies, so Disney would now begin to recoup their $4 billion investment. Iger said that Rogue One was virtually completed and that he loved what he had seen so far. He confirmed that the next spin-off movie was releasing in May of 2018, Episode 8 had started filming, and that Episode 9 was now beginning early production. Star Wars had all the momentum on its side in early 2016, and Disney was reaping all the rewards. As Disney took their victory lap, Lucasfilm was quietly undertaking another monumental challenge. Finding an actor who could step into one of cinema's most iconic roles, the search for a young Han Solo had quietly begun. In March of 2016, after an exhaustive process involving over 2,500 actors, one of the largest casting searches in Hollywood history, Lucasfilm narrowed its focus to a select few actors. Alden Ehrenreich, Jack Rayner, and Taron Egerton emerged as frontrunners following intensive screen tests in London, with Miles Teller and Ansel Elgort also in the mix. For Disney and Lucasfilm, the stakes were high for this movie. Harrison's Ford return as beloved smuggler Han Solo had been central to The Force Awakens' success, making the selection of his younger counterpart a decision that would shape the future of the franchise. Directors Phil Lord and Chris Miller, also known for their innovative approach to the Lego Movie and 21 Jump Street, were tasked with bringing Han Solo's origin story to life for a 2018 release. While Lucasfilm was maintaining their characteristic secrecy around the project, the Han Solo film represented their boldest move yet, recasting a character so deeply embedded in pop culture that many considered the role inseparable from Ford himself. It was a gamble that reflected Disney's confidence in expanding the Star Wars universe beyond the main saga. The following month, on April 7, 2016, Lucasfilm released the first teaser trailer for Rogue One, A Star Wars Story, giving a glimpse into the new characters who would take on the daring mission to steal the Death Star plans. With the positive reactions to Episode 7, Rogue One would need to continue the Star Wars momentum and cross the billion-dollar box office number to meet Disney's quota. As the world reacted to the first look at a Star Wars spin-off film, Lucasfilm was coming down to its final decision as to who to cast for the young Han Solo. After a recommendation to Kathleen Kennedy from both Francis Ford Coppola and Steven Spielberg, young and up-and-coming actor Alden Ehrenreich would land the role of a lifetime as the iconic smuggler Han Solo in early May. Now, with the young Han Solo casted, Lawrence Kasdan submitting his script, directors Phil Lord and Chris Miller at the helm, the second spin-off movie for Star Wars was ready to begin pre-production. But on the other side of the galaxy, Rogue One was not going according to plan. In the middle of May, Disney executives had an internal screening of Rogue One, and the executives weren't happy with what they saw and ordered reshoots. They wanted a lighter tone instead of the darker and grittier war movie that Edwards had put together. Compared to the original movies and J.J. Abrams' recent Force Awakens, they felt the movie needed a sense of fun adventure. Anything less than extraordinary won't do, said one insider. Another said the first cut lacked the edge of the Force Awakens Disney executives wanted, and the story needed to gel together in the reshoots. The film had a planned reshoot schedule in spring, but was bumped to midsummer and June to allow Edwards and the creative team more time to decide what they wanted to alter. The main focus will be on reworking the character development of the main cast. To help the process, Lucasfilm brought in veteran filmmaker Tony Gilroy to offer notes on the first cut and write additional material to enhance the story. Gilroy had experience working with Kennedy's husband, Frank Marshall, on the Bourne franchise, which Tony wrote most of the screenplays for and directed the 2012 release. He had previously worked with Gareth Edwards in an uncredited role as a story editor, so the two had already had experience together. But most importantly, Tony Gilroy had the faith and trust of the Lucasfilm president and the story group, and would even be offered to consult on future Star Wars projects after he joined Rogue One. Tony would serve as a second unit director for the reshoots and would write new dialogue, along with bringing in his brother John Gilroy to help re-edit the movie. Now, with Tony and John Gilroy here to help Gareth Edwards on the reshoots, Lucasfilm would begin to rework the first spin-off film and aim to finish the reshoots before July 15th at the next Star Wars Celebration, where they would reveal more details about Rogue One and now a new look compared to the teaser trailer released in April, which features scenes and shots from the original cut of the film that Disney executives believed needed reworking. Tony Gilroy had this to say about coming on board in June. I came in after the director's cut. I had a screenplay credit in the arbitration that was easily won. If you look at Rogue, all the difficulty with Rogue, all the confusion of it, and all the mess, and in the very end when you get in there, it's actually very, very simple to solve. Because if you sort of go, this is a movie where folks just look, everyone is going to die, so it's a movie about sacrifice. In Tony Gilroy's rewrites, the entire Rogue One team died instead of just K2SO in the original director's cut. There were scenes of Darth Vader at the beach on Scarif, Cassian Andor and Jyn Erso having a romantic relationship, all were cut from the film, including over 40 different shots from the original teaser trailer. In this new story, there was more focus on the characters like Jyn and Cassian. Reshoots added scenes like Jyn's rescue at the transporter, Cassian's introduction at the Ring of Kafrene was brand new, as well as the pilot Bodhi meeting rebel leader Saw Gerrera. The prologue with young Jyn Erso remained the same, but the final battle went through a lot of major changes in what the characters did in the battle. Edwards and Gilroy had to rework the ending battle while keeping the plot intact. The rebels get the plans to the rebel fleet. In the reshoots, they had decided to cut earlier scenes of Darth Vader and added a new one that Edwards would film, the would-be iconic hallway scene on the rebel ship. By mid-July, it was time for Disney's second Star Wars celebration with Lucasfilm. On July 15, 2016, the event began, and they revealed new footage for Rogue One, including previously unreleased footage that would never make it to the final cut of the film. The next day, they finally revealed that Alden Ehrenreich would be playing a young Han Solo in the upcoming spin-off film set for a May 2018 release date. Rebels Season 3 was revealed, and it was confirmed that Season 4 would be the last season of the series. Rian Johnson also revealed details about Episode 8, like that it was taking place immediately after The Force Awakens, breaking the tradition for Star Wars movies, and that his film would focus more on the Star Wars characters. 2016 Celebration was keeping the high that Star Wars was on and to keep the momentum going into December's box office for the next film, Rogue One, and the excitement that was going rampant for Episode 8 at the time. Disney had reported that Star Wars merchandise sales hit $700 million in 2015, and they wanted to keep it going. Bob Iger revealed that Disney was not expecting Rogue One to come close to The Force Awakens' $2 billion box office, but that the company still had its $1 billion quota to meet with each Star Wars film. 5 days after Celebration, Rian Johnson's Episode 8 wrapped filming and began post-production. This third film in the Disney Star Wars era would be the smoothest production yet. No major reshoots, yet still went over budget during production. As editing was soon to go underway, fans held their breath for the next episodic movie of the Skywalker saga. As Rogue One continued its stressful rework, come August, Tony Gilroy had become what insiders were calling a ghost director and took charge of the post-production to help Gareth Edwards meet Disney's standards. John Gilroy, along with Colin Gowdy, began re-editing the new scenes shot by Gareth and Tony to fit the new version of the movie, ending with a new cut of the film that was only 10 minutes shorter than the original cut, but much more character-focused and fit what Disney executives wanted in their second Star Wars movie. In September, Bob Iger spoke about future plans for the Star Wars brand, saying Colin Trevorrow had recently pitched his idea for Star Wars Episode 9, slated for a May 2019 release date, and a writer was underway writing a script for a 2020 Star Wars film. The standalone movie was the spin-off film about Obi-Wan Kenobi, set during his exile between Episodes 3 and 4 on the planet of Tatooine. Iger had also mentioned his recent meeting with Lucasfilm President Kathleen Kennedy about making Star Wars movies in 2021 and beyond. October 21st, 2016, it was announced that Donald Glover would be playing a young Lando Calrissian in the upcoming Han Solo spin-off film. Glover is known for his music career as Childish Gambino and acting in shows like Community and Atlanta. Reports stated that Lucasfilm wanted a young Lando to show how he lost the Millennium Falcon to Han Solo in the Sabacc game that was mentioned in The Empire Strikes Back. By this point, Lucasfilm was marketing Rogue One for its release in December. The Han Solo movie was in pre-production and set to begin filming in January, and Rian Johnson and his team were editing Episode 8. And in another part of the world, Colin Trevorrow was at hard work on his script for Star Wars Episode 9 and told media of his intentions to shoot on 65mm film and even wanted to shoot one of the scenes for his Star Wars movie in space.
Happens once a year, lots of snacks involved, and the fans are obsessed, including these ones, camping on Hollywood Boulevard outside the TCL Chinese Theater before what could be a $150 million opening weekend.
Tickets went on sale promptly at 9:01 tonight at the El Capitan Theater for Rogue One, a Star Wars story. Star Wars fans brave the cold, long lines and traffic.
Here in New York City, people will camp out in this
Oh, God.
weather.
You need the Force to get tickets,
Yes,
right?
you do. You need the Force to get through this winter weather.
Likely the biggest blockbuster of the holiday season to open tonight at theaters in Southern Colorado and everywhere. And as we found out, Rogue One, the latest in the Star Wars series, drew out the young and old in force. You have high hopes for it?
This is a tradition with the release of each new film in the Star Wars series. The most devoted followers have a chance to get together and share their passion for a galaxy far, far away. Eventually, they all made their way into the screenings last night, and afterwards, the reviews were very good.
I thought it was really great. It acted as a really good sort of prequel to A New Hope and kind of fleshed out some things that weren't really explained in the original movie. And yeah, I thought it was excellent.
But I like the movie. There's a lot of spectacle. It's certainly fun to watch.
Oh my God. Absolutely amazing, non-stop action.
I'd say it's one of the best, and it just keeps you going.
Might have to come back to scrutinize it a bit more on a second viewing. It's definitely worth going to again, I think.
But on December 16th, 2016, the first Star Wars spin-off film released in theaters, Rogue One, a Star Wars story, opened with $155 million in the box office that weekend, eventually hitting $500 million domestically and $500 million internationally to finish its run at $1.05 billion, hitting the quota that Disney set for the new Star Wars films. Rogue One gave fans a familiar feeling of the original films with action-packed scenes and breathtaking visuals accustomed to Star Wars. The movie gave fans a confidence that the franchise was going in the right direction. With $1 billion in the box office, Rogue One was another hit Star Wars film. Despite the expensive reshoots, Lucasfilm and Disney could breathe another sigh of relief. With 2 Star Wars films under their belt and both reaching box office success and critical acclaim, Star Wars was back and it was here to stay. With the first spin-off movie in the franchise now done, Lucasfilm looked towards the next 2 films. Episode 8 was in post-production, and the Han Solo movie was in pre-production. With another Star Wars movie releasing in 1 year and another one just 6 months after that, the Disney Lucasfilm victory lap for Rogue One was short-lived. It was time to get back to work.
And we begin with the passing of a Hollywood legend and an American original.
Carrie Fisher, whose role as Princess Leia in Star Wars vaulted her to pop culture immortality, died today in Los Angeles with her family by her side. She was 60 years old.
And following the news of the actress's death, Star Wars fans have been gathering at movie theaters here at home and across the country to watch the latest installment of the franchise that made Fisher a household name.
The iconic actress didn't get a candlelight vigil, but instead a lightsaber vigil. Fans gathered at downtown Disney and raised their lightsabers to the sky to honor the actress.
A lot of sadness.
When I wanted to grow up, I wanted to be Princess Leia.
It's very sad to see someone in our era pass away at a young age.
Yeah, many people, a lot of people are sad, and they actually want to take photos with us in remembrance of Carrie. And, you know, one thing we know for sure, the Force is with you, Carrie.
No, she was a huge star. You know, Star Wars was an amazing film. She was an amazing part of it, and it's a great loss that she's died so young.
Tributes to Debbie Reynolds filled social media. The actress died yesterday at 84. There were drawings. Many depicted Reynolds with her daughter, Carrie Fisher, who died one day earlier. Some showed Reynolds in the rain gear that she wore and singing in the rain, and Fisher dressed as Star Wars Princess Leia. Last night, fans raised lightsabers in honor of Fisher at impromptu vigils all over the country, some dressed as Star Wars characters. Reynolds' son, Todd Fisher, said the actress went to be with Carrie.
As 2016 turned into 2017, Lucasfilm made a rare official statement regarding rumors circulating among fans. With Carrie's death, the question of Leia became a major conversation. Would they recast the role? Would they use digital effects like they did for Tarkin in Rogue One? On January 13th, 2017, Lucasfilm said they had no plans to digitally recreate the actress for her next role in Star Wars Episode 9, written and directed by Colin Trevorrow. But the passing of Carrie Fisher would change much for Episode 9 and its script. Colin Trevorrow and Derek Connolly had submitted their most recent draft for Episode 9 in mid-December, just weeks before Carrie's death. By this point, they had already done much concept art on the agreed-upon story ideas for the film, but losing Carrie changed everything. Their third draft would now be an attempt to write the movie without Leia being such a prominent figure. Leia's role would not be impacted in Rian Johnson's Episode 8, since Carrie had wrapped filming months prior. January 23, 2017. The title for Episode 8 was finally revealed, The Last Jedi. The title added to the mountains of rumors and theories for the upcoming film. The Force Awakens left fans on the edge of their seats speculating on what would happen next. Who was Snoke? Who are Rey's parents? Now it was time for Lucasfilm to continue the momentum The Force Awakens and Rogue One had built with their box office success into another moneymaker for Star Wars Episode 8, The Last Jedi. Could they continue to reach the highest heights with Star Wars? Lucasfilm began their marketing plans for The Last Jedi with a planned panel at Star Wars Celebration, an event later that April, and the announcement of Force Friday 2 in September. The anticipation remained high for another Star Wars movie, so much that Steven Spielberg delayed his Ready Player One movie from December 2017 to March of 2018. Now that the first Star Wars spinoff had released and was another success for Disney, Lucasfilm had started filming on the next spinoff film about a young Han Solo played by Alden Ehrenreich. With Donald Glover casted for Lando and Emilia Clarke from Game of Thrones fame, and Woody Harrelson had also joined the cast in the recent months. On March 23, 2017, at the conference, Bob Iger talked about the plans for the future of Star Wars after Episode 9, discussing the next 15 years of Star Wars. He addressed the death of Carrie Fisher and assured that The Last Jedi would not be affected by it. He also teased details about the upcoming Star Wars lands in Disney World and Disneyland, set to open in 2019. Additionally, he announced that Episode 9 was starting production. The recent box office numbers and excitement in the fandom gave Disney the confidence to keep the Star Wars train going. Privately ordering a new Star Wars live-action series from Lucasfilm for the future Disney streaming platform, as well as asking Lucasfilm to make Star Wars movies past Episode 9. By this point, Disney and Lucasfilm had internally agreed to take a few years hiatus on Star Wars movies after Episode 9 in 2019 and the third spin-off movie released in 2020. Both the Kenobi movie and the Boba Fett movie were still in varying stages of development at Lucasfilm, with either one potentially taking the 2020 release date. Lucasfilm knew that after Episode 9 released, they would need to start a new saga or a new trilogy that would be separate from the Skywalker saga making up Episodes 1 through 9. They had begun conversations with Rian Johnson about creating a new trilogy of films set outside the Skywalker saga. This was due to the smooth production of The Last Jedi and the confidence the story group and Kathleen Kennedy had in Rian. They had only released one of the 3 episodic films and one of the 3 spin-off movies that Disney had tasked Lucasfilm to create in 2012. Now, Lucasfilm had to simultaneously create new Star Wars films, but also begin to lay the foundations for Star Wars to last another generation, with an even more daunting task of creating a new part of the Star Wars galaxy without 6 movies to provide the backstory. In 2017, Lucasfilm was working on all fronts. Star Wars Celebration was just weeks away. They were in post-production on their second episodic film, Episode 8 The Last Jedi, and the second spin-off film, the Han Solo movie, had begun filming in the UK. Meanwhile, Lucasfilm was also thinking about films past Episode 9. Colin Trevorrow had recently submitted a second draft of Episode 9 to Lucasfilm in early April, and concept art was continuing to be made in preparation for production. On April 13, 2017, Lucasfilm kicked off another Star Wars celebration in Orlando, Florida, celebrating 40 years of Star Wars. Series creator George Lucas made a surprise appearance alongside many Star Wars legends. They made a tribute to the late Carrie Fisher, with John Williams playing the Princess Leia theme. The following day, they revealed details about Rian Johnson's The Last Jedi, saying it was nearly completed in post-production, and gave the world the first trailer with Luke's return to a galaxy far, far away. Kathleen Kennedy also revealed Lucasfilm's plans for the future of Star Wars at that time, confirming that Episode 9 would be the last of the Skywalker saga, and revealed discussions about the films after Episode 9 released, stating, "There's no question that this is set up as a trilogy, and that three-act structure of the setup, the conflict, and the resolution very much is what we have planned. Interestingly, you have that because I'm sure everybody would love for me to say, oh yeah, we've got this figured out for the next 20 years. No, we spend a lot of time talking, debating, watching, looking at what connects with us, with the audience. All of that is part of our decision making. We're asking those questions right now. We'll make a decision soon. I certainly foresee movies past Episode 9, whether or not we carry on the Skywalker saga. You know, George always intended 9 movies, and whether we continue that or not is something we're talking about right now. If the story warrants it, we'll absolutely do it. If it actually inspires new ideas, then we'll probably head in that direction. We just don't know yet." She also revealed that Lucasfilm was still planning for a Star Wars spin-off movie to release sometime in 2020, but despite being a year out from the next spin-off film about Han Solo, directed by Phil Lord and Chris Miller, there was nothing of note revealed at Celebration. Similar to the Boba Fett film's trailer being pulled last minute in 2015, Lucasfilm was intending a reveal trailer for the Han Solo spin-off movie, but quietly decided to wait for reasons unknown at the time. But fans became naturally curious. At the end of that month, on April 25th, Disney and Lucasfilm announced the official release date for Star Wars Episode 9 for May 24th, 2019. The announcement came during the same month he turned in his latest draft, revised for Leia's story arc following Carrie's death. Kathleen Kennedy said in an interview that Lucasfilm was about to read the script Trevorrow had turned in, the Han Solo film was in the middle of production, and The Last Jedi was wrapping up post-production. The next film would be Colin's Episode 9, the conclusion of the Star Wars saga. But behind the scenes, Lucasfilm was having production issues, unlike any they've had before. On June 20th, 2017, Lucasfilm made a shocking announcement that Phil Lord and Christopher Miller would no longer be directing the untitled Han Solo movie, citing that there were creative differences on the film. The news was shocking to everyone, as the film had 1 month left on shooting. It felt familiar to the situation last summer when Lucasfilm brought in Tony Gilroy to oversee reshoots for Rogue One alongside its director, Gareth Edwards. However, Gilroy was brought in after filming to help Edwards. He was never fired. A year later, on their second spin-off film, Lucasfilm fired the two directors halfway through filming, a very unusual situation for any production in the industry. The issues were becoming clear in February when filming began, but the directors believed it could be worked out as production went on. Lord and Miller were used to an improvisational style of filmmaking, letting the actors improvise, while Lawrence Kasdan insisted they stuck to the script that he wrote, and Lucasfilm approved. Miller and Lord were stunned to find that they were not being granted the freedom to run the production as they were accustomed to. They balked at Kennedy's tight control on set. From Lucasfilm's perspective, the pair seemed unprepared for such a large-scale production. A person with knowledge of the production said that the chemistry between the directors and Kennedy was never right. It was a culture clash from day one, the source said. She didn't even like the way they folded their socks. At one point, the young Han Solo actor Alden Ehrenreich voiced some complaints to a Lucasfilm executive about how he perceived Han Solo to be out of character. Word reached Kathleen Kennedy, who decided to watch some rough cuts of the movie and was not happy with what was shown. Watching dailies in Los Angeles, Lawrence Kasdan became upset with the director's habit of calling out improvised lines instead of sticking to the script. The directors were allowing actors to improvise lines like Donald Glover, and even changed the story significantly while shooting on set. Once production moved from London to the Canary Islands, the situation got worse. In May, Lucasfilm fired editor Chris Dickens and replaced him with Oscar-winning editor Pietro Scalia. Alden Ehrenreich's performance was also a source of concern for Lucasfilm, with some insiders comparing aspects of his portrayal to Jim Carrey's exaggerated style in Ace Ventura, which they saw as inconsistent with the Han Solo character's established tone. Lucasfilm hired an acting coach for Alden, a rare and telling move. Lord and Miller proposed Maggie Keeley, who had worked with them previously, but the underlying tensions remained. The creative clash, according to one insider, also came down to differences in understanding the character of Han Solo. People need to understand that Han Solo is not a comedic personality, he's sarcastic and selfish, said that source. Lord and Miller also didn't feel that they had the support of the producer Alison Schumer, who was acting as Lucasfilm's representative on the London set. Kathleen Kennedy was rumored to be unhappy with the acting performances and the action set pieces of the film, believing they did not meet the high bar Lucasfilm wanted Star Wars to maintain. In an attempt to salvage the troubled production, Kathleen Kennedy asked Lawrence Kasdan, the man who originally pitched Lord and Miller to direct his script, to oversee production and help the directors finish the film, similar to what Tony Gilroy did a year before on Rogue One with Gareth Edwards. Kasdan and the directors did not get along on set, with Lord and Miller pushing back against the oversight Lucasfilm was bringing in. Some reports indicated that Kasdan would tell the cast and crew when he disagreed with the filmmakers' decisions, which made the directors feel undermined. But they were still determined to complete the production, refusing to fully compromise on what they believed was best for the film. They were also unhappy about the news that Lucasfilm wanted reshoots later that year, fearing Lucasfilm would do what they did to Rogue One, with Kathleen Kennedy bringing in a trusted filmmaker to help shape the movie into the usual Star Wars mold that Lucasfilm wanted. Kennedy believed that this would be best for the film. Sources revealed that the primary conflict stemmed from the differing visions for the tone of the movie. Lord and Miller had apparently believed they were hired to make a Phil and Chris movie, a comedy with heavy improvisation, while Lucasfilm expected a film in line with the Star Wars legacy, with careful scripted scenes and only a comedic touch. With disagreements boiling down to even the main character, Han Solo, this fundamental mismatch was a key factor in the fallout. The final straw came at the beginning of June. When filming inside the Millennium Falcon, the directors waited until 1 p.m. one day to start filming. Lord and Miller would use 3 different setups for the cameras, whereas most studios typically use 10 to 15 setups for cameras for a movie of this scale. This would limit the editors for the film on how much footage they could use for the movie. The slow pace of filming and the lack of clear direction upset many of the crew members on the production, leaving people waiting around on set for instructions. When they did film, they would film scenes word for word by the script to appease Lucasfilm, but then they would do takes with improvised lines. Seasoned members on set would pressure the directors to move faster. Eventually, this led to the production being behind schedule. Crew members were told for a possible 4 to 8 week extension on production. Phil Lord and Chris Miller became immovable objects, pushing back on the continued notes from Lucasfilm, oversight by Lawrence Kasdan, who asked them to stick to the script, and rejecting the notion of reshoots just to film the movie the way that Lucasfilm wanted them to do it. To Lucasfilm's eyes, the directors were not delivering the movie that they were expecting, so why continue? So Kathleen Kennedy thought ahead. On June 7th, Ron Howard was planning a breakfast with Kathy and the late producer Alison Schumer, and Larry and John Kasdan were also present. Ron asked the team how things were going on the Han Solo film, and having visited the sets months prior, he was very impressed with what he saw. But it was then that Kathy and Lawrence revealed the troubled production and that they were planning on making a change soon. She was in the process of making a short list of replacement directors and asked Howard if he would consider taking on the project. I said, "It's flattering, but those guys are great, and I just can't imagine coming in and doing that," Howard recalls. "I wasn't trying to be talked into it, I just really felt that way." On the train ride back from London to Paris, he read the script and found it captivating. It took his wife Cheryl to convince Ron to take on the film, telling him that he would regret it forever if he didn't do it. When Ron agreed to do the film, it was all Lucasfilm needed to make their move. The production had gone on a short hiatus for just a few days to review what had been shot and to clear the air. Lucasfilm told Lord and Miller of their plans for reshoots and to rework the film to fit the script better, which upset the director duo. During the break, Phil Lord and Chris Miller had a meeting with DC Films to possibly direct the Flash movie, which the pair wrote a treatment for back in 2015. They either knew what was to come or were already planning their departure, because next week on June 19th, they were told they were terminated from the project. Then the following day, on June 20th, 2017, it was official. With the backing of Disney studio chief Alan Horn, Lucasfilm made the shocking announcement. Firing Phil Lord and Christopher Miller, Kathleen Kennedy once again cited creative differences, a phrase often used in Hollywood when relationships break down. The announcement shocked many in the industry and on set. Although the mood was somber, crew members did break into applause in support of the movie after being informed a new director would be arriving, but not in celebration of Lord and Miller's departure, but in celebration of the film's continued production. Throughout this ordeal, Kathleen Kennedy emphasized the difficulty of finding directors who not only could bring creativity, but also possessed the leadership skills required to manage massive productions and studio relationships. She noted that it was only after watching a director in action that one could truly gauge their ability to lead such a large-scale project. Industry observers had begun noticing a pattern at Lucasfilm's handling of directors. Josh Trank was dismissed before filming on another Star Wars spinoff due to concerns about his previous work. Gareth Edwards faced extensive reshoots on Rogue One, and now Lord and Miller were removed mid-production. This suggested that while Lucasfilm sought new voices with new, fresh visions, the franchise's demands often required compromises to fit within a tightly controlled universe. In this case, Phil Lord and Christopher Miller did not check the boxes Lucasfilm was asking for in their Han Solo film. Kathleen Kennedy wanted the film to have a heist and Western-type feeling with a touch of comedy. Lord and Miller thought they were making a comedy, but Larry Kasdan wanted the pair to stick to the script. However, the director duo were used to improvising on set as they had on films in the past. Kennedy had given a statement at a previous Q&A underscoring the balance that she sought between creative risk-taking and maintaining the franchise's integrity. She acknowledged that if all you're doing is playing it safe, trying to make the same movie over and over again, that's when the audience say, oh, this is just a money-making machine. However, she also recognized that in addition to looking for somebody who can creatively have an impact, you're really looking for leadership skills. The entire saga highlighted the challenges of balancing innovation with the demands of a beloved and tightly controlled franchise. While Lord and Miller's comedic sensibility clashed with Lucasfilm's structured approach, the story of the Han Solo movie served as a reminder that within massive franchises, artistic freedom must be balanced with leadership, discipline, and respect for the established parameters to deliver a film that satisfies both fans and studios. A source close to Lord and Miller said, in their minds, Phil and Chris were hired to make a movie that was unexpected and would take a risk, not something that would just service the fans. They wanted it to be fresh, new, emotional, surprising, and unique. These guys looked at Han Solo as a maverick, so they wanted to make a movie about a maverick. But at every turn, when they went to take a risk, it was met with a no. This is when speculation began about how much creative freedom Lucasfilm was allowing its directors. Josh Trank was fired before a first draft of the Boba Fett film was ever submitted, and Gareth Edwards was forced by Disney and Lucasfilm to let Tony Gilroy oversee the reshoots and restructuring of the film. Now Phil Lord and Chris Miller were fired a mere month before the Han Solo movie was scheduled to end filming. This pattern gave some concern that Lucasfilm was limiting the creative freedom the directors had. Others could point to J.J. Abrams and Rian Johnson, who had this to say about Lucasfilm and Kathleen Kennedy's creative control. Rian Johnson said he felt that Kennedy gave him a creative bubble that empowered him, and I quote, to tell the story I cared about in the way that I wanted to tell it. J.J. Abrams said that him and Kathleen Kennedy had a difference of opinion all the time, but that she, and I quote, really takes in what people say and finds a creative way to aggregate and distill the conversation. Phil Lord and Chris Miller believed that they had enough experience to resist the studio's influence. At the same time, Abrams, Edwards, and Johnson seemed to have accepted the circumstances of their film's creative freedom and creative control by Disney and Lucasfilm. The firing was followed immediately by the announcement that Ron Howard would step in as the director for the Han Solo film. Howard's reputation as a dependable filmmaker who could manage large productions and bring troubled projects to completion made him a natural choice. Kennedy knew the firing of the previous directors would cause a lot of commotion in the media, and 2 days later announced Ron Howard would take over as the director, as well as return to filming in the coming weeks. During this time, Lucasfilm and Ron Howard reviewed footage that was already shot. Ron Howard would eventually give a comment on the film saying, I looked at some of the edited footage and I saw what was bothering them. There was a studio that liked the script the way it was and wanted a Star Wars movie, but there was a disconnect early on tonally, and they weren't convinced that what Phil and Chris were doing was working effectively. I couldn't judge that because I didn't see enough of it to know, but they were sure. Once I said, okay, I think I can do the script and I think I understand what you want of the script, they said, we want to reshoot a lot. I looked at the whole movie and then pointed out some things that I thought were pretty great, and Phil and Chris were incredibly gracious throughout that process. They were just seeing two different movies. So I came in, I had a blast, but there's nothing personal about the film whatsoever. It's still just a shame. I can't wait for Phil and Chris's next movie. The new director arrived in London on June 26th and began shooting new scenes on July 10th, with production extended from the planned July wrap into September. Despite the upheaval, much of the footage shot by Lord and Miller was deemed usable, and Howard's work largely involved reshoots and additional scenes to realign the film with Lucasfilm's vision. The mandate by Lucasfilm was to reshoot 85% of Lord and Miller's work, including the second unit material. This resulted in Ron Howard filming up to 70% of the final movie. Ron was hitting all the notes Lucasfilm desired and more efficiently, taking half the time and space to film sequences than his predecessors, reshooting scenes in just a few hours instead of taking the full day that Lord and Miller would take. One source on set of the film said this in a Wall Street Journal interview: Ron wanted to go back to the script of the original trilogy, while Phil and Chris were looking forward to doing something new, more like Guardians of the Galaxy. Howard would also work with the Kasdans to refine the script, making action scenes that the director described as cool, fast, fun, and surprising. Lawrence Kasdan says there was never a moment where he and Jonathan weren't open to changing things, stating, but what we were defensive of and wanted to have succeed was this tone, because this is not like any other Star Wars movie. Its connection to Star Wars is only in its spirit. It's Han's tone. It has very little to do with A New Hope, and that's a different thing we've seen play out in 6 or 7 movies. This tone is reckless, unpredictable, and feckless, as Han is. There is no force. There is no real empire. This is about people scrabbling along. They're not trying to save the galaxy. Tone is everything to me. That's what movies are made of. Kasdan would go on to say, but this was a very complicated situation. When you go to work in the morning on a Star Wars movie, there are thousands of people waiting for you, and you have to be very decisive and very quick about it. When you're making those split-second decisions and there's a million a day, then you are committing to a certain tone. If the producers think that this isn't the tone of the movie, you're going to have trouble. It may not always end this way, but there was no one happy about it. It was agony. The issues we were having were much more in the bones and practical. Chris and Phil did everything they could to make it work, as we did. The questions only became about how to make the movie most efficiently in the time we had to do it. Due to the costly reshoots, the Han Solo film would become one of the most expensive Star Wars movies ever, and would be Disney's third Star Wars project in a row to go over budget following The Last Jedi and Rogue One. The Force Awakens is the only movie to stay within its original budget, despite its high price tag. The confidence built after the success of The Force Awakens and Rogue One was still strong, and the fandom excitement for more Star Wars was also high. But now that a pattern was beginning to emerge at the new Disney Lucasfilm, questions began to arise. Is everything okay over there at Lucasfilm? As shooting on the Han Solo film resumed, Howard got a visit from another familiar face, the guy who first told him about this galaxy a long time ago. He came by to visit the first day I picked up shooting. George and his wife Melody came by to pay a little visit. It made me feel great, Howard says. Lucas, the father of Star Wars, who handed it off to another generation to become the grandfather of Star Wars, even gave him some advice that sounds straight out of the Obi-Wan Kenobi playbook. He told me to just trust my instincts, Howard says. I know he kind of fundamentally feels, first and foremost, these films are sort of for 12-year-old boys, and yet even he knows that it's grown so far beyond that, and the fans have grown with the series in a great, important way, so he didn't offer a lot of advice except, you'll get this. George's brief set visit became an even longer one. Kathleen Kennedy saying he had intended just to stop by and say hi, and he stayed for 5 hours. There's even one little moment in the scene that I can't tell you what, but in the scene on the Millennium Falcon where George said, why doesn't Han just do this? It actually is a funny little bit that will probably get a laugh, and Ron happened to be in the monitor and not inside the Falcon, and he goes, oh, that's a great idea, and he ran in and said, George wants us to do this. So that was pretty cool. I think George felt pretty great about that. He could revisit these characters, and I think he felt so comfortable, obviously with Ron being there, that it was just fun for him. The last words of wisdom Lucas shared with Howard were, just enjoy this. He said, Han wouldn't bother to hang it up, Howard recalled. And then he sort of did it. George became Han Solo for a second. The body language was there, the attitude. Not only was it a nice accent on the scene, but it was also a reminder that George created this character and really understood him. He was so reluctant to offer his opinion, and yet his choice was so right that it was fun to use it. Now having the blessing of George Lucas visit the set and the legendary filmmaker finishing the movie, Lucasfilm could trust that Ron Howard would get this Han Solo film across the finish line by May of 2018. Kathleen Kennedy, for her part, lobbied for a delay to December of 2018 for the Christmas season. She and other Lucasfilm executives feared releasing Solo in May would oversaturate the market. Disney overruled these arguments, but agreed to allow Lucasfilm to spend whatever money they needed for the reshoots. When it comes to Phil Lord and Chris Miller, the former directors finally gave their side of the story and their experience with the Han Solo film, with Chris Miller saying, well, there are two sides to every story. In every public success, there are many things that don't come to light and many disappointments. At the end of the day, you're always in film school. You're always learning and trying to become a better filmmaker. We've always wanted to make projects that are like Han, a Maverick, so that's what we were always trying to do, and that's what we were hoping to do with those movies. It was funny about Star Wars A New Hope. It's an independent film made outside of the Hollywood system, and Han is the spirit of that kind of independence, and that's why we were always inspired to work on that with everybody. The good news is they can't take away what you've learned. We've learned so much. We got to work with the greatest people. We've made so many friends. We put what we call pencil miles in animation under our belts, and it made us better filmmakers in the long run. So funnily, there's obviously a lot of negative emotions associated with that. Still the way I feel about it now, like I feel about all these projects, which is you're just trying to become better and learn and collaborate with people, and that doesn't go away. So as negative as the ending was and as deeply misunderstood as we felt, the lasting memory is of great collaboration we had. He continued, we shot 90 days of that movie. You can't take away that experience from us. You can't take away the pencil miles from us. And we had a very fruitful creative time with all the departments and with one another, and we became better filmmakers for it. Phil Lord had this to say about the situation. If you're giving the audience exactly what they expect and a bunch of fan service, they're going to end up disappointed. They're going to be like, yeah, this is stuff I already knew. The trick is to figure out what it is they don't quite yet realize that they want, and every idea that you add into the stew is something that you're like, oh, that would be a cool thing to see that I haven't seen before, and it isn't the thing that's expected because I think people are really savvy now, and you have to stay 2 steps ahead of them, and I feel like that's our job. You can't play scared, Miller added. The director pair would turn their sights elsewhere in Hollywood, and Lucasfilm would continue forward on the Han Solo movie. But on the other side of the world, Colin Trevorrow was still having issues with his Episode 9 script. On August 1st, 2017, Jack Thorne, a British television writer, was brought in to polish Trevorrow's latest draft. Thorne was known for his many hit shows, but his most popular work was the divisive Harry Potter and the Cursed Child script. This new draft was written by Colin Trevorrow and Derek Connolly after the passing of Carrie Fisher. Kathleen Kennedy wasn't happy with the latest draft and decided to bring in Jack Thorne to rewrite it. With only 6 months before production began and a May 24, 2019 release date, Lucasfilm was under pressure. But no matter the production issues or potential delays, the show must go on. In mid-August of 2017, despite the recent troubled production, Lucasfilm had internally decided to move forward with an Obi-Wan Kenobi standalone film for a 2020 release date. Stephen Daldry was in talks to direct and co-write the film. Stuart Beattie had pitched a trilogy of movies focused on Kenobi and began writing the story outlines for the films. Though not ever officially announced by Lucasfilm, this was a movie they had long desired to make. Behind the scenes, Daldry and Lucasfilm started developing the Kenobi movie. Stephen reached out to writer Hossein Amini to co-write the screenplay, drawing inspiration from Stuart Beattie's earlier scripts. After a meeting with Daldry and Lucasfilm to discuss the story, Amini agreed to join the project, and with Daldry set to direct and co-write, a new Star Wars film was officially taking shape. Other standalone films were also in the early concept stages at this time, like the continued development of the Boba Fett film, and a Tatooine-centered Jabba the Hutt film was also being worked on with Guillermo del Toro. Even Yoda was mentioned as a potential movie idea a year prior. Disney wanted more Star Wars movies, but Lucasfilm still had one core issue that Bob Iger pointed out in the beginning. Lucasfilm only had one director and one writer for Star Wars, George Lucas. With the Lucasfilm Story Group and Kathleen Kennedy trying to balance creative freedom for new up-and-coming directors with the larger story and canon of Star Wars, they also had to meet a new quota with a new Star Wars movie every year until 2020, and then release every 2 to 3 years after that. With the massive success of The Force Awakens and Rogue One, Disney felt confident in Lucasfilm's ability to produce a Star Wars movie annually. However, Lucasfilm still needed time to plan, and without a single lead storyteller, creative differences were bound to happen. So as fate would have it, on September 5th, 2017, Lucasfilm and Colin Trevorrow parted ways after the all-too-familiar creative differences. The timing could not have been worse after firing the solo directors months prior. Jack Thorne had submitted his draft of Episode 9, but both Colin Trevorrow and Kathleen Kennedy were not satisfied with his version of the script. Trevorrow asked if he could take another attempt at it, but after drafts from the director and a new writer, Kennedy decided that it was best to clean the slate and start over again, letting Colin Trevorrow, Derek Connolly, and Jack Thorne go from the film. This caused major concern in the fandom for the project and made fans start to doubt whether Lucasfilm could really follow through on any of the plans they claimed to have. Colin Trevorrow was a personal pick of Kathleen Kennedy, similar to J.J. Abrams and Rian Johnson. She was a fan of his work from his independent film Safety Not Guaranteed and recommended him to her husband, Frank Marshall, who produced Jurassic World. Soon after the dinosaur blockbuster was released in 2015, Trevorrow was hired to write and direct Episode 9 and successfully pitched his ideas to Kennedy, Horn, and Disney CEO Bob Iger on his vision for the sequel. As Trevorrow worked on his script, tensions between Lucasfilm executives and the director began to build. None of his scripts were hitting the mark, and with his newfound fame from Jurassic World, he apparently made it difficult to work with Kennedy, making the working relationship between Kennedy and Trevorrow unmanageable. After he released the Book of Henry, it was a critical and commercial disappointment. Lucasfilm apparently was getting cold feet. A Hollywood executive spoke about Trevorrow in a Vulture interview, saying, "During the making of Jurassic World, he focused a great deal of his creative energies on asserting his opinions, but because he had been personally hired by Spielberg, no one could say, 'You're fired.' Once that film went through the roof and he chose to do Henry, Trevorrow was unbearable. He had an egotistical point of view, and he was always asserting that. When the reviews for Book of Henry came out, there was immediately conjecture that Kathy was going to dump him because they weren't thrilled with working with him anyway. He's a difficult guy. He's really confident. Let's call it that." Another veteran movie producer who had worked with Kathleen Kennedy in the past said in this interview, "There's one gatekeeper when it comes to Star Wars, and it's Kathleen Kennedy. If you rub Kathleen Kennedy the wrong way in any way, you're out. You're done. A lot of these young new directors want to come in and say, 'I want to do this, I want to do that.' A lot of these guys, Lord and Miller, Colin Trevorrow, got very rich very fast and believe a lot of their own hype, and they don't want to play by the rules. They want to do shit differently, and Kathleen Kennedy isn't going to fuck around with that." Kathy was aware of how it would look to fire the directors of 2 different Star Wars films back to back, and bringing in Jack Thorne to revise the script was an attempt to avoid letting Trevorrow go, but time was of the essence, and Trevorrow was not fitting in. So Kathy decided to take the hit and fire a 4th Star Wars director, and then began looking for his replacement. Lucasfilm's short list of directors would naturally be the 2 men who had just filmed the Star Wars movies. Rian Johnson and J.J. Abrams were both the obvious choices. Johnson was not interested in returning so soon, so Kathy immediately called J.J. Abrams. Creative turnover is natural in film production, but due to the scale of the Star Wars franchise and the massive interest from the passionate fandom, everything was under a microscope at Lucasfilm, with fans watching and questioning every move. By this point, fans had put together that Michael Arndt left the Episode 7 writing team late into development, Josh Trank was let go due to his behavior on the Fantastic Four film, leaving the Boba Fett movie in hiatus for many years, Gareth Edwards' edit of Rogue One was reworked by Tony Gilroy, Phil Lord and Chris Miller were let go from the Han Solo movie just a month before production ended, and now Colin Trevorrow had been let go from Episode 9. To fans and industry analysts, they no longer saw this as a coincidence. This was a pattern, one that created massive doubt in Lucasfilm's vision for the future of Star Wars. Jack Thorne only made one comment on his departure from Episode 9, stating, "It was an interesting experience, but I've signed an NDA. I got to go to Skywalker Ranch and hold some props, which was amazing, but the process was tough, and it didn't end well." Kennedy, for her part, said this about Colin Trevorrow's departure: "Colin was at a huge disadvantage not having been part of The Force Awakens and in part of those early conversations because we had a general sense of where the story was going. Like any development process, it was only in the development that we were looking at a first draft and realizing that it was perhaps heading in a direction that many of us didn't feel was really quite where we wanted it to go. We were on a schedule, as we often are with these movies, and had to make a tough decision as to whether or not we thought we could get there in the time or not. And as I said, Colin was at a disadvantage because he hadn't been immersed in everything that we all had started out with Episode 7. Trevorrow later said this about his time with Episode 9, "I don't want to talk too much about it because I don't want to affect the way fans get to see these films. When we were kids, these movies came to us from far away. They were a gift. And the more we talk about how they're made, the more it reveals that they're just movies. But they're not just movies. They're more than that. Beyond that, I got the opportunity to tell a story that is a celebration of everything I believe in. I got to tell it to George Lucas, and I got to tell it to Luke Skywalker. Those are experiences I will cherish for the rest of my life." Kennedy wanted directors who could handle the massive production scale it requires to make a Star Wars movie, while also telling an exciting story in a galaxy far, far away. Clearly, not even some of the best of Hollywood could meet these demands. Kennedy would later speak again on Trevorrow's departure, stating, "We had not even gotten to a first draft when we realized it just wasn't heading in the direction we'd been talking about." Many years later, the script for Colin Trevorrow and Derek Connolly's Episode 9 was leaked. Titled Duel of the Fates, it was submitted just weeks before the passing of Carrie Fisher. It was a dark and gritty storyline. Kylo Ren is haunted by the ghost of Luke Skywalker and trains under an ancient Sith Tor Valum to learn the secrets of the dark side. Rey also trains under ancient Jedi teachings while struggling with her identity and the legacy of the past. Finn leads a stormtrooper uprising on Coruscant, Leia leads the Resistance, and as the First Order blocks galaxy-wide communication, Leia sends out one last call for hope to fight the First Order. Rey and Kylo Ren fight the last battle on the Force planet Mortis, originally featured in the Clone Wars series. Rey had no important legacy bloodline and goes on to teach a new generation of Jedi after defeating Kylo and the dark side. This script that was leaked online was the first draft of Duel of the Fates, not the reworked version to adjust Leia's character arc. There's been a lot of concept art for the movie leaked online to give fans a glimpse at this proposed Star Wars movie. At Star Wars Galaxy's Edge in Disneyland and Disney World, you can see Kylo Ren's ship from this version of the movie. It's from Colin Trevorrow's Episode 9 artwork, a small look at what could have been. Trevorrow and Connolly had to rewrite the script in their second draft to adjust for Carrie Fisher's death. The second draft they submitted still did not make Kathleen Kennedy happy. So for the next draft, Kennedy brought in Jack Thorne, who gave a much different take on the story. In Thorne's version of Episode 9, Kylo Ren chases Rey across the galaxy to get her to join him in the dark side. Rey would have been the daughter of a housekeeper who worked for the Solo family homestead before leaving for Jakku, meaning both Rey and Ben Solo grew up as kids together in the homestead. That same homestead would be the battleground for the final duel between Rey and Kylo. After injuring Rey, Kylo would redeem himself. Inspired by his childhood memories as Ben Solo, he healed Rey and saved her from death. In this version, there was a subplot of the First Order erasing the citizens of the galaxy's memories. Leia would die in this version, but she would still get her own lightsaber. Lando was also in this version, as well as the Red Stormtroopers and a Jedi temple on an icy planet. So on September 12th, it was announced that J.J. Abrams would be coming back to write and direct Episode 9. Chris Terrio would join him to co-write, and Disney would delay the film from May of 2019 to December of 2019, but it still left the duo only 2 years to really make the movie. By this point in time, Lucasfilm had delivered 2 of the 6 Star Wars films that Disney ordered, and both of them being very successful. Now, only months away from delivering their third movie, The Last Jedi, they knew the next 2 films, the Han Solo film and Episode 9, had lost their directors and were facing troubled and rushed productions. With a promise to give Disney a third spin-off film by 2020, the race to the finish line had 2 major setbacks. Lucasfilm needed a win after a long year of production troubles. One of the very first things Lucasfilm did after bringing in Terrio and Abrams was schedule a meeting with George Lucas. In this meeting, Kennedy, Lucas, Terrio, and Abrams spent a long time discussing George's thoughts on the final episode of the Skywalker saga. With Kennedy and the pair of writers taking notes, they wanted all the help they could get to stick the landing of this epic saga. J.J. Abrams and Chris Terrio got to work on the script for Episode 9, Rian Johnson was beginning his world tour for The Last Jedi's marketing, and Ron Howard was wrapping principal photography on the next spin-off film. On October 17, 2017, he revealed the title for his Star Wars movie, Solo, A Star Wars Story. Now, Lucasfilm was ready for the next 2 Star Wars movies to release, The Last Jedi and Solo, A Star Wars Story. Episode 8 by this point had the smoothest production schedule, boosting Lucasfilm's confidence in the young director Rian Johnson. Now confident in his abilities in the franchise, on November 9, 2017, Lucasfilm made a shocking announcement that Rian Johnson would create an all-new Star Wars trilogy. Johnson would write and direct the first movie of the trilogy, with 2 other directors taking on the second and third while following the storylines that he would create. The trilogy would be separate from the episodic Skywalker saga and introduce new characters from a corner of the galaxy that the Star Wars lore had never explored before. Lucasfilm had learned the difficulties of finding young, talented directors who could tell a fantastic story while following the Disney and Lucasfilm guidelines. Feeling that they had hit gold with Rian, they wanted the director to become an integral part of the future of Star Wars. This decision was made when The Last Jedi was wrapping up production. Johnson and his producer Ram Bergman, as well as many top executives at Disney, all enjoyed the experience so much that they didn't want it to end. That's when Johnson pitched his idea of a Star Wars trilogy. Johnson did confirm that his trilogy would not be about the Knights of the Old Republic, but that he was in the very early phases of figuring out what the story would be about. In November of 2017, Disney faced another Star Wars issue, yet not from the film side or even Lucasfilm themselves. EA had caused a massive controversy in the gaming world with their upcoming Battlefront 2. DICE and its publisher EA were facing massive online backlash due to the microtransactions in the new Battlefront game. Accused of being a pay-to-win system and having to play over 40 hours of the game just to unlock Darth Vader or Luke Skywalker. EA's community response on Reddit, claiming these choices were meant to give gamers a sense of pride and accomplishment, became the most downvoted comment in Reddit history. The Disney executives were unhappy, including Bob Iger. After a call from the head of Disney Interactive Media, EA pulled back on the microtransactions just days before the game released. The general manager of EA's DICE Studio said, "We've heard the concerns about potentially giving players unfair advantages. This was never our intention. Sorry we didn't get this right." Lucasfilm, who had been quiet throughout the whole debacle, finally released a statement saying, "Star Wars has always been about the fans, and whether it's Battlefront 2 or any other Star Wars experience, they come first. That's why we support EA's decision to temporarily remove in-game payments to address fan concerns." The game's sales were 9 million units sold by December, a great amount for most games, but for EA it was considered underperforming, falling short of their 10 million target. After a string of controversies on the film side, now Star Wars gaming had made the situation worse for fans. While Rian Johnson was marketing Episode 8 The Last Jedi to the world, J.J. Abrams was catching up on developing story ideas for Episode 9. On December 5, 2017, Abrams went to Disney to pitch his version of Star Wars Episode 9 to Bob Iger. Both Kennedy and Abrams asked the Disney CEO if they could delay the film to May of 2020 to give the team more time to make the film, but Iger said no. So J.J. Abrams and Chris Terrio began the daunting task of making Episode 9 within a 2-year time frame, and Lucasfilm looked towards their next release, The Last Jedi, to shine a positive light on Star Wars after the recent director firings that plagued 2017.
Force is strong with fans of Star Wars, as many spent days camping out to see the latest edition of the movie.
The premiere of Star Wars The Last Jedi.
These fans have been waiting 2 years to see the latest installment of the movie. Many of them have been lined up here for hours. Most of them buying their tickets back in October at the 2nd. They went on sale.
I'm very excited. I've been waiting for this for a long time.
The Force strong with these Jedi fans as they brave 20-degree temperatures outside the Lowe's Boston Common Theater hours before the 7 p.m. showing.
It's always fun to get dressed up and come out with a bunch of like-minded people and see an awesome movie.
Star Wars does a really good job of making their female characters somewhat multidimensional, and I feel like the most recent series has done a really great job of that.
The anticipation was almost too much.
Oh, we've been waiting so long. I'm so excited.
For some Star Wars fans, only the first showing of The Last Jedi would do.
To avoid any spoilers and rumors and stories online,
we got to see it before everybody else does.
So lines formed across the country last night.
May the force be with you.
To find out what Luke and Leia were up to.
The film is opening on more than 4,100 screens across the country, and at some theaters, like this AMC in Times Square, it's playing around the clock.
On its first day, The Last Jedi made $104 million, the second in film history, only behind The Force Awakens. It was the next monumental moment for Star Wars fans, the return of Luke Skywalker after 40 years since his debut, but neither Lucasfilm nor the fandom could anticipate the reaction the film would cause and the ripple effects it would have on pop culture.
I think you're nervous.
I've been doing a bad job of pretending I'm not nervous.
The galactic hype for The Last Jedi has been high, but the Force is not so strong with some Star Wars fans after seeing the saga's 8th installment. Rotten Tomatoes users are giving it just 56% rating, but critics, well, that rating is pretty high at 93%.
The Last Jedi has been in theaters for almost a month, and with the film's Rotten Tomatoes audience score hovering around 49%, people's thoughts on Episode 8 are, let's just say, mixed, with a few of writer-director Rian Johnson's decisions causing a lot of controversy amongst fans.
This movie is trash, bruh. This is a whack, trash, garbage movie, and I can't believe what Disney did to me. JJ built some characters up. He built Poe, he built Rey, and he built Finn and Kylo. And guess what they did?
This was the worst Star Wars movie I have ever seen.
This whole movie was why the fuck.
The biggest travesty of this entire movie to me, Luke Skywalker.
The whole Luke Skywalker storyline was ridiculous and wasteful.
You're telling me for a fucking second that he would kill his own nephew? That he would murder? He would think about fucking murdering his nephew? No, that's not gonna fucking happen.
That is like the most un-Luke Skywalker thing that Luke Skywalker has ever done.
Luke would never, ever, ever consider killing his nephew.
That felt like the director just going like this to fans because we had waited so long for that moment.
The Force Awakens and Rogue One both received more scrutiny over time. Episode 7 played it too safe, Rogue One lacked memorable characters, and both were criticized for relying too heavily on nostalgia from the original films. But The Last Jedi seemed to upset fans in a much deeper way. With a massive online debate over The Last Jedi and its politics, some research suggested that online trolls would use the movie's politics to add further discord on the internet. A former Lucasfilm Story Group member said the disinformation campaign online made it hard to understand true fans' concerns, finding it hard to separate genuine notes and critiques of the movie from the racist comments towards certain actors like Kelly Marie Tran and John Boyega. But despite all the commentary and debate surrounding the film, it was still a financial success. The Last Jedi went over budget during production, resulting in a $320 million cost. The Last Jedi's opening weekend garnered $220 million, eventually reaching $1 billion at the box office as 2017 ended and 2018 began. Naturally, some of the adverse reactions to the film affected sales. Ticket sales for The Last Jedi fell faster than the previous two Star Wars movies, dropping 68% on its second weekend, which analysts said was a sign of a weaker word of mouth. Despite the toy industry sales increasing by 1% in 2017, companies like Toys R Us filed for bankruptcy, leading to reduced orders and uncertainty in the market. This resulted in toy shipments for The Last Jedi falling well below the previous two Star Wars films. It dropped 47% from Rogue One and 56% from The Force Awakens, fueling more debate online about the film's impact on the Star Wars brand. Even with all the controversy, The Last Jedi ended its run at $1.3 billion worldwide, the third Star Wars film in a row to meet Disney's $1 billion box office quota for the new franchise. Fans could debate the movie and its numbers all they wanted, but Lucasfilm and Disney saw this as a financial success. Its smooth production and box office numbers gave Lucasfilm even more confidence in Rian Johnson's planned trilogy. 2017 was a long year for Star Wars, with director turnover, the release of Battlefront 2 by EA, and the massive debate over The Last Jedi. Lucasfilm released their third Star Wars film at the end of the year, which did deliver financially at the box office. The success was a big win at the end of a complex and publicly complicated year for Star Wars. Now that Episode 8 had finally been released, the question on every fan's mind was, what's next? Lucasfilm had not released any trailers or teasers for the Han Solo movie, which was set to debut in just 6 months, and Episode 9 had just changed directors months before production was initially planned to begin. The following two Star Wars movies would be the ones that Lucasfilm had the most trouble making, and uncertainty crept into the fandom. Disney's fourth and fifth Star Wars movies would truly test the new Lucasfilm, which was already being tasked with more Star Wars movies beyond Episode 9, with spin-offs and a new Rian Johnson trilogy announced. Lucasfilm had only one direction to go, and it kept going forward. Disney wanted to apply this mentality to the video game side of Star Wars. EA had just released 2 Battlefront games, the first of which received a lot of criticism for lacking a single-player campaign and missing a lot of content, which was answered with DLC packs later on. Battlefront 2 in 2017 received an even larger backlash due to its microtransactions and misleading single-player campaign. Fans were upset over the state of Star Wars gaming and wanted a change. Disney and Lucasfilm felt this pressure, and they had a meeting with the higher-ups at EA. Lucasfilm was upset with EA over the lack of games released by the publisher, who had just shut down Visceral Studios the year prior and canceled a Star Wars game made by the Uncharted developer Amy Hennig, titled Ragtag. This open-world Star Wars game was going to add to EA's list of Star Wars titles, but was ultimately canceled. Lucasfilm had no desire to extend the exclusivity deal with EA after 2023 and began to look for other options, reaching out to Ubisoft and Activision to develop Star Wars games after the EA contract ended. On February 6, 2018, Disney revealed that David Benioff and D.B. Weiss would join Lucasfilm in writing and producing a new series of Star Wars films. The two were the latest hot talents in Hollywood after adapting the Song of Ice and Fire novels into the hit Game of Thrones series. Now Lucasfilm and Disney would task the pair with creating a new series of films separate from the Skywalker saga and the recently announced Rian Johnson trilogy. Kathleen Kennedy, Lucasfilm president, said, "David and Dan are some of the best storytellers working today. Their command of complex characters, depth of story, and richness of mythology will break new ground and boldly push Star Wars in ways I find incredibly exciting." In a joint statement by the pair, they said, "In the summer of 1977, we traveled to a galaxy far, far away, and we've been dreaming of it ever since. We are honored by the opportunity, a little terrified by the responsibility, and so excited to get started as soon as the final season of Game of Thrones is complete." The final season of Game of Thrones would end in the following year, 2019. After that, the duo would then begin working on their own Star Wars films. The two pitched their Star Wars series of films to Bob Iger the previous year, and due to their recent success with Game of Thrones, Iger saw the potential and Kathy agreed with their story concepts. At this point in time, Lucasfilm had wrapped Solo: A Star Wars Story and was beginning the early stages of marketing for its May release. J.J. Abrams and Chris Terrio had finished their first approved draft of Episode 9 by early February. There was no officially announced Star Wars movie post-Episode 9, although quietly, Lucasfilm had begun writing for an Obi-Wan Kenobi spinoff for their 2020 release date. Simon Kinberg was still planning to write a Boba Fett script for a future spin-off film as well, but he'd been busy with the X-Men franchise at Fox. Now with Rian Johnson's trilogy and Benioff and Weiss making their own Star Wars series, Lucasfilm and Disney were planning out the next 10 years of Star Wars films going into the 2020s. Bob Iger had also tasked Kathleen Kennedy in the end of 2017 to make even more Star Wars, but this time for live-action television for Disney's upcoming streaming service. Super Bowl Sunday in 2018, Lucasfilm revealed the first trailers for Solo: A Star Wars Story. Starting a later-than-usual marketing campaign for the next Star Wars movie, there was a growing concern over the film's box office potential, leading Disney and Lucasfilm to save money on marketing by releasing the trailers closer to the release date in anticipation of a lower-than-expected box office revenue. March 8, 2018, Lucasfilm announced that Jon Favreau would executive produce and write the first live-action Star Wars series for Disney's upcoming streaming platform. Favreau had a vast experience in filmmaking and was precisely the kind of creator that Kathleen Kennedy had been looking for: reliable, experienced, and able to work effectively with Disney and the big franchise machine that they had built at Lucasfilm. Favreau was the first person Lucasfilm president Kathleen Kennedy went to when tasked for making a live-action Star Wars television series for Disney. Thankfully, Favreau already had an idea in mind for a Mandalorian bounty hunter. After the pair had a meeting in Santa Monica, John started writing without even officially being signed on for the series. By the time he was formally hired, the first 4 episodes of a new live-action series were already written. Kennedy had a feeling that there'd be a turf war between Favreau using a Mandalorian in this new series and with longtime Lucasfilm vet Dave Filoni, who also used the Mandalorian in the Clone Wars and the Rebels animated series. Kennedy wanted Filoni to step into live action and arranged what she called a playdate between Favreau and Filoni to collaborate on this new live-action series. Jon Favreau would write the series and be the lead showrunner, and Dave Filoni would co-write and direct, learning from the seasoned filmmaker Favreau in the live-action realm. Now Star Wars had plans for the theaters and for television to take it into the next decade. With the next spin-off film Solo right around the corner, Lucasfilm still had one more spin-off movie to deliver to Disney. Stephen Daldry and the team had spent over a year writing the scripts for the Kenobi movie, and in early spring of 2018, pre-production for the movie was finally beginning, with concept art and storyboards being drawn up. Lucasfilm planned to shoot the Kenobi film in early 2019 and release it in December 2020. Lucasfilm had also made progress on the Boba Fett film, 3 years after losing director Josh Trank, James Mangold agreed to write and direct a Boba Fett standalone movie. He would co-write with Simon Kinberg, who had produced the acclaimed Logan movie with Mangold. Now the pair would work together again in Star Wars, co-writing the Boba Fett script, with Kinberg producing and Mangold directing. The initial plan for the Kenobi spinoff was to release in 2020, and Stephen Daldry directing and Hossein Amini co-writing, then, in 2021 or 2022, release the James Mangold and Simon Kinberg Boba Fett spinoff film. Lucasfilm would then take a 2 to 3 year hiatus before releasing the first Rian Johnson movie in his trilogy. Lucasfilm was now going back to its original ideas years ago, making standalone movies about legacy characters with high popularity. After years of contemplation, they were ready to move forward with the Obi-Wan Kenobi and Boba Fett standalone films. All that was left was to see how their first legacy character film would do. Solo: A Star Wars Story was their next release, and it would change the game plan for Lucasfilm for years to come. At the Cannes Film Festival on May 15th, just 10 days before the film's release, the Solo movie received a tepid reaction from the crowd of filmmakers and critics, giving Lucasfilm even more anxiety about their next Star Wars movie. Journalists even pointed out Disney's odd choices for marketing the film, with some believing releasing a Han Solo movie 6 months after Episode 8 would do more harm than good to the movie. The Last Jedi's divisiveness still had Star Wars fans debating online, and some had grown so upset that they had boycotted the upcoming Star Wars movie to voice their anger. Casual audiences and fans feared the Solo film would take more away from the character and that the movie would be inconsequential at best. It also faced competition with Avengers: Infinity War and Deadpool 2 releasing in the same 3-week window. It was the perfect storm for what became an underwhelming film.
Fans are anxiously awaiting the big premiere of the latest Star Wars movie. In fact, they camped out so they could be the first in line to see the stars.
The force is strong here on Hollywood Boulevard tonight. I have to tell you, I feel like I'm in a galaxy far, far away where the stars are just starting to show up for Solo: A Star Wars Story.
Their energy is a force to be reckoned with. Dozens of Star Wars fans spent the night in front of the El Capitan Theater to be the first in line at tonight's premiere of the highly anticipated film, Solo.
After years of ruling the box office, Walt Disney Pictures is facing its first fail, and it's from a franchise that many thought was as good as box office gold.
Solo, its box office numbers were, say it with me, it's too easy. How low were they?
Less than 100.
It's just so funny. We exist in a world in which a $103 million opening is considered a
big
massive
letdown.
disappointment. It was expected to do between 130 and 150 million in the U.S., and it only made 103 over the 4-day Memorial Day weekend. To what do we attribute this massive failure?
Overwhelmingly, I think word of mouth is that people saw it and then told their friends it wasn't worth it to see.
When the Solo film finally released, it fell well below the $300 million Memorial Day box office weekend predictions. Solo: A Star Wars Story would end up bombing at the box office. The movie was not like The Last Jedi, causing significant controversies over bold story decisions. Solo was considered too safe and took no creative risk, following a predictable storyline exploring Han's origins from winning the Falcon from Lando and making the Kessel Run. It failed to separate itself from other Star Wars movies or films in the same genre. Receiving some praise from critics and moviegoers, but the Solo film would be easily overshadowed by Avengers: Infinity War, a massive movie event for Marvel which had been building up for over 10 years. For many analysts, it came as no surprise when the Solo film made an underwhelming run at the box office, making only $103 million over the 4-day opening weekend and having a 69% drop-off for its second weekend ticket sales. The writing was on the wall. Disney's fourth Star Wars film would cost over $250 million to make, not including marketing. It finished its run at $392 million worldwide, needing at least $500 million to break even. Analysts suggested that Disney lost at least $70 million to possibly $100 million on the Star Wars film. It was a massive wake-up call for Lucasfilm and Disney, who by this point seemed unstoppable, with 3 movies passing $1 billion, and the fourth, not even breaking $400 million, was a stain on the image of the known blockbuster franchise. Now, Lucasfilm lost its perfect streak of hitting Disney's $1 billion quota they had set, with consumers buying fewer toys with every film release, and now the first miss in the box office. Something needed to change. Disney distribution chief Dave Hollis gave a statement saying, "We are all over it, and we'll spend a lot of time digging into why things happened the way they did. We have a year and a half before Episode 9 comes out. We've had so much success. The previous 3 Star Wars films did $4 billion worth of business at the box office, so it doesn't feel like saturation is necessarily an issue, but we are still answering all of the questions." Kathleen Kennedy finally went to Disney CEO Bob Iger and asked if he was comfortable taking a pause on the Star Wars films due to the recent box office failure. Iger agreed. It would allow Lucasfilm time to develop new movies and plan out the next decade of Star Wars. Now, Disney and Lucasfilm would have to reevaluate the Star Wars plan, with Kathleen Kennedy questioning the Star Wars spin-offs and annual release schedule for the brand. After the fallout of the Solo film bombing at the box office, Lucasfilm president Kathleen Kennedy held a meeting with the top brass at the company to reevaluate their strategy. Reports began circulating online that Lucasfilm was pausing all future spin-off films, opting to put all their focus on Episode 9 instead. A representative for Lucasfilm told ABC that any reports of standalone films being canceled were inaccurate and that multiple Star Wars films were currently in development, including the Rian Johnson trilogy and the Star Wars trilogy from David Benioff and D.B. Weiss. As time has shown, none of this was true. The Boba Fett standalone film was still being written by James Mangold and Simon Kinberg, but after Solo failed at the box office, Lucasfilm wanted to reconfigure the project, believing that if a Han Solo movie lost money, it's unlikely a Boba Fett film would have done any better. Stephen Daldry was rumored to have left the Kenobi movie a few weeks or even months before the Solo film was released, and while scripts for the movie were still being written by Hossein Amini, Lucasfilm and Disney began to question if the project should be a movie or a TV series for the upcoming Disney streaming service. With this shift in focus at Lucasfilm, instead of trying to create multiple Star Wars projects at once, they decided to focus on a few things at a time, turning their immediate attention towards Episode 9 and Jon Favreau's live-action Star Wars series. Boba Fett and Kenobi would have to wait until the timing was right and the scripts were approved. Until then, Lucasfilm would not announce anything. During the standalone film shakeup, Lucasfilm still wanted to plan out future Star Wars movies beyond 2019. During the summer of 2018, David Benioff and D.B. Weiss had a meeting with the top brass at Lucasfilm to discuss their Star Wars series. During a family vacation right after, they met with George Lucas in Italy to discuss their ideas and do research for the new movies. They were wrapping up the final season of Game of Thrones, and after that, they would begin writing the first script for their Star Wars films. They agreed to write 3 movies, and the first would be released in December of 2022. Lucasfilm wanted a break from the annual release schedule so they could plan out future trilogies and standalone films. Disney wanted the 2020 standalone movie to be the last film released, and then take a 2-year break until the first Benioff and Weiss movie in 2022. Instead, Lucasfilm opted to take the 2020 standalone movie that was intended to be the Kenobi movie off the table and take a 3-year break from 2019 to 2022. After a month of confusion and seemingly bad news for Star Wars and Lucasfilm, in July of 2018, things changed when they gave fans good news. On July 19th at San Diego Comic-Con, Dave Filoni revealed that Star Wars The Clone Wars was returning to conclude the series with a 7th and final season. Fans had long petitioned to save The Clone Wars after its cancellation, and now The Clone Wars was saved. Kathleen Kennedy spoke on the revival of The Clone Wars, saying that Lucasfilm had been listening to the fans. It doesn't matter what they say and what they care about, all of those things play a role in our decision-making. That same day, they revealed the first live-action Star Wars series titled The Mandalorian. Jon Favreau, as writer and showrunner, put together a team of directors for the series, including Dave Filoni in his first step into live-action directing. Other directors included Deborah Chow, Rick Famuyiwa, Bryce Dallas Howard, and Taika Waititi. Though no one thought it at the time, this team of directors would have a major impact on the future of the Star Wars brand. By late September of 2018, Disney CEO Bob Iger spoke about the Star Wars situation and a slowdown in the films, stating, "I made the timing decision, and as I look back, I think the mistake that I made, I take the blame, was a little too much, too fast. You can expect some slowdown, but that doesn't mean we're not going to make films. J.J. Abrams is busy making Episode 9. We have creative entities, including Game of Thrones creators David Benioff and D.B. Weiss, who are developing sagas of their own, though we haven't specified them. And we are just at the point where we're going to start making decisions about what comes after JJ's, but I think we're going to be a little bit more careful about the volume and timing, and the buck stops here on that." On September 28, 2018, Kathleen Kennedy's 5-year contract as Lucasfilm president was coming to an end, and she renewed for another 3 years throughout 2021. It was seen as a vote of confidence by Disney, who trusted the hand-picked successor of George Lucas. Despite the Solo box office results and the creative turnover recently, Lucasfilm had 3 movies reaching $1 to $2 billion, and Kennedy turned the publishing and licensing company into a live-action production company. Eerily similar to George Lucas during his tenure as owner of Lucasfilm, Kathleen Kennedy was now receiving the same attention and scrutiny that Lucas once did. Despite not having written or directed a single Star Wars film, she was now in charge of Lucasfilm, so she would take all the blame for any misgivings fans had. But Kennedy and Disney clearly listened to the fans, with the response to Solo and The Last Jedi being a change in production and marketing strategy. Disney was planning to market Episode 9 as the last chapter of the Skywalker saga. Lucasfilm's new plan was to have Episode 9 released in 2019, then release the Benioff and Weiss trilogy and Rian Johnson's trilogy in the 2020s. Though Johnson was now preparing to shoot for a whodunit mystery film that would keep him busy until 2019. While they planned out the future of the Star Wars movies, Lucasfilm is now shifting the near future of Star Wars into television. The Mandalorian and the Clone Wars Season 7 would debut exclusively on Disney's unnamed streaming service, and Star Wars is believed to be a key brand in bringing in subscribers. The following month, on October 4th, 2018, Lucasfilm announced the start of The Mandalorian's production, stating, "Production on the first Star Wars live-action streaming series has begun. After the stories of Jango and Boba Fett, another warrior emerges in the Star Wars universe. The Mandalorian is set after the fall of the Empire and before the emergence of the First Order. We follow the travails of a lone gunfighter in the outer reaches of the galaxy, far from the authority of the New Republic. It was the first look at a live-action Star Wars show and the beginning of a new era for Disney Star Wars. They were about to close out the first era of Disney Star Wars films and begin the era of Star Wars television." October 26, 2018, Kathleen Kennedy confirmed that the Boba Fett standalone film was no longer in the works. Though it was never officially announced by Lucasfilm, the standalone movie was an idea as early as 2013, with Josh Trank initially set to direct the film and Simon Kinberg writing and producing. Trank was the first Star Wars director to be let go, and in the years that followed, James Mangold took over as director and co-writing with Simon Kinberg. As expected, the Solo movie's box office losses led to this decision. Lucasfilm was also committed to focusing on a few projects at a time. The Mandalorian was the new bounty hunter in town, and making two projects on two separate characters with Mandalorian armor could confuse audiences. The canceled Boba Fett movie from Mangold and Kinberg stuck to the same story beats from years prior, as seen in Josh Trank's version. Boba Fett would team up with bounty hunters seen in The Empire Strikes Back. Mangold spoke of this movie years later, describing it as, "At the point I was doing it, I was probably scaring the shit out of everyone. I was making much more of a borderline R-rated single-planet spaghetti western. They probably would have never been able to brace Baby Yoda if I had made that. It didn't really belong in the world I was kind of envisioning." In a moment of corporate realignment or whatever happened with the Han Solo movie, they just suddenly decided they weren't making pictures like that, and the opportunities in streaming presented themselves. I'm not sure it ever would have happened. I'm not sure it was anyone's plans, what I was thinking. On November 8th of 2018, Lucasfilm made a surprise announcement about a second live-action Star Wars series about the character from Rogue One, Cassian Andor. Diego Luna would reprise his role as the rebel spy alongside Alan Tudyk as K2SO. Disney had finally titled their new streaming service Disney+. The series description says, "It follows the adventure of rebel spy Cassian Andor during the formative years of the rebellion and before the events of Rogue One, a Star Wars story." The rousing spy thriller will explore tales filled with espionage and daring missions to restore hope to a galaxy in the grip of a ruthless empire. A release date for the series has not been announced yet. Stephen Schiff would serve as the showrunner and executive producer after coming off a 5-year run of the highly acclaimed FX drama series The Americans. Schiff was hiring writers to assemble a writer's room to tackle the second live-action Star Wars series. Before closing out the year, Lucasfilm revealed on December 12th the star of The Mandalorian, Game of Thrones actor Pedro Pascal, who would play The Mandalorian alongside actors in the show like legendary Carl Weathers, MMA fighter Gina Carano, and Giancarlo Esposito. With production underway on The Mandalorian and Cassian Andor series scheduled to begin its production in October of 2019, Lucasfilm was now stepping into a new era, the Star Wars television era. At the beginning of 2019, Lucasfilm was gearing up for another massive marketing campaign. On February 15th, they announced the third Force Friday event, this time called Triple Force Friday. This event would promote the launch of a new wave of Star Wars products for a new Star Wars game, Jedi Fallen Order, The Mandalorian, and Star Wars Episode 9, which had just wrapped principal photography the same day. Disney was planning to rework the recent negative press that Star Wars had in 2018 to end the Skywalker saga with a massive bang at the end of 2019, with a new Star Wars game, the first live-action Star Wars series, and the final episode in the Skywalker saga. But as the sequel trilogy approached its conclusion with Episode 9's impending release, Lucasfilm underwent a significant leadership transition. At the end of 2018, Kiri Hart, the architect of the Lucasfilm Story Group and Senior Vice President of Development since 2012, stepped down from her executive role to become creative consultant. Stephen Fader, who was the Vice President of Film Development, who reported directly to Kiri Hart, departed alongside her. The pair would go on to work with Rian Johnson and Ram Bergman's newly found production company, T Street. Kiri Hart's departure marked the end of an era. She had co-produced both Rogue One and The Last Jedi and assembled the original Story Group team and played an instrumental role in establishing the new Star Wars canon under Disney's ownership. The two executives leaving signaled another shift in Lucasfilm's evolution, suggesting that as one chapter of Disney Star Wars concluded, the company was preparing for whatever would come next. At the beginning of the month, Rian Johnson confirmed that he would return to Star Wars after his new movie, Knives Out, was released that November. Then from April 11th to the 15th in 2019, Lucasfilm would host the 13th Star Wars celebration in Chicago, where they would reveal details for Episode 9, The Mandalorian, and the future of the franchise post-Skywalker saga. The event drew in 65,000 fans from around the world. Lucasfilm revealed the first details for Star Wars Episode 9, along with a new trailer and the title, Star Wars: The Rise of Skywalker. The trailer stunned fans when Emperor Palpatine's familiar laugh echoed at the end, confirming the return of the iconic villain. Lucasfilm had originally planned to keep Palpatine's comeback a secret, but director J.J. Abrams made a last-minute decision at the event to reveal it after learning about Palpatine's return being leaked. To stay ahead of the leaks, they decided to show their hand early, revealing the trilogy's biggest twist at the time: Palpatine had returned from the dead. Over the weekend, they revealed more details on the upcoming Mandalorian series. Jon Favreau and Dave Filoni had collaborated on the series alongside a team of directors and new actors. Set 5 years after the events of Return of the Jedi, this would be the first Star Wars project to depict what happened after the original trilogy in the new canon. EA revealed their first single-player Star Wars game, titled Jedi Fallen Order, made by Respawn Entertainment. Fallen Order follows a Padawan Jedi who survived Order 66 and explores the galaxy after the fall of the Jedi. Lucasfilm and Disney used 2019 Star Wars Celebration as the launchpad of that year's massive marketing campaign. The Mandalorian would launch the Disney Plus streaming service as the first live-action Star Wars series. That same day, Jedi Fallen Order would release. The final installment, The Rise of Skywalker, would release the following month in December. Lucasfilm was looking to end this era of Star Wars films with a bang. With 8 months until the movie's release, the marketing had finally begun. Behind the scenes at Celebration, Lucasfilm President Kathleen Kennedy spoke to reporters about the future of the Star Wars franchise, stating, "We knew we were going to close this up. We knew that even before we started The Force Awakens. We are looking at the next saga. We're not just looking at another trilogy, we're really looking at the next 10 years or more. This movie is the culmination of the Skywalker saga. It is by no means the culmination of Star Wars. I'm sitting down right now with Dan Weiss and David Benioff and Rian Johnson. We're all sitting down to talk about where we go next. We've all had conversations about what the possibilities might be, but now we're locking it down. We're going to take a hiatus for a couple years, and we're taking the time to really look at where this is going from the standpoint of a saga. We're not just looking at what the next 3 movies might be, or talking about this in terms of a trilogy. We're looking at what is the next decade of storytelling." This planned meeting with Rian Johnson alongside Benioff and Weiss was scheduled for the following month of May. Lucasfilm's plan was to have Rian Johnson write and direct the first episode of his trilogy, which he would begin working on after his new movie Knives Out released at the end of the year. Benioff and Weiss were already writing a first draft for their first film in their trilogy, and Lucasfilm was still pushing for the December 2022 release date. Despite the recent controversy over the handling of the Star Wars franchise, Kathleen Kennedy was committed to keeping the franchise going, and with 2 new trilogies, was planning to take it into new directions in the galaxy far, far away. Looking towards the immediate near future, Lucasfilm was going to ensure The Rise of Skywalker would be another box office success, hitting Disney's billion-dollar quota. The marketing campaign was on, and J.J. Abrams began to reveal the making of Episode 9. When Kathy called and asked if I'd be interested in coming aboard this movie, I was surprised by how emotional I felt. I didn't expect to feel the way I did, and the opportunity to finish the story we started was something I couldn't resist. The beauty of working with co-writer Chris Terrio and producing with Kathleen Kennedy is that I think we found a way, I hope, it's up for you to decide, to bring the story to a conclusion in a way that feels satisfying, surprising, amusing, shocking, all the ways that a story should make you feel. Mostly, it's an adventure story about this new generation of characters who have inherited all sorts of things from those who came before. That was, in a way, how I felt about working on this movie. We met with George Lucas, we met with Rian Johnson, we talked with Larry Kasdan. Developing the movie involved a lot of thinking and trying not to overthink, but we really considered what the story meant. It seemed fitting to have the man who launched the Star Wars sequel trilogy wrap up the story at the end, but fans still had their doubts, with a growing online resentment towards Lucasfilm from one part of the community and hopeful optimism and excitement from others. The Last Jedi was still being debated, and its impact on the franchise was still being discussed. Fans wondered if J.J. Abrams and Chris Terrio would walk back any of Rian Johnson's decisions. Was Palpatine's return always the plan? Is Rey really a nobody? The questions from The Force Awakens still remained after The Last Jedi. Would The Rise of Skywalker, the final installment of the Skywalker episodic saga, satisfy fans with the answers that they long desired?
There is some sad news tonight for Star Wars fans just days before May the 4th be with you. Peter Mayhew, who played Chewbacca in the Star Wars movies, died earlier this week at his home in Texas. Born in Britain, Mayhew was 7'2". He was 74 years old.
The tributes pouring in for the man behind one of the most beloved characters in movie history. Peter Mayhew, who played Chewbacca in Star Wars, a 7'3" actor, as we all know, was called the gentlest of giants by his co-star Mark Hamill, known for his kindness both on and off the screen.
Peter Mayhew was a kind and gentle man, possessed of great dignity and noble character, Ford said in a statement released Thursday. We were partners in films and friends in life for over 30 years, and I loved him. I and millions of others will never forget Peter and what he gave us all. Star Wars creator George Lucas, he was the closest any human could be to a Wookiee. Big heart, gentle nature, and I learned to always let him win. Mark Hamill tweeted, he was the gentlest of giants, a big man with a bigger heart that never failed to make me smile, and a loyal friend who I love dearly. And Billy D. Williams, much more than Chewie to me, my heart hurts. I will miss you, my dear friend. Thanks for the great memories.
In early May of 2019, Disney released their film schedule for the next 7 to 8 years, which included 3 Star Wars movie release dates, with films planned for the years 2022, 2024, and 2026. Fitting the 2-year gap between the sequel trilogy, these release dates were initially made for the Benioff and Weiss trilogy of films. It was clear there would be a film hiatus after 2019, but now Disney had confirmed that the hiatus would be a planned 3-year gap that they originally wanted. Despite the slowdown of Star Wars films, Kathleen Kennedy, alongside Rian Johnson, David Benioff, and Dan Weiss, were planning out the next generation of Star Wars films. On May 31st, 2019, Disney did a grand opening for Galaxy's Edge in Disneyland, the first ever Star Wars land. It was a familiar moment for Bob Iger and George Lucas, publicly together again at Disney 8 years after Iger asked Lucas if he would consider selling. The pair, alongside Star Wars icons Billy D. Williams, Mark Hamill, and Harrison Ford, showed the world the subsequent integration of Disney Star Wars. The theme parks would now feature Star Wars more than ever, with its own dedicated land on the planet Batuu. In honor of his late co-star, Harrison Ford started at the Millennium Falcon stating, "Peter, this one's for you." June 17, 2019, Lucasfilm hired The Force Awakens and Rise of Skywalker producer Michelle Rejwan as Senior Vice President of Live-Action Development and Production. Coming months after Kiri Hart stepped down from the role, Rejwan would take on the task of overseeing a new slate of Star Wars movies and TV shows. On August 15th of that year, reports began to surface that Ewan McGregor had signed on for an Obi-Wan Kenobi series for Disney+. Originally planned to be the spin-off movie about the Jedi, releasing in 2020, but after the box office disappointment of Solo: A Star Wars Story, Lucasfilm decided to shift the story from movie to television. This was now the 3rd live-action Star Wars show planned for Disney+, which Disney wanted to be a massive force in the new streaming age of television. The following week at Disney's D23 event, Lucasfilm revealed even more details on August 23rd when Kathleen Kennedy took the stage to bring out the Star Wars icon Ewan McGregor and announce his return for an Obi-Wan Kenobi series. The scripts were completed and written by Hossein Amini and were ready to begin filming for 2020. D23 also featured a trailer for the upcoming Mandalorian series, the feature show for Disney Plus that was now launching on November 12th, showcasing Pedro Pascal's new bounty hunter lead character, the Mandalorian, alongside callbacks to the original films as well as new characters like Greef Karga and Cara Dune, played by Carl Weathers and Gina Carano. A new look at The Rise of Skywalker was shown with a poster and a new trailer. As December 20th was approaching, Lucasfilm was finishing its last run with the sequel films. Star Wars marketing was in full swing as they prepared for a transition from film to television. Meanwhile, David Benioff and Dan Weiss were remaining at the top of the Hollywood desired list. After Game of Thrones ended with significant controversies, the pair was still signed on for a 5-year and $250 million deal with Netflix. But then questions began to arise about their commitment to their various projects. Many speculated that the pair ended the Game of Thrones series at 8 seasons to start work on their Star Wars trilogy. They even told Disney that they would not begin writing their Star Wars movies until the Game of Thrones series ended. By August of 2019, when the Netflix deal was done, Lucasfilm was growing concerned about the duo's commitment to Star Wars. By this point, they were writing a treatment for their first Star Wars trilogy and were committed to writing the first movie, which would release on December 16, 2022. But they signed an agreement to write all 3 movies. Now with the Netflix deal and prior commitments to Fox, Star Wars was just going to be another one of the many projects that they were working on. September 25th, 2019, news broke that Kevin Feige, head of Marvel Studio, would be developing a Star Wars movie. Feige had discussions with the top Disney brass like Alan Horn and Alan Bergman, alongside Lucasfilm's Kathleen Kennedy. He pitched him his idea for a standalone Star Wars movie. Alan Horn, Walt Disney Studio co-chairman and chief creative officer, said, "We are excited about the projects Kathy and the Lucasfilm team are working on. With the close of the Skywalker saga, Kathy is pursuing a new era in Star Wars storytelling, and knowing what a diehard fan Kevin is, it made sense for these two extraordinary producers to work on a Star Wars film together." Feige had already told a prominent Hollywood actor that there was a very specific role he wanted that person to play in the film. Though not officially announced by Lucasfilm, Alan Horn, who was the boss of Kathleen Kennedy and Kevin Feige at the time, confirmed that it was happening. It was another Star Wars movie that would be part of a new wave of films after the Skywalker saga. Now, Lucasfilm has a trilogy of films by Benioff and Weiss beginning in 2022, Rian Johnson's trilogy, and a Kevin Feige-produced Star Wars movie. Days later, on September 27, 2019, Lucasfilm announced that one of the directors from The Mandalorian, Deborah Chow, had been tapped to direct the upcoming Kenobi series for Disney+. Taking place 8 years after the events of Revenge of the Sith, Lucasfilm President Kathleen Kennedy stated, "We really wanted to select a director who can explore the quiet determination and rich mystique of Obi-Wan in a way that folds seamlessly into the Star Wars saga. Based on her phenomenal work developing our characters in The Mandalorian, I'm absolutely confident Deborah is the right director to tell this story." With Deborah Chow directing and Hossein Amini having written the scripts for the series, the new Kenobi show was ready to begin production. On October 15th, Tony Gilroy, who oversaw the reshoots on Rogue One, joined the Cassian Andor series as a co-writer and became part of the new writer's room. Slated to write the pilot episode and direct part of the show, Gilroy was joining Stephen Schiff, who was still the showrunner. The Cassian Andor series was delayed from its original October 2019 production date due to changes in the show's plot. The plan at the time was for the series to start filming in 2020 and release in 2021 on Disney+. It was around this time that Stephen Schiff had developed a pilot episode for the new series, which was primarily focused on the adventures of Cassian and K2SO. Lucasfilm and Kathleen Kennedy were not sold on the premise of the first pilot episode and the show's overall story, and sent the pilot and the story outlines to Tony Gilroy for review. Gilroy, in response, showed Kathleen Kennedy what the show should be like, what worked, and what didn't work. Lucasfilm was happy with his response, but Disney would not commit to the ambitious story and production that Gilroy had outlined, bringing him in as co-writer and co-director for the series to help steer them in the right direction with Stephen Schiff's vision. The following week, on October 22nd, Lucasfilm revealed the final trailer for The Rise of Skywalker alongside its official poster. With only 2 months before its release, industry analysts estimated Episode 9 would make $185 to $225 million its opening weekend. Disney was marketing the film to ensure another massive box office success and rebound after 2018's Solo numbers. The finish line was close, and anticipation of what comes next was rising. What would the Star Wars franchise look like beyond the Skywalker films? At the end of the month, on October 28th, in a now routine pattern for Star Wars, David Benioff and Dan Weiss parted ways with Lucasfilm, and their trilogy of films, meant to start in 2022, would not come to pass. "We love Star Wars," said the pair in a statement to Deadline. "When George Lucas built it, he built us too. Getting to talk about Star Wars with him and the current Star Wars team was the thrill of a lifetime, and we will always be indebted to the saga that changed everything. There's only so many hours in the day, and we felt we could not do justice to both Star Wars and our Netflix projects, so we are regretfully stepping away." Kathleen Kennedy said in a statement, "David Benioff and Dan Weiss are incredible storytellers. We hope to include them in the journey forward when they can step away from their busy schedule to focus on Star Wars." It was a major blow to Lucasfilm's future endeavors. Now the planned Star Wars trilogy, meant to release in 2022, 2024, and 2026, was off the table. Rian Johnson's trilogy was still in the plans for Lucasfilm, but with no development, fans thought it would be his trilogy that was shelved, not Benioff and Weiss. The writing duo was in hot waters with the Game of Thrones fandom, who were very vocal about the disappointing end to the television series. Many speculated the pair ended the show early just to work on Star Wars. In a rare public appearance at the Austin Film Festival, they spoke openly about the struggles of learning on the job when it came to creating Game of Thrones, and that for them, it was like film school. Kathleen Kennedy had grown unhappy with the writers' progress on their Star Wars trilogy throughout 2019. They promised Disney they would begin writing after Game of Thrones finished production in July 2018. When they were scheduled to start work on their Star Wars trilogy, they shopped around with streamers and eventually agreed to a $250 million deal with Netflix. This move upset Kennedy. Netflix was aware that it would take some years for the pair to finish their Star Wars trilogy, but they were not keen on potentially waiting at least 4 years. The writers said that they would work on both Star Wars and their Netflix show simultaneously, something Kennedy did not believe that they could do. The pair agreed to write all 3 movies initially, but so far only committed to writing an outline for the trilogy and the first film. Kennedy felt that they were not going to commit to Star Wars like she had asked them to. Kennedy was growing nervous about another pair of creatives leaving the Star Wars development cycle. By this point, Lucasfilm had let go Josh Trank, Phil Lord, and Chris Miller, and most recently Colin Trevorrow. Now, with Benioff and Weiss leaving, it would add fuel to the fire. But this was not the creative differences of the past. Benioff and Weiss also grew wary of stepping into another massive fan base like Star Wars after completing the Game of Thrones series. A source close to the pair said that they wanted to avoid a toxic fandom. Kennedy did leave the door open for their potential return to the franchise after their Netflix deal ended, but the damage was already done. Earlier in the year, Benioff and Weiss met with Rian Johnson and Kathleen Kennedy to plan out the next decade of Star Wars movies, with each trilogy exploring a new realm in the Star Wars universe. Now, half of the movies that Lucasfilm planned to release in the 2020s had to be completely thrown out. The first disagreement started back in the summer of 2018 when the pair of writers began working on the story outlines about how the Jedi Order came to exist. Lucasfilm was keen on taking the franchise into a new direction, but wasn't entirely on board with Benioff and Weiss's vision of the series. It was when they signed the Netflix deal in August that Lucasfilm and Kathleen Kennedy began to feel uneasy about the pair's commitment to Star Wars. David Benioff said this about the Star Wars idea the pair had in mind: "We wanted to do The First Jedi, basically how the Jedi Order came to be, why it came to be, and the first lightsaber." Lucasfilm ended up not wanting to do a First Jedi story. We had a very specific story idea in mind, and ultimately, they decided they didn't want to do that. And we totally get it. It's their company and their IP, but we weren't the droids they were looking for. Dan Weiss jokingly said, "And we were annoyed as hell when Rian Johnson called his movie The Last Jedi. He completely destroyed the obvious title for what we were working on." By this point, they had written much of the story for the first film, planned to release it in 2022, and had a rough outline for the entire trilogy before they departed from Lucasfilm. Now, with only Rian Johnson's trilogy officially announced and still in the very early stages of development, and Kevin Feige's Star Wars movie unofficially beginning work behind the scenes, Lucasfilm had lost 3 of their 7 Star Wars films planned for the 2020s. Now they had to change strategies. Similar to when Disney bought Lucasfilm in 2012, they began searching for new directors and writers to take on the challenge of Star Wars. After many creative turnovers became daunting for top talent to join the galaxy far, far away, Kennedy wanted filmmakers that could put their own spin on Star Wars while still staying inside the boundaries of the Star Wars canon. She also wanted filmmakers who could commit to the many years it would take to develop a movie or a series and play ball with the Lucasfilm creative team. It was a lengthy job description for any director or writer, but Lucasfilm had meetings with many of Hollywood's top talent. One of these meetings took place with Scott Beck and Brian Woods, the pair who wrote A Quiet Place. Lucasfilm asked them what part of the Star Wars timeline they would be interested in exploring, but the writing team said that they were more interested in their own franchises and believed that if they were going to do Star Wars, it would have to go back to its early days before Star Wars was Star Wars. Benioff and Weiss leaving also highlighted another key issue for Star Wars after concluding episodes 7, 8, and 9. Where does the franchise go from here? What even is Star Wars? It was a topic Lucasfilm began to weigh heavily on, and was looking for directors and writers to take on the challenge of telling stories in a galaxy far, far away. A few days later, on a radio interview, Disney CEO Bob Iger spoke on the slowdown of Star Wars movies going forward. "I have said publicly that I think we made and released too many films over a short period. I have not said that they were disappointing in any way. I have not said that I'm disappointed in their performance. I just think there's something special about a Star Wars film, and less is more. We're going to hit pause." Part of that pause was Lucasfilm taking the Kenobi movie off the 2020 calendar and making it into a series, giving the team more time to focus on the new trilogy by Benioff and Weiss. Now, with the pair leaving the project and Rian Johnson busy with his Knives Out movie, Lucasfilm was back to square one, and no movie planned for 2022 or beyond.
The growing battle for your eyes. Of course, millions now stream their favorite movies and programs on their TVs, their phones, and tonight, enter a new player from our parent company. It's called Disney Plus.
Disney Plus will include new shows and movies and will be the exclusive home for Star Wars, Pixar, and Marvel movies, as well as The Simpsons.
And then on November 12, 2019, Disney finally stepped into the world of streaming and launched Disney Plus alongside their flagship show, The Mandalorian. If there had been any growing resentment from fans about Star Wars, as seen during the release of the prequel trilogy under George Lucas, The Mandalorian completely changed that narrative. Dave Filoni directed the first episode, with Jon Favreau writing and serving as Dave's mentor in live-action directing and producing. It was a massive hit as fans worldwide got to see one of the most popular Star Wars characters in history, who became known as Baby Yoda. Disney Plus launched with 10 million subscribers on its premiere day, and by the end of its run, 63% of all Disney Plus subscribers had watched the Mandalorian series. The show defied everyone's expectations, and Baby Yoda alongside the Mandalorian were the center of it all. It was just the success that Disney and Lucasfilm needed on Star Wars and came at the perfect time with Episode 9 The Rise of Skywalker releasing in just a month. With the word of mouth surrounding The Mandalorian being largely positive, the flagship show for Disney Plus proved that Star Wars could still satisfy the general audience and the fan base. Baby Yoda is the driving factor behind the popularity in pop culture. The question now was, will Baby Yoda be the future of Star Wars? EA's Jedi Fallen Order released just days after The Mandalorian debuted. The game received critical and commercial success, becoming the fastest-selling digital Star Wars game ever, and eventually selling over 8 million copies in the first 2 months alone. With the marketing of Triple Force Friday and the success of the Mandalorian live-action series, and now a hit Star Wars game, it was just the positive momentum Disney needed going into December. Disney opened the latest addition to Galaxy's Edge on December 5, 2019, Rise of the Resistance, an immersive ride taking guests into the battle between the First Order and the Resistance from the latest films. Lucasfilm was rolling out the red carpet for Episode 9's premiere. After the premiere, critics at the early screening warned fans of its convoluted plot and lack of originality. At the same time, the more positive reviews said the film was a true spectacle and a satisfying ending to the Skywalker saga.
Tonight, it's the world premiere of Star Wars: The Rise of Skywalker.
It was not your typical campout. People came here at 5 p.m. yesterday and they watched all 8 other Star Wars movies leading up to that 9th one tonight.
I grew up with this movie. I grew up watching the originals on VHS, and then I grew up with the prequels, and now to see it end, I'm excited.
Star Wars fans are bracing the cold and lining up at movie theaters across the country. Of course, tonight's the debut of the latest movie in the saga, The Rise of Skywalker.
Now, this film has been getting mixed reviews in the press, but the fans say the Force is still strong.
So the film has a rotten score of 56% on Rotten Tomatoes. The critics didn't like it, but the people who see the movie, they say, the heck with that. The audience score is much higher at 88%.
The new trilogy has been so disappointing.
I think the original 3 are definitely the best, but I think these are definitely the worst.
But they may be pleasantly surprised people just walking out of the theater are giving the film a big thumbs up.
It was a fun movie to watch, nice story, closure. It's good.
Okay, do the reviews matter for the movie?
Well, I think we've seen that the Star Wars franchise can certainly weather reviews historically, right? Phantom Menace was one of the worst reviewed films.
And worst acted.
We generated $176 million in the U.S., which is less than the last 2 installments owed to, but enough to garner the top spot.
As audiences began to react to Episode 9, the Star Wars enthusiasts did not take too well to the movie's plot and storyline. Fans debated whether The Rise of Skywalker was undoing what The Last Jedi had done. With mixed reactions from critics and fans who both praised and criticized the movie online, The Rise of Skywalker became another controversial Star Wars movie for the new Disney Lucasfilm. The only one not to receive an A cinema score from audiences, reflecting partially the division over Star Wars and its future in the fandom. If The Last Jedi seemed to undo plot lines like Snoke, Rey's parentage, and the connection between Kylo Ren, The Rise of Skywalker seemed to have tried to answer these questions that angered fans. Fans felt it was a response to The Last Jedi and its criticisms rather than advancing the story. Snoke was created by Emperor Palpatine. Rey's parents were not no one. Her father was a clone of Emperor Palpatine, making Rey a Palpatine. Rey's powers that caused controversy in the fandom were explained by a Force dyad between her and Ben Solo, who would be redeemed and give his life to save Rey. It was not the ending fans had envisioned after The Force Awakens. Fans disappointed with The Last Jedi were not satisfied with The Rise of Skywalker, and fans of The Last Jedi also seemed unhappy with the conclusion of the saga. It became a prominent question if there was ever a plan for the sequel trilogy, or if one director should have taken on all 3 movies. Disney had rushed Lucasfilm to release these 5 new Star Wars movies, leaving Lucasfilm to determine major plot points from movie to movie. Though there was an idea of how the new trilogy would begin and end, during the filming of The Last Jedi, many Lucasfilm executives were still not sure how they would wrap up the trilogy. During the end of the production of The Force Awakens, a video game division at Disney approached the Lucasfilm story group about a game that would take place between The Force Awakens and The Last Jedi. The developers were told that the group had no idea what would happen in Episode 8. Fans looked for someone to point the finger at. For the prequel trilogy, George Lucas was not only the creator of Star Wars, but he was the writer, director, and executive producer on all 3 prequel films, the sole owner of Lucasfilm and Star Wars. It was easy to pin the blame on Lucas, but once Disney bought Star Wars, who was to blame for any misgivings that fans had? Bob Iger pressured Lucasfilm to make a movie every year for 5 consecutive years without a single script ready and 3 years to release Episode 7. Kathleen Kennedy became the easiest person to blame for fans, but her role is as the producer and president of Lucasfilm. She did not write or direct any of the movies, but hired the people who did and fired those she felt were not suited for the job. J.J. Abrams wrote and directed Episodes 7 and 9 and had received much of the blame for the movies, yet had a tight timeline for both films, with Episode 9 being made in just 2 years. Rian Johnson is the most controversial, but according to him, Kathleen Kennedy gave him the script for The Force Awakens and asked, "What's next?" giving him much free reign in the middle chapter of the trilogy. But without a roadmap of what would happen next, is it Johnson's fault for making decisions and storylines that Abrams did not? The sequel trilogy became the perfect storm for an underwhelming conclusion to the epic Star Wars saga that started in 1977. Fans could blame Kathleen Kennedy, Bob Iger, J.J. Abrams, or Rian Johnson. It really made no difference who anyone blamed. The answer was always unsatisfying. Maybe the sequel trilogy would age like the prequels, with fans who were kids seeing them in theaters for the first time age with the movies and grow a love and fondness for the films. Could history repeat itself? The Rise of Skywalker would go on to make $1.07 billion at the box office, barely passing the Disney quota of $1 billion per Star Wars film. Lucasfilm had now ended their film run with 4 out of 5 movies making $1 billion. Despite all the controversy surrounding the recent run of Star Wars films, financially, they were successful and made the money that Disney was looking for. Now with the sequel trilogy completed, Lucasfilm would step back from the Star Wars movies and instead turn all of their attention to television. The Disney-era reboot of the Star Wars movies had come to an end. As 2019 ended and 2020 began, the era of Star Wars television had officially begun. The Mandalorian was sweeping the world into another Star Wars frenzy, and on its season finale, December 27, 2019, series creator Jon Favreau revealed that the second season would be coming. Disney Plus eventually amassed to a staggering 28 million subscribers in its first month, with the flagship series The Mandalorian surpassing Game of Thrones and Stranger Things in online demand. Disney decided not to make any Baby Yoda toys in time for the Christmas shopping season to avoid any potential leaks, thus creating a second-hand market for Baby Yoda merchandise. Lucasfilm eventually confirmed that the second season would premiere in October of 2020. The first live-action Star Wars series was just what the brand needed after the mixed reactions to the last 3 Star Wars films. The Mandalorian was also proving to be a great boot camp for Star Wars directors. Deborah Chow was already tapped to direct the future Obi-Wan Kenobi series. Then on January 16, 2020, The Hollywood Reporter revealed that Taika Waititi had been approached to direct a Star Wars movie. Taika was coming off the Oscar-nominated film Jojo Rabbit and the most well-received Thor movie for Marvel, Thor Ragnarok. Still, more importantly to Lucasfilm, he proved his Star Wars potential by directing the season finale of The Mandalorian. Taika fits the makings of a director that Kathleen Kennedy would want for Star Wars: experience with big-budget box office movies, their own unique style of filmmaking, and the ability to work inside a major franchise. The Star Wars movies were taking a hiatus, but Lucasfilm was still planning for its return to the big screen. At the beginning of 2020, Lucasfilm had Taika Waititi tapped for a Star Wars movie, Kevin Feige planning his own Star Wars film, and a trilogy from Rian Johnson. Though Johnson was facing a unique problem. His latest film, Knives Out, a whodunit mystery, was a box office success with a $40 million budget and over $300 million in box office receipts. Lionsgate immediately announced a sequel movie, Now, Johnson was scheduled to make a second Knives Out movie and a trilogy of Star Wars films. But Johnson's trilogy would have to wait, as the opportunity to create his own movie franchise was too lucrative to turn down. Despite Lucasfilm having 5 Star Wars movies officially and unofficially in the works, it would still take years to start filming, as each creative behind the new films would be held up due to other commitments. Kevin Feige was taking on a new phase of Marvel movies, Rian Johnson would make a sequel to his Knives Out movie, and the newest Star Wars director, Taika Waititi, was already tapped for the 4th Thor movie from Marvel, Love and Thunder, as well as an Akira project, meaning his film was also going to take many years to come to fruition. Lucasfilm was willing to step back from releasing new Star Wars films if it meant giving them the time needed to plan properly. Still, they understood that film development had to continue quietly behind the scenes while their primary focus shifted to the short-term future of Star Wars television. The Kenobi series was beginning pre-production, and crew members were preparing for work ahead of filming scheduled to start in August of 2020. However, production was temporarily shut down, and the filming date was pushed back from August to January 2021. Lucasfilm had let go of writer Hossein Amini, who wrote the scripts for the Obi-Wan Kenobi series. Despite saying the scripts were finished last year, only 2 scripts for the series had been written, and Lucasfilm was not confident in the story. The original scripts followed a similar plot to The Mandalorians, with this series having Obi-Wan being a protector of a young Luke Skywalker. It was Kathleen Kennedy who grew concerned with the direction of the scripts, stating, "We're looking ultimately to make a hopeful, uplifting story, and it's tricky when you're starting with a character in the state that Obi-Wan would be in, coming off Revenge of the Sith. That's a pretty bleak period. You can't just wave the magic wand with any writer and arrive at a story that necessarily reflects what you want to feel." By now, creative turnover and delays were the norm for Star Wars, but this was the first Star Wars television series to suffer any production issues. Originally slated to be a movie directed by Stephen Daldry and co-written by Hossein Amini, the film was adapted into a television series in 2018 due to the solo box office results. Daldry left the project, and eventually Deborah Chow took the role of showrunner. Hossein Amini stayed on as a writer and adapted the story into an episodic TV series. Having been involved with the project since 2017, part of Amini's story of Obi-Wan would remain, but significant changes to the plot would occur when the new writer took over. The former writer speculated on his release from the project, stating in an interview that it may have been due to his religious and Old Testament style approach to the series. The thing that inspired me, this is probably why I got fired, I remember thinking it's a little bit like the Book of Job, where Obi-Wan needs to go through test. That idea that you go through test and at the end of it you find your faith. And that for me is quite a dark journey, but it ends up kind of in a hopeful place. But look, I think I'm naturally drawn to those sort of things, and I think maybe one of the strengths of Star Wars is its simplicity. I can describe what things interested me at the time, and I think a lot of that is still there. The idea that all of his friends have died, what he believed in has fallen, and he's lost his faith in a sense. Not in the Force, but some sense of faith. And from what I see in the trailer, that notion is still there, and my name is still in some of the credits for the scripts, even though there are a lot of other writers now. There had been some speculation that Darth Maul would appear in the Kenobi series, and that Hossein Amini's script featured the Sith assassin, but this was denied by the writer. Maul was never in any of the Kenobi scripts as a movie or TV series. Deborah Chow had shown Jon Favreau and Dave Filoni the scripts that Hossein Amini had turned in so far. The pair were coming off the massive hit The Mandalorian, and now they were viewed in a very high regard for the future of Star Wars television. Favreau and Filoni both voiced their concerns over the Obi-Wan Kenobi series, covering such similar ground to The Mandalorian, as well as Kenobi coming out of hiding to protect the child, and the show featuring an aged Luke Skywalker. Darth Vader was also absent from the scripts. Favreau and Filoni originally pushed Chow and Amini to go bigger with the show. Eventually, the concerns reached Kathleen Kennedy, who agreed with the pair and decided to halt the series to find a new writer that could rewrite the Kenobi series. With production now delayed until January 2021, the original series release window of 2021 was now set back to 2022. The Mandalorian Season 2 was still on schedule for an October 2020 release date, and the Andor series was gearing up for a 2021 release date, ensuring Star Wars would have at least one live-action series releasing every year from 2019 to 2022 in the absence of films that were on hiatus. As Deborah Chow and Lucasfilm reworked the story for the Kenobi series and searched for a new writer, the release of their next animated series, which in reality was the final season of the hit series The Clone Wars, was finally announced. Beginning its release on February 21st, the first of 12 episodes released weekly, starting with The Bad Batch and continuing abandoned storylines from the original Clone Wars series. Season 7 of The Clone Wars helped usher in the new era of Star Wars television, with The Mandalorian Season 1 making waves in late 2019 and word of mouth still staying strong into 2020. The Clone Wars Season 7 was the perfect follow-up for the new Disney Plus platform. On that same day, news broke that J.D. Dillard and Matt Owens had been tapped to develop and write a new Star Wars movie. Dillard was considered a J.J. Abrams' protege and was known for writing and directing the sci-fi thriller Slight, which received critical acclaim. Matt Owens, who was a writer on Marvel's Luke Cage and Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., would co-write the project with Dillard. At the time, the project was not officially greenlit and was part of Lucasfilm's attempts to have new writers and directors pitch their ideas for future Star Wars stories. Disney and Lucasfilm were reportedly debating whether to release this Star Wars movie on Disney Plus or stick to a theatrical release. By this point in time, Lucasfilm still had its December 2022 release date scheduled for its next Star Wars movie. With Benioff and Weiss originally planned for the date, Lucasfilm was now looking for someone to fill the slot. Rian Johnson was busy writing the sequel to Knives Out, Taika Waititi had to begin work on other various projects he was scheduled to do, and Kevin Feige was busy putting together a team for his Star Wars movie, yet simultaneously building out the next phase for Marvel and Disney Plus and for theatrical releases. The Star Wars movie hiatus may have been planned for 3 years to give the audience a break, but to Disney and Lucasfilm, 3 years was the cycle it usually took to develop a movie. So a 3-year gap between December of 2019 and of 2022 means Lucasfilm had to pump out a new movie in just 36 months. Now that Benioff and Weiss could no longer fill that slot, the search for a Star Wars director to bring the franchise back to the big screen was on. February 25th, 2020, Lucasfilm announced a bold new publishing campaign, a new era, and a new series in the Star Wars canon timeline called The High Republic. Taking place 200 years before the events of The Phantom Menace, the High Republic was the height of the Jedi Order and the Galactic Republic. This was the new initiative that included novels, comics, and children's books set in this new era. It was the first time in 10 years that Star Wars had explored a new timeline in the canon established years ago. Now, Lucasfilm would carve out a new Star Wars era, one that they could build on for future stories, movies, games, and TV shows. It was the first step into a new era of Star Wars canon. But something much larger happened that same day. Bob Iger, the longtime Disney CEO, had stepped down. Iger had long wanted to step down and pass the mantle to his handpicked successor, Bob Chapek, who ran the Parks division for Disney. This change in CEO would affect Lucasfilm's television slate. Iger was more willing to spend money if the return on the investment was there, but the new CEO, Bob Chapek, had grown a reputation for cost-cutting at Disney. Disney fans would point the finger at Chapek for the underwhelming results of Galaxy's Edge, initially meant to have more character performers walk around the land, pretending to be in the Star Wars universe to immerse guests, as well as having animal and droid animatronics roam through the land. Disney even had plans to have flying drones modeled after Star Wars spaceships fly through the land, but all of it was cut due to cost concerns by Chapek, which left many Disney fans concerned about his new leadership role as Disney CEO. Iger was a force to be reckoned with during his tenure as CEO at Disney and gave Kennedy and Lucasfilm considerable autonomy to run the company and make the movies they saw fit. Would Chapek allow that same freedom? Would he cut the budgets of the expensive Star Wars series which Lucasfilm was looking to greenlit? Only time would tell. April 2nd, 2020, Lucasfilm found their new writer for the Obi-Wan Kenobi series. Joby Harold would take over the script duties, replacing Hossein Amini as the series writer. It got the show back on track for its January 2021 production start, and Harold would end up using some of the story elements from Amini's script. He said, "We certainly inherited a lot of the ideas from the story developments in the past, but there's also a lot of new directions and ideas we explored, building off some of the things that we inherited." Now with Harold taking over script duties, Deborah Chow and her new writer would begin to rework the Kenobi series into a version that would satisfy Lucasfilm. One of the primary debates was the inclusion of Darth Vader. But it was something that Deborah Chow wanted for this new story, to have Obi-Wan and Vader fight out what they would call the rematch of the century. With the massive success of the recent Mandalorian, Disney was more than willing to invest in new Star Wars shows to expand their content library. Behind the scenes, Disney ordered a third season from Jon Favreau, who was beginning to write the scripts for Mandalorian Season 3. Lucasfilm had quietly made a deal months before to create another live-action Star Wars series with Russian doll co-creator Leslie Headland. The news broke in late April 2020 after Disney had greenlit the series, with Leslie Headland serving as writer and showrunner. The series was rumored to be a female-centric story set in a different timeline in the Star Wars universe. The new Star Wars television era was shaping up. The Mandalorian Season 1 was the perfect start to the era, and now Season 2 was releasing just a year later, with a third season already in the works. The Kenobi series was being rewritten, and the prequel series to Rogue One about Cassian Andor was also quietly being reworked behind the scenes. On April 24th, 2020, Lucasfilm revealed a casting update for the Cassian Andor series, but also revealed key details that Tony Gilroy would now serve as the showrunner for the series and not Stephen Schiff, who was the original showrunner but would still stay on as a co-writer. After multiple ideas of what the Andor series should be, Lucasfilm went back to Tony Gilroy and asked him to do the version that he pitched early on. The original version of the series by Stephen Schiff would focus mostly on Cassian and K2SO going on missions and adventures. Gilroy said, "The material was fine, but very hard to sustain over the long haul." Gilroy's pitch to Disney was far more mature, dealing with a more ground-level approach to the rise of the rebellion. Kathleen Kennedy had been eager to bring Gilroy back to Star Wars after the success of Rogue One. Now, Tony would form a writing team to create his version of the Andor series. On May 4th, 2020, the annual Star Wars Day, Lucasfilm announced that Taika Waititi would indeed make a Star Wars movie. Taika would serve as a director and co-writer for the film, and the writer Christy Wilson Cairns would write the screenplay. Cairns was coming off the success of 1917 and Last Night in Soho and would help Taika write the story for the movie. Lucasfilm also had confirmed reports of Leslie Headland creating her own Star Wars series. Throughout the year of 2020, the new COVID-19 virus shut down the world, and on June 15th, Lucasfilm announced the delay of Star Wars Celebration from 2020 to 2022. The virus shut down the world and the film industry, allowing Lucasfilm time to game plan for Star Wars television and continue to game plan the future of Star Wars movies. Disney was enticed by The Mandalorian's success on Disney Plus and wanted to keep pumping out Star Wars shows, and Lucasfilm was following suit. Jon Favreau began working with Dave Filoni to create an overarching storyline between Star Wars shows. The Mandalorian could be used to develop spin-off shows all centered around one big galactic plot. Lucasfilm paused development on the Boba Fett movie in favor of the new Mandalorian series, but Jon Favreau and Dave Filoni pitched the idea of using Boba Fett for the new series. After the success of Season 1, Lucasfilm and Disney agreed to greenlight a series based on Boba Fett. The details remained under lock and key at the secretive company, and Favreau began writing the scripts for another Star Wars series. Boba Fett was not the only legacy character Lucasfilm was secretly developing a series for. When Donald Glover took on the role of Lando for Solo: A Star Wars Story, he was a key highlight mentioned by audiences. Solo was not a hit, but Lando could be a story worth developing. So Lucasfilm hired Justin Simien to create the series, who is known for creating the Netflix series Dear White People. Simien would be tapped to bring back another legacy character, with Donald Glover playing a young Lando. Simien began writing the story for the future series during the COVID-19 pandemic. Star Wars live-action television was the newest thing for the franchise, but the animated series ruled the fandom for the last 15 years. Clone Wars had the proper send-off that satisfied fans and audiences, but it also teased the next chapter of Star Wars animation with a new spin-off series titled The Bad Batch. Announced on July 13, 2020, Disney ordered a new animated series for Disney Plus, and The Bad Batch would fill the gaps in the timeline between the Clone Wars and Star Wars Rebels. Releasing in 2021, the new animated show would follow the group of experimental clones introduced in Clone Wars Season 7. Dave Filoni had created and developed the series as head of Lucasfilm Animation, but the co-writer and showrunner for the series was Jennifer Corbett. The Bad Batch would continue the legacy of Star Wars animation. As new Star Wars shows and spin-offs were being planned, the Kenobi series was already seeing massive changes in the story. Deborah Chow and new writer Joby Harold were finishing up on the latest story details, and Lucasfilm was quick to make the necessary deals. The most significant was being the return of Hayden Christensen as Anakin Skywalker and Darth Vader. It was a massive debate internally at Lucasfilm to bring Darth Vader back. Still, the prequels were undoubtedly held in higher regard today than ever before. Fans wanted to see Hayden's return, and Lucasfilm was more than happy to deliver. The deal was meant to be announced at Star Wars Celebration, but due to the delay, Lucasfilm would have to keep the news under wraps and wait to reveal Hayden's return. In late July of 2020, Disney revealed the delays from COVID-19 and announced the new release dates for the next 3 Star Wars movies. The initial plan was to release the first Jedi trilogy by Benioff and Weiss in December of 2022, 2024, and 2026. Due to COVID, each date was pushed back a full year. Now, the latest plan for Star Wars is 3 films releasing in December of 2023, 2025, and 2027, but these new dates were not for a new Star Wars trilogy. Lucasfilm had been talking to multiple directors for the next Star Wars film, and they had recently found a director that they were confident could fill the new 2023 release date. The announcement would be saved for a later date, while Lucasfilm, alongside this new director, planned the return of Star Wars to the theaters. By the end of the summer of 2020, Lucasfilm was developing multiple Star Wars projects. A new Star Wars movie for 2023, The Mandalorian Season 2 was in post-production, with Season 3 being written. Boba Fett's spin-off series was being written by Jon Favreau. He has also begun work on a second spin-off series for The Mandalorian. Kenobi was being rewritten, and Lucasfilm had just signed Hayden Christensen to return. A Lando series by Justin Simien was being written. Leslie Headland was putting together a team of writers for her Star Wars series. A new animated series, Bad Batch, was set to release in a year, and the Andor series is getting ready for pre-production to film after COVID restrictions eased. The last show that was greenlit during this time was one pitched by Lucasfilm veteran Dave Filoni, now head of Lucasfilm Animation. He had made his debut in live-action directing, writing, and producing in The Mandalorian, with Jon Favreau serving as his live-action mentor. Dave Filoni began writing the scripts for another live-action Star Wars series based on his long-loved character, Ahsoka Tano. Disney was doing their best to flood Disney Plus with Star Wars content to gain more subscribers, and Lucasfilm was trying to meet those demands while also retaining quality control, as well as plan out the next generation of Star Wars films. On September 22, 2020, Tony Gilroy stepped down as a series director for the Andor show due to COVID-19 travel restrictions. He hired Toby Haynes to replace him as director, but Gilroy was still attached as the showrunner and lead writer for the series. It seemed like another creative shakeup for another Star Wars project, when in reality, it was Gilroy not wanting to delay the series due to COVID-19 restrictions. Toby Haynes had directed episodes of Black Mirror and was already going to direct one or two of the episodes of the Andor series. Still, with Gilroy stuck in New York and Haynes already in the UK, where Andor would be filmed, Haynes took the spot of directing the first 3 episodes of the Andor series. Shooting was scheduled for November of 2020, with Disney still wanting to keep the 2021 release date for the show. Come October 2020, Mando Season 2 was getting ready to release on Disney+, and Jon Favreau spoke about the plans to start filming Season 3 very soon. Favreau was becoming a trusted creative over there at Lucasfilm, working alongside the Star Wars veteran Dave Filoni on multiple projects. One of them was a project that would feature Mandalorian co-star Gina Carano. Favreau had called the former MMA fighter turned actor during the COVID-19 lockdowns to tell her about the plans to give Cara Dune her own spin-off series. Favreau also discussed the possibility of making a movie based on the Mandalorian series, saying in an interview, "The line is blurring now. Things that you would have only seen in the movie theater, you're seeing on streaming, and I think it could go the other way as well. But we're definitely open to it and excited to see where the story leads us and have that flexibility because there's no rulebook now." Jon Favreau was planning out a spin-off series for Cara Dune, with Bo-Katan making cameo appearances in the series as well. He was also mapping out what would become known as the Mandoverse, The Mandalorian being the main series, with spin-off shows about characters like Cara Dune, as well as 2 other spin-off shows about legacy characters that would make a surprise cameo in the upcoming season of The Mandalorian. Favreau had recently finished the scripts for a Boba Fett series, and filming was starting in late November of 2020. Favreau was expanding the scope of Star Wars television at the most opportune time for Lucasfilm during this film hiatus. The Mandalorian Season 2 was released on October 30th, 2020. It was another massive hit for Disney+, which had a high viewership and a boost in subscribers, with 30% of subscribers in November being those who canceled their subscriptions after Season 1 ended the year prior. The Mandalorian Season 2 premiere episode is still the highest viewed premiere for any Star Wars show on Disney+, even in 2026, a title it will likely never lose. Season 2 expanded the scope of the story and laid the foundations of what is now known as the Mandoverse, featuring multiple cameo characters starting with Cobb Vanth from the Aftermath Trilogy, one of the first book series released in the new canon. Later fans saw Bo-Katan in live action for the first time, with Katie Sackhoff reprising her role as the Mandalorian. Tamara Morrison, who played Jango Fett in Attack of the Clones, appears as the iconic bounty hunter Boba Fett for his first live-action appearance since 1983's Return of the Jedi. Ahsoka Tano made her long-awaited live-action debut, bringing the Star Wars fandom's excitement to a fever pitch, becoming the second highest-viewed episode for a Star Wars television episode. Rosario Dawson played the now fan-favorite character, with Dave Filoni directing the episode. Mandalorian Season 1 showed the world Star Wars could still deliver new and fresh stories inside a well-known and explored universe. Season 2 broadened the horizon of possibilities for live-action Star Wars television. Die-hard Star Wars fans were surprised every week with cameos from characters once featured in books and animated TV series. With the second season of The Mandalorian proven to exceed expectations once again, Disney knew The Mandalorian was just what Star Wars needs. December 10th, 2020. Disney held an Investors' Day presentation on the future projects from studios, including Lucasfilm. Kathleen Kennedy took the stage to announce a slew of new Star Wars projects. A Droid Story, a Star Wars animated adventure featuring R2-D2 and C-3PO guiding a new hero on an epic journey. Star Wars Visions is an anime-style series featuring multiple Japanese studios telling Star Wars stories outside the canon continuity. They showed new footage of the next animated series, The Bad Batch, as well as the upcoming live-action series titled Andor, following Diego Luna's cast in Andor from Rogue One. Kathy announced that Hayden Christensen would return as Anakin Skywalker and Darth Vader in the upcoming Kenobi series, calling it the rematch of the century. Leslie Headland's Star Wars series was revealed, entitled The Acolyte, a mystery thriller that will take audiences into a galaxy of shadowy secrets and emerging dark side powers in the final days of the High Republic. Kennedy confirmed that Lando was getting his own series and a brand new show on Disney Plus, with the story being developed by Justin Simien. Rangers of the New Republic, a new live-action series by Jon Favreau and Dave Filoni that would intersect with future stories and culminate in a cinematic event. It was the series that would have Cara Dune as the lead character and a second spin-off series for the Mandalorian universe. After making her live-action debut in The Mandalorian Season 2, Ahsoka would also be getting her own live-action Star Wars series. Written by Dave Filoni and executive produced by Jon Favreau, it would be the third spin-off series in the Mandoverse. Star Wars television had finally made its grand arrival, with The Mandalorian Seasons 1 and 2, Rangers of the New Republic, and Ahsoka, which showed Lucasfilm's faith in the Mandalorian universe, adding in the Acolyte, Lando, Star Wars Visions, Andor, and Kenobi. Lucasfilm made one thing clear: Star Wars television was here to stay. The Lucasfilm president also divulged details on the upcoming Star Wars movies, teasing Taika Waititi's Star Wars film that was in development. It would be fresh, unexpected, and a unique approach to the Star Wars universe that would take audiences on an unforgettable ride. But the biggest reveal came when Kennedy announced the next Star Wars movie. Rogue Squadron, directed by Patty Jenkins, who is known for her Wonder Woman movies. The story will introduce a new generation of starfighter pilots as they earn their wings and risk their lives in a boundary-pushing, high-speed thrill ride and move the saga into the future era of the galaxy. Kathleen Kennedy said in a statement, "Patty has established herself as one of the top directors working in the film industry today. She's a visionary who knows how to strike the balance between action and heart, and I can't wait to see what she does in the Star Wars galaxy." With a release date for Christmas of 2023, Lucasfilm gave the roadmap for Star Wars in the coming years. Patty Jenkins, the first female director for a Star Wars movie, would end the Star Wars movie hiatus in 2023, 4 years after Episode 9, The Rise of Skywalker, finished the first run of Disney Star Wars films. At this Disney Investor Day, 11 different Star Wars projects were featured in the presentation. It was a massive commitment to the future of the brand following the conclusion of the Skywalker saga. Where does Star Wars go after the Skywalkers? Lucasfilm was stepping into a new territory of Star Wars storytelling. All 5 of the Star Wars movies that had been released under Disney were based on the stories and original films by George Lucas. Now, these new shows and movies would come straight from the new creatives at Lucasfilm in the Star Wars canon timeline that was established in 2014. Change is the only consistent thing in life, and Star Wars was changing in front of everyone's eyes. For better or worse, times were changing. Fans began speculation on all of these new projects while The Mandalorian finished its second season run, leading up to the grand finale on December 21st, 2020. Season 2 of The Mandalorian ended with an epic conclusion to Din Djarin's search for a Jedi teacher for Grogu. Luke Skywalker made a stunning cameo that was kept secret throughout the entire production and series run. It sent shockwaves throughout the fandom and pop culture. The finale became the highest viewed episode of Star Wars television that remains true to this day. Despite announcing nearly a dozen new Star Wars projects at Disney's Investor Day, Lucasfilm still had one final reveal. The Mandalorian Season 2 ended with a post-credits scene showing Boba Fett and Fennec Shand taking over Jabba the Hutt's palace. That moment officially announced The Book of Boba Fett, starring Tamara Morrison and Ming-Na Wen. The series was already in production and on track for December 2021 release. By all accounts, it was the perfect way to close out the season, while also serving as a major marketing boost for Disney Plus's first Mandalorian spinoff. Lucasfilm also revealed that Season 3 of The Mandalorian would start production in 2021. 2020 was the first year Lucasfilm had not released a Star Wars movie after 5 back-to-back years of making Star Wars films. The Kenobi spin-off movie that was meant to release in December of 2020 was turned into a series that was now part of the Star Wars television era. With hindsight, it's impossible to know what kind of stress releasing a Kenobi movie during the COVID pandemic would have caused. Maybe Lucasfilm dodged a bullet. Despite not having a movie release, Disney was more than happy with Lucasfilm's results on Star Wars. Clone Wars Season 7 and The Mandalorian Season 2 were both critical and commercial successes for Disney. The High Republic was the boldest storytelling initiative Lucasfilm had done since confirming a Star Wars canon. Star Wars Rogue Squadron, Taika Waititi's Star Wars film, The Acolyte, Lando, Andor, Kenobi, Ahsoka, Book of Boba Fett, Rangers of the New Republic, Mandalorian Season 3, Star Wars Visions, The Bad Batch, and Star Wars Droids were all part of the future roadmap for the Star Wars franchise, including the Rian Johnson trilogy, Kevin Feige Star Wars movie, and J.D. Dillard Star Wars movie. Lucasfilm was constantly developing new Star Wars projects, and the future was still inevitable. There would be more Star Wars. At the beginning of the new year, 2021, Patty Jenkins revealed she was almost done with the story treatment for Rogue Squadron, stating in an interview when asked about her unannounced co-writer, "I want the co-writer to have his own proper announcement, so I'm going to wait until that comes out, but we're very far into the process and we're finishing the treatment basically, which is pretty big. So it ends up being like where you're relatively close to a screenplay, a long screenplay by the time I'm done with the treatment in my process. So yeah, we've been working on it for a while. It's going to be great. I'm super excited about it." The new movie Rogue Squadron carried the same title as the books and video games, which Jenkins confirmed would not be the story for her film. She said, in the Star Wars Rogue Squadron movie, we're doing something original with great influence from the games and books. There are a lot of things being acknowledged and understood about the greatness of all those things, but yes, it's an original story, and I'm so psyched to do it. The partnership began when Jenkins visited the set of The Rise of Skywalker while she was filming Wonder Woman 1984 nearby. It was Lucasfilm that approached the director in the summer of 2020 to be the first female director for a Star Wars film. She agreed to do it if she felt invested in the story, to which Lucasfilm told her they wanted her to make a Rogue Squadron film. Jenkins instantly decided yes due to her childhood growing up around fighter pilots. The secret co-writer on the Rogue Squadron movie was Matthew Robinson, who co-wrote and co-directed with Ricky Gervais the 2009 comedy The Invention of Lying, Monster Trucks, and the screenplay for Dora and the Lost City of Gold. With Patty Jenkins directing and co-writing alongside writer Matthew Robinson, the pair started working to deliver a script to Lucasfilm on time for a 2022 filming schedule. But another Star Wars movie gained a writer. The Kevin Feige-produced Star Wars film tapped writer Michael Waldron. Waldron was known for his writing on Rick and Morty and Community in his early days. Later, he signed a major deal with Disney that saw him write and executive produce the new Loki series and write the Doctor Strange Multiverse of Madness movie. His latest Star Wars gig was part of his overall deal with Disney, which showed the confidence the company had in the writer since these deals were rare in Hollywood. Waldron was handpicked by Feige to write the Star Wars movie. Feige had also had discussions with Marvel directors Joe and Anthony Russo about possibly directing the Star Wars movie. On January 11, 2021, Lucasfilm officially announced Lucasfilm Games, a new division created to oversee all future video games, including Star Wars. At the time, EA's exclusivity deal still had 2 years left. During those 8 years, EA had released just 4 Star Wars games. 2 Battlefront titles, both met controversy, Jedi Fallen Order, which was a major success, and the more recent Star Wars Squadrons. 4 games in 8 years wasn't enough for Lucasfilm, and they had grown unhappy with the slow pace. They wanted out of the exclusivity deal so more developers could bring more Star Wars games to life. They opened the door for studios like Ubisoft and Massive Entertainment, who began work on a story-driven open-world Star Wars game. EA would still continue making Star Wars titles, but in 2023, their 10-year exclusivity deal officially came to an end.
We begin with a huge shakeup for one of the most popular shows right now. Mandalorian star Gina Carano has been fired. The news follows a social media post where Carano had implied that being a Republican today is comparable to being Jewish in Nazi Germany.
A Lucasfilm spokesperson says Carano is not currently employed by them with, quote, no plans for her to be in the future. Carano played the recurring character Cara Dune on the Star Wars series. She deleted the post, but it was widely shared online and spurred the hashtag #FireGinaCarano hashtag to trend.
While not an official firing of the actor, given her recurring role in The Mandalorian, which was set to return in Season 3 and feature her own spin-off series, Rangers of the Republic, Lucasfilm's announcement that she would not be employed in the future was an open secret that the actress had been fired from Star Wars. A source stated they had been looking for a reason to fire her for 2 months, and today was the final straw. Carano was meant to be brought out at the December 2020 investors presentation as lead for the Rangers of the New Republic series, still after she tweeted controversial comments on the COVID-19 mask and voter fraud in the recent election. Lucasfilm scrapped her grand reveal plans. It was the first time in history that a Star Wars actor had been publicly fired. Carano learned of her release at the same time everyone else did, when Lucasfilm released their statement. Now Lucasfilm had just fired one of the main stars surrounding the Mandalorian series. Din Djarin, Greef Karga, and Cara Dune were all central to the first 2 seasons of the show. Now with one of the stars out of the picture, fans could only wonder what implications this would have on the Mandoverse and the Star Wars television era. February 24th, 2021, Lucasfilm announced the new animated series The Bad Batch would release on May 4th, the annual Star Wars Day, marking a new tradition for animated series to release or conclude on the Star Wars holiday. By March, Joby Harold had submitted the scripts that Lucasfilm were happy with. They were once again ready to begin production on the Kenobi series, this time with a story that wasn't so similar to The Mandalorian and would feature more characters from the Star Wars universe than fans would anticipate. On March 29th, the whole cast for the Kenobi series was revealed. Hayden Christensen would reprise his role as Anakin Skywalker, Moses Ingram would play a Sith Inquisitor, along with Rupert Friend and Sun Kang, who would also play Inquisitors. Joel Edgerton and Bonnie Peace would also reprise their roles as Owen and Beru. Production was set to begin in April, and the third of the original 3 Star Wars live-action series was ready once again to start filming. With Kenobi and Andor both in the works, fans would have to wait until Book of Boba Fett is released in December for another live-action Star Wars series, but the next animated Star Wars show was meant to fill those gaps. On May 4th, 2021, the first season of the Bad Batch series was released. It was a strong start for the Clone Wars sequel, reaching #1 on Disney Plus and #7 in the Nielsen Ratings Top 10. a powerful start for the animated series, which released an hour-long episode premiere. Clone Wars Season 7 had notable improved graphics and effects compared to earlier seasons, and Bad Batch continued that legacy, showing Lucasfilm's animation's continued refinement of their craft. After almost a full year of work on Rogue Squadron, Patty Jenkins gave an update on her upcoming Star Wars movie, saying that the script was nearly finished and that they were crewing up. By this point, the production designer on both Wonder Woman movies, Aline Bonetto, was coming onto the project, and the crew was getting ready to enter pre-production for that fall for a 2022 shoot. Just 2 years after the release of The Rise of Skywalker, Lucasfilm was already getting ready to make another Star Wars movie, with 3 films scheduled for the 2020s. Rogue Squadron by Patty Jenkins releasing in 2023, but the 2025 and 2027 dates could be filled by either Taika Waititi's Star Wars movie, Kevin Feige's Star Wars movie, or J.D. Dillard's Star Wars movie. In the early 2010s, fans knew the future of the Star Wars franchise was Episodes 7, 8, and 9, a continuation of the Skywalker saga. In the early 2020s, fans had no idea what the plans for the Star Wars universe were. Was Rogue Squadron being set after the sequel trilogy? What is Taika Waititi's Star Wars movie about? And where is the Rian Johnson trilogy? All questions fans would have to ponder. But Lucasfilm was aware of the pressure on their shoulders. Mindful of their overwhelming schedule of releasing a Star Wars movie every year, Lucasfilm could let a filmmaker like Patty Jenkins make a Star Wars movie to meet Disney's desire for more films, but could still plan future stories for potential trilogies and a new saga entirely. Star Wars was a vast sandbox to play in, but Lucasfilm had to be careful on the return to the movie theaters and truly plan out the future of the franchise for the next 10 years. Focusing on their near future, Disney announced the second season of The Bad Batch on August 5th, 2021. The positive fan reaction and high viewership of the premiere episodes and season finale gave Disney the confidence to order a second season from Lucasfilm. The following month, a more shocking announcement came on September 9th, 2021. Knights of the Old Republic was getting a complete remake by the developers Aspyr and published by Lucasfilm Games. Releasing on the PlayStation 5 and PC, the groundbreaking and legendary Star Wars game was making its long-awaited return. Star Wars gaming had been in an almost 10-year slump under the EA exclusivity deal. With 2 years left on the contract, Lucasfilm Games was gearing up for a new era of Star Wars video games with multiple developers working on Star Wars, similar to the LucasArts days. Aspyr was the most obvious choice for Lucasfilm, as a good working relationship had been built over the years, with Aspyr remastering many LucasArts games for the past decade. Quantic Dream was another studio Lucasfilm Games partnered with to develop a new Star Wars video game. The project began in early 2020, as Lucasfilm was starting to assemble the Lucasfilm Games team. It also marked the first time in nearly 10 years that a Star Wars game would be developed outside of EA's exclusivity deal. So while Lucasfilm Games tried to bring in more developers for a new generation of Star Wars video games, Lucasfilm was almost ready to begin production on Rogue Squadron. Still, trouble had been brewing behind the scenes and crew members were getting skeptical. By November 2021, shortly before pre-production was to start, no casting had been done for the film. Something was wrong. Patty Jenkins and Matthew Robinson had turned in a script that Lucasfilm executives were not convinced was working. Jenkins' husband, Sam Sheridan, a writer on the TNT series I Am the Night and consulting producer on Amazon Prime's Jack Ryan, also wrote a draft of Rogue Squadron after receiving notes from Lucasfilm. Nearly a year after it was announced and a full year and a half of work from Jenkins, in November of 2021, Rogue Squadron was delayed. For fans, it was not even disappointing. It was the usual. Lucasfilm executives like Senior Vice President of Development Michelle Rejwan could not agree with Patty Jenkins on the scripts for Rogue Squadron, thinking the scripts and the story for the movie were a complete mess. Jenkins' commitment to other movies became a problem as well. Warner Brothers wanted the third Wonder Woman movie from the director and moved up the release date, making Jenkins' schedule come into conflict with Lucasfilm. Since the scripts were not completed and not up to par with Lucasfilm standards, and now Patty had to leave Star Wars to make Wonder Woman 3, another Star Wars movie that was officially announced had been shelved once again. The project was still a priority for Patty Jenkins, who told Lucasfilm that once Wonder Woman 3 was finished, she would immediately return for Rogue Squadron. But it was another movie that was delayed or canceled for Star Wars. Fans were not interested in any excuses by Lucasfilm. By this point, the pattern had been set, and the fans began to seriously doubt Lucasfilm's ability to release any Star Wars movies. If they could not make the December 2023 release date, the planned 2 to 3 year film hiatus was now becoming a 4 to 5 year hiatus. Similar to Lucas when he owned Star Wars, fans were looking to point the blame somewhere, and Kathleen Kennedy, the president of Lucasfilm, was the easiest person to blame for any troubles. By November 2021, Kennedy's 3-year extension from 2018 had already ended, and Kathy renewed for another 3 years at Lucasfilm, meaning her tenure would last until at least 2024. Naturally, the debate once again started up on Kathy's resume at Lucasfilm. What went right under Disney Star Wars? What went wrong? As the years go on, of course, one day Kennedy would leave Lucasfilm and handpick her replacement, But if and when that time came, who would it be? Kennedy talked more about the future of the Star Wars brand, not mentioning the details about Rogue Squadron, but talking about Rangers of the New Republic, which was now being absorbed into other Star Wars shows, instead of being its own series. Kennedy said, "We'd never written any script or anything on that. Some of that will figure into future episodes, I'm sure, on the next season of The Mandalorian." She also mentioned the future of characters from the sequel trilogy, saying, "Certainly those are not characters we're going to forget. They will live on, and those are conversations that are going on within the creative team as well." It was the first time the Lucasfilm president openly talked about continuing the story of these new characters post-Episode 9. This was a part of a larger question at Lucasfilm and in the Star Wars fandom: where does Star Wars go after the Skywalker saga? Lucasfilm was now discussing it internally and pondered how to continue the franchise films that both separate it from the Skywalker films, yet honor and stay in the same universe. While Star Wars television was giving fans 11 shows in 5 to 6 years, the movies would need careful planning, something Kennedy and others at Lucasfilm carefully considered after learning the lessons from the sequel films. On December 10th, 2021, Lucasfilm Games made a surprise reveal. A cinematic trailer for a new video game titled Star Wars Eclipse was released. Still 2 years out from the end of the EA deal, Quantic Dream showed off what they had been working on with Lucasfilm Games for the better part of a year and a half's worth of work. Set during the New High Republic era, the trailer showed glimpses of an action-adventure game with new locations, mysterious armies, and space battles with the Trade Federation. An original story with new characters, each offering unique paths, abilities, and roles that influence a fragile piece in the Outer Rim, described as a branching narrative that allowed players' choices to affect the outcome of the game in significant ways. The trailer garnered massive attention from gamers and Star Wars fans and generated excitement for a new game outside of EA, and with Quantic Dream's track record in narrative storytelling games, it seemed like the perfect fit for a future Star Wars video game. But like with every Star Wars project on the film side, the announcement of this new game did not mean it was coming soon, but simply that it was in development. The truth surrounding the development of the game was far grimmer than the excitement the trailer generated. After alleged bad working conditions at Quantic Dream, the developer was looking to hire more staff for this ambitious game, using the trailer to entice people to join the team. The game was going to have a long development cycle even after the trailer. Insiders at the company estimated a 2027 or 2028 release date at the earliest, as the game engine Quantic Dream was using was not designed for open world and multiplayer elements, which were planned for Star Wars Eclipse. Fans knew none of this, of course, but the game gained a lot of traction and excitement. Fans and gamers could only wait in anticipation for the future of Star Wars Eclipse. On the last day of the year, December 31st, 2021, Disney's Alan Horn, who served as chairman of Walt Disney Studios, was retiring. Though not seen in the same spotlight as Bob Iger, the Disney CEO, Alan Horn was a critical part of relaunching the Star Wars franchise under Disney and served as Kathleen Kennedy's superior, giving her much freedom to run Lucasfilm as she desired. Horn's retirement marked another change in leadership at Disney, which would trickle down to Lucasfilm. Alan Bergman, who replaced Alan Horn, would now serve as the boss of whoever the future Lucasfilm president would be if Kennedy decided to pass the torch or retire. Kerry Hart, Rain Roberts, executives at Lucasfilm and the Story Group, and now Alan Horn, a Disney executive, all were critical to the 2015 to 2019 first era of Disney Star Wars. With the powers that be changing, it could only mean more changes for Lucasfilm and Star Wars in the future. As 2021 ended and 2022 began, Lucasfilm released the first spin-off series from The Mandalorian, The Book of Boba Fett. Brought back to live action in The Mandalorian's second season, Favreau and Filoni would keep the bounty hunter's return secret from most. Not even the team at Disney Plus knew of the show's announcement at the finale of Season 2 last year. But the top brass knew, and the executives at Lucasfilm were more than happy to hand over the reins of this iconic character to John and Dave. They were becoming the golden team for Star Wars. The Mandalorian was all the proof that anyone would need. The Book of Boba Fett was written by Jon Favreau, with Dave Filoni writing Chapter 6. Robert Rodriguez would serve as the series showrunner after his Boba Fett episode in The Mandalorian's second season. The first episode of the series started off with the lowest rating for live-action Star Wars after 2 seasons of The Mandalorian, and the series would fail to capture the same magic that began with The Mandalorian. Despite using the same production team, from the writers to half of the directors for the series, The Book of Boba Fett was not what fans had expected from the iconic bounty hunter after 40 years of waiting for his own standalone story. The viewership also missed the high mark set by The Mandalorian, which had a $120 million budget. Boba Fett, being 1 episode shorter, was an $105 million budget. Similar budget, same team, from directors to writers, yet Boba Fett failed to capture the audience's attention like The Mandalorian. However, the highest rated episodes were the two that featured practically no Boba Fett in his own series. Instead, two of the episodes focused on Din Djarin. Both were the only 9 out of 10 rated episodes in the series and pulled in numbers higher than all the episodes before it. The finale was the series' highest yet, still falling short of the Mandalorian numbers. While primarily focusing on Boba Fett's new job as head of the crime family alongside assassin Fennec Shand, it also explored what happened after the events of Return of the Jedi, escaping the Sarlacc pit, and eventually joining a tribe of Tusken Raiders. The series expanded into The Mandalorian and other aspects of the now Mandoverse, with Luke Skywalker, Ahsoka, and Grogu also appearing in the series. The emotional end of The Mandalorian Season 2 had fans speculating when Din Djarin would reunite with Grogu, and they wouldn't have to wait long, as the final episode of the Book of Boba Fett reunited the pair after a short year after the Season 2 finale. An unexpected turn of events followed for the Boba Fett series, as the story failed to resonate with audiences, with critics frequently comparing it unfavorably to the Mandalorian episodes that concluded the season. A confusing expansion of the Mandalorian series into its first spin-off in the new Mandoverse. It set up future events for the story, but left fans unsatisfied with the long-awaited Boba Fett story. A Boba Fett spin-off film was a much-desired project for Lucasfilm since 2012, after Josh Trank joined and was replaced by James Mangold, with Simon Kinberg attached to write the movie, yet never put pen to paper. Lucasfilm adapted the film into a Disney Plus series with varying results. At long last, the story of Boba Fett was told, and as 2022 began anew, it was a new year for Lucasfilm, with planned releases like Kenobi, Andor, and the eventual Star Wars Celebration. But after the excitement generated on the gaming side with the Star Wars Eclipse announcement, Lucasfilm Games alongside EA showed their plans to still work together, announcing 3 new EA Star Wars games that were in development. A third game would be following Cal Kestis in the Jedi series, a first-person shooter would be the other game, and a strategy game. With the Knights of the Old Republic remake on the way, Star Wars Eclipse far away from the finish line, and 3 new EA Star Wars games, Lucasfilm was ensuring that they would not repeat the mistakes of the past 10 years for Star Wars gaming. After a few years of deliberation about the future of Star Wars films, Lucasfilm concluded that one of the key characters of the coming films was Rey. Played by Daisy Ridley in the latest sequel trilogy, Lucasfilm had been aware of the desire to use legacy characters. Daisy Ridley was still young, and Rey had taken up the Skywalker name in the last film. The timing was perfect, too. Damon Lindelof had approached Lucasfilm to pitch a Star Wars film featuring Rey after the events of Rise of Skywalker. Knowing they wanted to explore a new Jedi Order and build a new era to explore, Lucasfilm hired Damon Lindelof to write a new Star Wars movie, this time featuring Rey. Lindelof was a known writer, winning an Emmy for his Watchmen series, writing on major shows like Lost and The Leftovers, as well as movies like World War Z and Prometheus. But Damon would not direct the film. That job would go to Sharmeen Obaid-Chinoy, the director who was coming off directing 2 episodes of Ms. Marvel. Chinoy was set to direct and Lindelof was writing the script. Lucasfilm was ready to begin development on the new Jedi Order. On the annual Star Wars Day, May 4th, 2022, the Obi-Wan Kenobi trailer dropped. Now releasing on May 27th during the Star Wars Celebration convention, fans finally got to see a glimpse of Ewan McGregor reprising his role after 15 years. With Celebration around the corner and a highly anticipated series with Kenobi, Lucasfilm was ensuring that Star Wars would remain a blockbuster franchise on both the big and small screens. On May 11th, 2022, Michael Waldron finally gave an update on his Star Wars film, which he would write and Kevin Feige would produce. He said in an interview, "We're finally into it in earnest. I'm writing away, it's a lot of fun, I'm enjoying having the freedom to do something that's not necessarily a sequel or anything, it just doesn't have a bunch of TV shows and movies that you're servicing on top of it the way I did with Doctor Strange. So it's nice, it feels like a different exercise." With Waldron now writing away on the Kevin Feige Star Wars film, another standalone story was beginning to shape up. On May 17th, 2022, Vanity Fair did a tell-all behind the scenes of the next lineup of Star Wars, titled "The Rebellion Will Be Televised." It revealed that Season 3 of The Mandalorian will debut in late 2022 or early 2023, with the Ahsoka standalone series releasing in 2023. Discussing the future of the film slate, Kennedy said, "We have a roadmap, with the report saying that the Taika Waititi film will likely arrive first." When asked about the Kevin Feige Star Wars movie, Kennedy gave a response that confused fans. "I would love to see what movie he might come up with, but right now, no, there isn't anything specifically." On the Rian Johnson trilogy, Kennedy gave the usual answer. Rian has been unbelievably busy with Knives Out and the deal that he made at Netflix for multiple movies. After 3 years of planning out the next generation of Star Wars movies, Lucasfilm was still trying to figure out the best way to keep the franchise going. She said, "I hesitate to use the word trilogies anymore because Star Wars is much more about persistent storytelling." At the time Taika Waititi was writing his film, Kevin Feige had Michael Waldron write his script for his standalone movie, Patty Jenkins was returning to Wonder Woman 3 but promised Lucasfilm she'd return to Rogue Squadron right after that, Damon Lindelof was working out the story for his Star Wars film featuring Rey that Sharmeen Obaid-Chinoy would direct, J.D. Diller was working on his Star Wars script with co-writer Matt Owens, and Rian Johnson was busy making his Knives Out franchise. Much had changed from the original plan back in the late 2010s when the first Jedi trilogy was meant to be released in 2022, 2024, and 2026. Now, the only films Lucasfilm had planned out were all standalone movies, each able to replace the other's release date if need be. The film side was still in flux, but the TV side of Star Wars kept pumping out shows. It was all in the lead up to the next event, the following week, Star Wars Celebration in Anaheim, California. The 4-day event was held between May 26th and 29th, 2022. During the event, the first trailer for the Andor series was revealed, initially set to release on August 31st before being delayed to September 21st and drop 3 episodes at once. It was the first look at a Star Wars show that wasn't connected to the Mandoverse or created by Jon Favreau and Dave Filoni. Another series was announced, Skeleton Crew, by John Watts and Chris Ford, who confirmed the series is set during the same time as The Mandalorian, focusing on a group of kids who get lost in a galaxy and try to find their way back, with the lead being played by Jude Law, slated to release in 2023. Favreau and Filoni revealed their plans for Star Wars television, currently filming the first season of Ahsoka and showing brief footage to fans in attendance. The Mandalorian Season 3 was teased and revealed to release in February 2023, meaning that in the year 2023, fans would get Mando Season 3, followed by the Ahsoka series and Skeleton Crew, all in 1 year. Favreau also confirmed that he was writing the 4th season of The Mandalorian. Filoni revealed a new animated series that he had been working on, titled Tales of the Jedi, a new 6-part animated short series premiering in the fall featuring 2 characters, Count Dooku as a Jedi and Ahsoka Tano. It was a new series that Lucasfilm had planned to release on an annual basis. The one notable thing missing from all the announcements and reveals was the status of the Star Wars films. Reporters all asked the Lucasfilm president what was coming next. Kennedy confirmed that the Taika Waititi Star Wars movie was the next planned for a late 2023 release date. She also committed to the idea of future Star Wars films going past the sequel trilogy and using that as a new timeline. We're moving further beyond the existing sequels as we look at our movie space, she said. The sequel era is what we talk about a lot in terms of where we're going with our movies and just how far out from that we'll go. That's very much the space we're concentrating on. Kennedy also gave a minor update on the Lando series that Justin Simeon was writing, saying that they were waiting for Donald Glover's schedule to free up to start developing the series. The real talk of the town during the week was the Kenobi series. Releasing during the event, fans poured into auditoriums to see the premiere of the Obi-Wan Kenobi series with both Ewan McGregor and Hayden Christensen in attendance. Similar to the feeling of a film release, the energy was electric as Kenobi was to return to the Star Wars franchise, and Kenobi was the most anticipated new television series of 2022, and its premiere was the most watched series premiere on Disney+, according to Disney itself. It was precisely the moment Lucasfilm wanted to see for a significant legacy character. But much had changed in the series since its original concept scripts from Hossein Amini, who wrote the original screenplay based on the story by Stuart Beattie, who initially pitched a trilogy of Kenobi films to Lucasfilm. Amini adapted that story into a TV series, which was then taken by Joby Harold and Deborah Chow and turned into the Kenobi series that was released in 2022. As usual, Ewan McGregor was widely praised in his return to the role of Obi-Wan Kenobi. The young Leia was a highlight for many who enjoyed her dynamic with Kenobi, but many critics noted the writing and pacing seemed to be uneven in episodes, and the notable use of the volume was becoming a debate, as many stated the series was made on a cheaper budget than that of the Boba Fett series or The Mandalorian, coming in under $100 million for 6 episodes. Similar to the Book of Boba Fett, the Kenobi series was the continuation of a legacy Star Wars character, meant to be a movie directed by Stephen Daldry. Was this the best Lucasfilm could do with the character? There were many highlights in the series, with Hayden Christensen returning as both Anakin Skywalker in flashbacks and Darth Vader in the lightsaber duel in the final episode. Liam Neeson had been in talks to reprise his role as Qui-Gon Jinn for some time, and it came to fruition when he appeared before Obi-Wan, ready to teach him to become one with the Force. A story fans had long desired was finally delivered. Still, through multiple planned versions from a trilogy to a standalone film to a series, and then changing writers before filming, the Kenobi series did not resonate with audiences and fans like The Mandalorian did. Its viewership dipped each week until the finale, which was higher than the Book of Boba Fett, but so far, Boba's show and The Mandalorian were the only series that had viewership growth throughout its run. Kenobi did not see the same growth. Regardless, the numbers did not lie. Over 3 years later, the Kenobi series still remains one of the highest viewed Star Wars series on average, despite losing 16% of its viewership throughout its run. Though critics' ratings were average and reflected the good and bad of the series, it was not the success that The Mandalorian had when it was released. It seemed more and more like The Mandalorian was the golden egg for Star Wars television, with the two following shows not meeting the same mark. In July of 2022, just a month after Kathleen Kennedy suggested his Star Wars film could release in late 2023, Taika Waititi gave a more grounded update. "Not this year," he said, addressing the rumored timeline. "I'm going to be in New Zealand from August until the end of the year, working on Our Flag Means Death and Time Bandits, but during that time I'll still be writing. I'm still trying to figure out what the story is." He explained his script was still in development and nothing had been officially greenlit. "I'm trying to write the Star Wars idea at the moment. I've got to see how that goes, because once I submit it, that might determine when it gets made, or if it gets made at all. That's yet to be seen." Waititi emphasized that he was taking his time to make sure it captured the spirit of the franchise. "I'm still coming up with the ideas and storylining in it. I just want to make sure it feels like a Star Wars film, because I could say, oh yeah, we'll just write any old thing, set it in space and slap Star Wars on the front, but it wouldn't be a Star Wars film without certain elements and a certain treatment. I've just got to make sure it's always within that wheelhouse." It was confusing to hear the director's comments about not being able to make the film anytime soon, while Kathy said it was the next film to release. But another Star Wars movie was taking shape, the Rey standalone movie directed by Sharmeen Obaid-Chinoy. A writer's room was put together for the film in July, just after the recent Star Wars celebration. In this 2-week writing session, other writers like Patrick Somerville, who worked with Lindelof on Leftovers and created Station 11, Raina McClendon, a consulting producer on the Kenobi series and a writer on the upcoming Willow series by Lucasfilm, and Andy Greenwald, creator of the crime drama Briar Patch, will be present. Dave Filoni is also rumored to have at least sat in on this writer's room to help form the story. After drafting up the story outlines, Damon Lindelof brought in another writer, Justin Britt Gibson, a young and up-and-coming writer who worked as an executive story editor for Guillermo del Toro's The Strain and wrote on episodes for the Counterpart series on Starz. Together, Damon Lindelof and Justin Britt Gibson began writing a screenplay for a Star Wars movie that would take the franchise beyond Episode 9 and into uncharted territory. Lucasfilm internally believed that if the scripts could be completed within the next year, this new Rey movie would release in 2025 and actually be the first movie back on the big screen for the Star Wars brand. Lucasfilm was also gearing up to begin filming for the Skeleton Crew series, which was initially pitched by John Watts in 2017 as a standalone movie, but while he was busy making Spider-Man movies for Marvel, Lucasfilm changed their focus from film to television, and Watts was happy to use the new medium to explore his 80s-style Star Wars story. Budget was $136 million for the upcoming 8-episode series at $17 million an episode. The Mandalorian, for reference, was around $15 million an episode. For Skeleton Crew's Jude Law, his salary was a factor into the high production costs, with $500,000 per episode. Jon Favreau was serving as an executive producer and continued to lead the Star Wars television era by helping Watts and Ford take their first steps into a galaxy far, far away. During this time, news broke that the Knights of the Old Republic remake was being delayed. The remake of the 2003 game was having development issues when developer Aspyr fired the game's art director and design director the month prior. After 3 years of development, the staff would learn the game was on pause. They had shown production partners at Lucasfilm and Sony a demo of the game. Developers felt the game was on the right track, but they were shocked to find out the following week that the design and art directors had been fired. The reasoning was that the game was not making the progress desired after the amount of money invested in just making the demo alone. Saber Interactive would take over the project. A new team meant an almost entirely new game. Fans would now have to wait longer for the return of the Old Republic. Disney, like Lucasfilm, had grown dissatisfied with EA's output of Star Wars games over the years. With the Star Wars film hiatus coming to an end in a couple years, Disney wanted a new Star Wars game to release every 6 months to meet the pent-up demands from fans. The Knights of the Old Republic remake would now have to wait. At the end of August, 5 years after the announcement in 2017, Rian Johnson once again said the same thing about his Star Wars trilogy, which Kathleen Kennedy had spoken about months prior at Celebration. He said, "I've stayed close to Kathleen Kennedy and we've gotten together often to talk about it. It's just at this point a matter of schedule and when it can happen. It would break my heart if I were finished, if I couldn't get back into the sandbox at some point." On September 10th, 2022, Disney held its D23 event, where Lucasfilm revealed new details and release timelines for several upcoming projects. A new trailer for Andor was unveiled, while Star Wars The Bad Batch had its second season officially confirmed for a January 4th, 2023 release. Tales of the Jedi was announced to premiere on October 26, 2022, and Ahsoka remained on track for a late 2023 debut. Skeleton Crew was confirmed to be in production, and The Mandalorian Season 3 debuted its first public teaser ahead of its 2023 release. Around this time, Din Djarin also began appearing at Disney Parks Galaxy's Edge alongside a small green companion, Grogu. 5 days later, on September 15th, 2022, Disney finally removed Rogue Squadron for the December 23 release schedule, confirming that no Star Wars movie would be releasing that year. The film hiatus, initially planned for 3 years, was now turning into 6 years, as 2025 was the next confirmed release date for a Star Wars movie. The plan was for Taika's film to take the spot now, and the December 2027 date still stayed on schedule. On September 21st, Andor premiered with its first 3 episodes, launching a 12-episode season. The series immediately stood out for its slower, more deliberate pacing compared to what Star Wars audiences were used to. Disney chose to release the show in 3-episode arcs, with the opening trio functioning as an extended pilot that established the tone and direction of the series. Andor was met with strong critical praise, though many fans were quick to note how different it felt from previous Star Wars projects. The series embraced a grittier, more mature, and grounded approach than recent shows and films. While some viewers initially wanted more action and traditional adventure, showrunner Tony Gilroy was focused on letting the story build gradually. In the end, the slow burn approach that divided fans early on ultimately strengthened the series and helped elevate its overall reception. It focused on Cassian Andor becoming a rebel for Luthen Rael. Cassian would team up with other rebels and eventually go to prison, while the show focused on the politics of the Empire and the ISB, as well as what was happening on Cassian's homeworld, Ferrix. Andor was the lowest viewed series for Star Wars on Disney Plus when its first season dropped, not precisely what Lucasfilm and Disney were hoping for, but the numbers showed one very positive trend. Despite the viewership dipping in the first 3 weeks, Andor was one of the few Star Wars shows that gained more viewership as the series went on. By the end, its finale gained more views than its premiere, a sign to Disney that this series had potential. The only other series to have a finale higher than its premiere was The Mandalorian or The Book of Boba Fett. In the year 2026, Andor is still one of the only 3 series that gained more viewership during its run. It may have taken fans some time to invest in the Andor series. One of the key successes behind The Mandalorian's popularity was word of mouth from the casual audiences and the passionate Star Wars fanbase. When Andor ended, its average rating was 8.3 out of 10 for the episodes, and the last 3 were amongst the highest of the season. Word of mouth then began in the Star Wars circles, as some fans claimed the series was the best Star Wars since the original trilogy. Season 2 was to start filming soon and take at least another 2 years before it would be released, which is why Tony Gilroy decided after working on Season 1 to reduce the series' initial plan from 5 seasons to 2. Gilroy feared that this would take at least 10 years to make, and each season was meant to be a year, and the 5 years would end right before Rogue One began. Gilroy now had to rework Season 2 to fit that 5-year time frame and deliver a satisfying ending to his now 2-season series. Come October 18, 2022, Lucasfilm's Michelle Rejoin stepped down from her role as Senior Vice President of Live Action Development after striking an overall deal with Disney and Lucasfilm to be a full-time producer for the companies. Seen as a potential hand-picked candidate by Kathleen Kennedy to eventually take on the mantle of Lucasfilm president, Rejoin's departure from the executive board began to make fans and journalists wonder, when Kathleen Kennedy picked her successor, who would it be, and when would it happen? There was a massive shakeup at Disney, though. Bob Iger had stepped down as Disney CEO at the beginning of 2020 and entirely left the board of directors a year earlier in December of 2021 after staying on to finish out his contract. After Bob Chapek's many questionable decisions as Disney CEO, he was ousted by the board of directors and replaced by Bob Iger, who once again resumed the role of Disney CEO. It was an unprecedented move for the company, one that may have given a breath of relief for Lucasfilm, Iger and Kathleen Kennedy, who had been working together since Disney bought Lucasfilm in 2012. With Iger back in charge, Kennedy would be working with a familiar face. Iger almost immediately talked about the Disney Plus releases and fiscal discipline needed for the franchises like Marvel, Pixar, and of course, Star Wars. A new Star Wars movie was beginning to take shape in late of 2022. Around November of that year, Sean Levy, best known for his work on the Stranger Things series, was coming off Free Guy, a movie with Disney, and was tapped to direct the 3rd Deadpool movie for the company. Levy had talks with Lucasfilm about doing a standalone Star Wars film. Kennedy told Levy, "I want a Sean Levy movie. I want a story and a tone that reflects you and your taste and what you bring to your movies with a Star Wars story." Though not officially announced or confirmed by Disney and Lucasfilm, Sean Levy did confirm it, later stating, "If you had told me back when I was directing Big Fat Liar that someday I'd be working on the biggest TV show in the world and directing Marvel followed by Star Wars, I would have told you, you're fucking nuts." Lucasfilm now had Taika Waititi writing his Star Wars movie, Kevin Feige's film was being written by Michael Waldron, and Damon Lindelof was working on his script with his co-writer for the Rey film. Sean Levy agreed to direct a new Star Wars standalone film, and Rogue Squadron by Patty Jenkins was set to resume work after she finished Wonder Woman 3. Rian Johnson's trilogy was still in the works as he continued to work on his second Knives Out film, and J.D. Dillard's Star Wars movie. The same day the news broke about Sean Levy, Dillard spoke publicly for the first time about his Star Wars movie, confirming that it was something he was developing, but also confirming it was no longer being made. He said in a statement, "It's unfortunately no longer a thing, and it was not for a lack of trying." He did say he would like to return to the Star Wars franchise if it's an original idea. Dillard gave some hints on what inspired his Star Wars movie. Similar to Patty Jenkins speaking of her father, the pilot for Rogue Squadron's influence, Dillard said, "My dad being an aviator, we had a bunch of flight simulators, including the TIE Fighter game. I've been playing this game for months, my dad's flying it with me, and I'm like, man, this game is just so cool." And he's like, "Well, you know, this game comes from a series of movies," and I was like, "You're kidding me." Lucasfilm had long considered a Star Wars standalone film focused on starfighter pilots. Both Rogue Squadron and J.D. Dillard's Star Wars project leaned heavily into space battles and pilot-driven storytelling, but Lucasfilm was unwilling to move forward without a story that felt truly justified the concept. Patty Jenkins gave an update on her Rogue Squadron movie in December of 2022, shortly after her Wonder Woman 3 movie was canceled after the DC studios changed their movie plans. She said in an interview, "I'm not one to talk about private and career matters, but I will not allow inaccuracies to continue. Here are the facts. I originally left Rogue Squadron after a long and productive development process when it became clear it couldn't happen soon enough, and I did not want to delay Wonder Woman 3 any further. When I did, Lucasfilm asked me to consider coming back to Rogue Squadron after Wonder Woman, which I was honored to do, so I agreed. They made a new deal with me. In fact, I'm still on it, and that project has been in active development ever since. I don't know if it will happen, we never do until the development process is complete, but I look forward to its potential ahead." One of the upcoming Star Wars directors, Sean Levy, was asked about the list of directors who had come and gone in Star Wars only not to make their films, to which Levy replied, "Yes, I'm aware of the ratio of filmmakers who get to the starting line. As you know, I'm a student of the business, and so of course, I note that. But here's my attitude. I have this golden ticket into a galaxy far, far away, and I'm going to devote myself to developing a screenplay that gives me the privilege of making this movie. I don't attach to things because it looks good in a trade announcement. I attach to things that I intend to make, and you better believe I'm not going to squander this juiciest of opportunities. I'm going to work my ass off, but first I got to work my ass off on making Deadpool. So it's definitely longer term planning, but I want to be one of the movies that gets to the starting line because those are rare opportunities and I want to make the most of it. I've been talking with Kathy Kennedy for a while now, and she's been aware of my passion for this franchise for a long time. The stars finally aligned and she came to me and was like, let's do something here, and that's as much as I can say. But this is definitely development and not yet close to prep, so there's a lot of work to be done." Before closing out the year, Disney announced the release date for The Mandalorian Season 3, which would debut on March 1st, 2023. Pedro Pascal, Carl Weathers would reprise their roles, with Katie Sackhoff now playing a more prominent role, possibly replacing Gina Carano's role of Cara Dune. 2022 was a busy year for Lucasfilm, despite not releasing any new movies. Lucasfilm Games, a new division, was bringing Star Wars video games back and working with multiple developers to start a new era of Star Wars video games. 3 new Star Wars shows released: Book of Boba Fett at the beginning of the year, the Kenobi series in the summer, and most recently, the new Andor series. Tales of the Jedi was the newest animated series, and Lucasfilm had begun development on many standalone Star Wars movies. Learning from the mistakes of the sequel era in the 2010s, Lucasfilm's Kathleen Kennedy and team had carefully been planning the next 5 to 10 years of Star Wars films, with multiple directors making their own standalone movies. If one Star Wars movie could not make a specific release date, another could step in and take over. The December 2025 release date was now 3 whole years away. The self-imposed film hiatus was becoming longer and longer as the years went by. However, Lucasfilm knew they had to be careful for the return to the big screen and were ready to announce their plans in 2023. As the new year began, Disney released Bad Batch Season 2 on January 4th, 2023. The 2-episode premiere received less than half the viewership its Season 1 premiere did, but Disney did not have the exact same expectations for the animated series compared to the live-action counterparts. But unlike most live-action Star Wars shows, the second season of Bad Batch maintained its viewership and its finale was slightly higher than the season premiere. On January 17th, 2023, the first trailer for The Mandalorian Season 3 was released, almost a full 3 years after its Season 2 released, and The Mandalorian was still the golden child of the Star Wars television era, with Grogu being the most significant merchandise impact Disney had in years. The company even sold $1 billion in Star Wars merchandise, with the Mandalorian series being the primary factor to the high sales even without a film releasing. In the promotional run leading up to the 3rd season, Jon Favreau revealed that he had completed the scripts for Season 4 and how these new seasons and new shows tie in with the overall Mandoverse, saying in an interview, "Season 4, yeah, I've written it already. We have to know where we're going to tell a fully formed story, so we mapped it out, Dave Filoni and I. Slowly you just write each episode, so I was writing Season 4 during post-production of Season 3 because all of it needs to feel like a continuation of one full story. And he, Dave Filoni, is doing Ahsoka, which I'm producing with him. Still, he's the writer and showrunner on that, so to understand what's happening on other shows, even Skeleton Crew, all take place in the same Star Wars period, so there's a lot more we need to keep in mind and stuff we've built up from previous seasons of The Mandalorian as well. When asked about whether Season 4 would be the final season or if Favreau had the end of the series in mind, he said, "No, I don't. I think that's the beauty of The Mandalorian Season 3 is that this is a middle chapter of a much larger story, and though we'll have resolution over time with these characters, I think that's how these characters fit into the larger scope and scale, but it's not like there's a finale we're building to that I have in mind, quite the contrary. I'd love these character stories to go on, so these characters could potentially be with us for a while, and I really love telling stories in their voices, and I love the way the adventure unfolds, and I'm looking forward to doing much more." With the Ahsoka series and Skeleton Crew both in post-production and planned to release in the coming year, it would be another full calendar of Star Wars television. But with the expanding connections between all the series, the initial plan of Rangers of the New Republic was being merged into other shows, and with the absence of Cara Dune, the writers had to change plans. On March 1st of 2023, Season 3 of The Mandalorian released. In a bit of surprise, the third season started with the lowest rated episode of The Mandalorian series so far. As the season finished its run, none of the episodes ever reached a 9 out of 10 rating. Season 1 had 2 episodes reach 9 out of 10, and Season 2 had 3 episodes reach 9 out of 10. Critics and fans pointed out the suddenness of having Din Djarin reunite with Grogu after a short time apart and reuniting in a spin-off series about Boba Fett. An episode featuring celebrities Jack Black and Lizzo reached a new low rating for the series with a rating of 6.4 out of 10. Something had changed in Season 3, and the viewership reflected that, with the season premiere and season finale falling lower than Season 2. Still, The Mandalorian Season 3 ratings were stellar, showing high audience demand and interest. Even if the story had taken a misstep in fans' eyes, people would still tune in to see The Mandalorian. In place of Cara Dune, Bo-Katan became a lead character in the series, and instead of taking Grogu to the Jedi, Din Djarin and Grogu would help reclaim Mandalore for all the Mandalorians in the galaxy. Coming off the critically acclaimed Andor series, Season 3 of The Mandalorian was released at a unique time for Star Wars. The television era was only 3 years into its run, but cracks were beginning to show. During this time, Damon Lindelof and Justin Britt Gibson had turned in their script for the Rey Star Wars movie around mid-February. Then, as Lindelof would later put it, "I was asked to leave the Star Wars universe." He stated the script was an actual labor of love, and the movie was still happening, just not with him. Lucasfilm was quick to replace the former writers, indicating that they were unhappy with the script and unwilling to let the pair try again. It could have been the typical creative differences between Lindelof and Lucasfilm, or between Lindelof and the director Sharmeen Obaid-Chinoy. Some insider reports said Lucasfilm was very unhappy with the scripts and that they were focused on an older Rey training 2 new Jedi, 1 male and 1 female. Still, there's been nothing concrete on what went wrong with this draft. Stephen Knight, the creator of the hit series Peaky Blinders, quickly replaced the former writers and began work on a new draft of the Rey film. Lucasfilm was committed to bringing Rey back, but in no rush to do so until the time was right. Sharmeen Obaid-Chinoy was still staying on as director. Lucasfilm wanted a director attached as early on as possible to keep their vision intact and have both parties agree on the direction of the story. But this wasn't the only change in plan for the film slate. After years of planning, Lucasfilm had decided it was time to bring Star Wars back to the big screen. Disney was growing impatient as the self-imposed hiatus was longer than the planned 2 to 3 year break. Lucasfilm was ready to start a new era of Star Wars films, but that also meant films without any progress would go on the back burner as a low priority. Kevin Feige's long-discussed Star Wars film was no longer in active development and fell to the wayside. He was busy dealing with the growing issues at Marvel, and the writer for his movie, Michael Waldron, had been tasked with writing the Avengers Secret Wars film. Though Patty Jenkins still needed to turn in her script for Rogue Squadron, it was also not a top priority for Lucasfilm. Taika Waititi was still working on his script for his standalone Star Wars film, and Lucasfilm was content to wait to make it, because in the meantime, they had major announcements to make. April 7th, 2023, Lucasfilm hosted another Star Wars celebration in London. This time, at the Lucasfilm Showcase panel, Kathleen Kennedy took center stage to announce 3 brand new Star Wars movies taking place across various timelines in the franchise. James Mangold, who was directing Lucasfilm's upcoming Indiana Jones movie, announced that he was also writing and directing a Star Wars movie set 25,000 years in the past and focused on the First Jedi and the origins of the Force. Dave Filoni was next. The fan favorite was taking his step into directing a Star Wars film focused on a crossover event of multiple Star Wars shows that he and Jon Favreau had worked on, now known by fans as the Mandoverse. The last one was the long-awaited Sharmeen Obaid-Chinoy announcement. It was finally confirmed that Chenoy would direct a Star Wars film. When Daisy Ridley walked out to the roaring cheers of the surprised crowd, the announcement was met with great enthusiasm. Lucasfilm confirmed this new movie would take place 15 years after the rise of Skywalker and focus on Rey rebuilding the Jedi Order. The movies had been developed in heavy secrecy at Lucasfilm. The news was unexpected, but the message was clear. Star Wars was coming back to the big screen. The film hiatus was over. Lucasfilm had a lot more to reveal over the following 2 days. Bad Batch was greenlit for a third and final season, releasing in 2024. Tales of the Jedi would get a second season. Andor Season 2 was teased with the cast and crew reacting to the positive response of the first season and promises that the second season would bring a fitting end to the series. The Acolyte series from Leslie Headland was finally revealed, pulling back the curtain on one of the most anticipated Star Wars series. Alongside the first live-action Jedi Wookiee, Headland discussed the plot of The Acolyte, which is told from the villain's perspective during the High Republic era. The series will release in 2024. The plot of the John Watts Skeleton Crew series was announced by the cast and crew. The series would follow a group of kids going off into space and trying to get back home with the help of Jude Law's character. The most prominent television announcement was the Ahsoka Tano series, which dropped its first teaser trailer featuring Rosario Dawson as Ahsoka Tano and the cast of Rebels making their live-action debut. Sabine Wren, Harrison Dula, and of course Chopper were making the jump from the animation series to live-action as Ahsoka looks for Thrawn in the upcoming series set to release in August of 2023. The biggest news of the week was the 3 new Star Wars movies. All 3 were standalone films which Lucasfilm had been avoiding since Solo lost money in 2018. No release dates were given for any of the films, but all were in various stages of development. James Mangold was a veteran director and had long been desired by Kathleen Kennedy to direct the Star Wars movie after tapping him to direct the canceled Boba Fett spin-off years ago. With experience in both franchises and independent films, he was coming off 2 critically and commercially successful films, Logan and Ford vs. Ferrari. His following 2 films were Indiana Jones, releasing later in 2023, and a Bob Dylan movie in 2024. His film would be the furthest out from development, but Mangold spoke openly about his plans for his Star Wars film. The log line for the movie is telling the tale of the first Jedi to wield the Force and harness its liberating power in an era of chaos and oppression. Mangold said his new film would take place over 25,000 years before the events of A New Hope, featuring a new era with new characters. He began writing the script months before the announcement. Mangold nicknamed the film Star Wars Zero because it tells the origin story of the Force and the first Jedi to use it. Despite being so far in the past, Mangold said the film would not be pre-tech to avoid having a Star Wars film set in the Stone Age and still had the typical Star Wars feeling. For his approach, Mangold said he thought about the biblical epic like the 10 Commandments and the dawning of the Force. Where did the Force come from? When did we discover it? And when did we learn how to use it? After sitting down with Carrie Beck, Dave Filoni, and Kathleen Kennedy, Mangold pitched his idea for the origins of the Jedi. The Lucasfilm executives agreed that James Mangold was the director to take on the story that they had been waiting to develop initially with David Benioff and Dan Weiss. Now, Mangold would have his chance. Dave Filoni's Star Wars movie would be the director's first live-action movie after starting out at Lucasfilm Animation under Lucas almost 20 years prior. Over time, Filoni had become a highly respected Star Wars creator. Kennedy had long planned to bring him into the director's chair, and now, with the experience of working with Favreau on the Mandalorian series and directing his own upcoming live-action series, Ahsoka, Filoni would get to tell the culmination of all the Star Wars series he's worked on, The Mandalorian, The Book of Boba Fett, and the upcoming Ahsoka series, which would all lead up to this one movie. Both Filoni and Favreau were hesitant to call it the finale of the Mandalorian series, but they did say it would bring a conclusion to many plot lines that they were building towards. The Rey film, directed by Sharmeen Obaid-Chinoy, was far and away the most talked about announcement, drawing much excitement and curiosity from the fans. Kennedy confirmed in an interview that they had been working on the project for a few years and that Stephen Knight was turning in a new draft by mid-May. This film was the furthest along in development, but Lucasfilm had learned their lessons about premature announcements and kept tight-lipped about when these movies would come out. But the plan at the time of 2023 was for the Rey movie to release in December of 2025, Dave Filoni's film in 2026, followed by James Mangold later. Lucasfilm did not want to reveal any specific dates in case plans needed to change. The Lucasfilm president gave updates on the status of other Star Wars movies and projects. Kennedy said Taika Waititi was still working on his Star Wars script, now by himself, meaning that Christy Wilson was no longer involved with the script. As Kennedy noted, Taika doesn't like to bring in others into the process. Kennedy was asked about past projects that seemed to be shelved, but Kennedy was quick to shut the narrative down, stating, "Well, they haven't been shelved. Most things haven't been shelved. Development is a complicated and long-term process, and with some people, we're dealing with scheduling because obviously really talented people are working. It's often not shelving, it's more like, is it ready? When asked about the Rogue Squadron film, Kennedy said, Rogue Squadron, that is definitely something we still talk about, whether it's a movie or whether it ends up being a series, that's something we discuss. Rian Johnson's Trilogy naturally came up again for its annual checkup. Ryan and I talk all the time, she said. He's unbelievably busy, so we're not actively involved in doing anything at the moment because he's doing another of the Glass Onion movies, and then God knows what else. But he really wants to step back into the space. It's a big commitment of time, so that's really on him. The biggest twist came when Kennedy was asked about Kevin Feige's Star Wars movie, when she replied, Kevin Feige's project was something that was announced by the press or fandom, but there was nothing. Nothing ever got developed, and we never discussed an idea. As everybody knows, Kevin is a huge Star Wars fan, and if he did come up with something, I would be all ears, but that's never really happened. It's not abandoned, it just didn't happen. Kennedy was correct that it was never officially announced, and the press were the first to reveal it, but the reveal came with Disney's then Chief Creative Officer, Alan Horn, Kennedy's superior at the time, who did confirm the movie was happening. Kevin Feige confirmed that it was real, Michael Waldron said he was writing the script for the film, and the Russo brothers admitted to talking with Feige about directing the movie. Kennedy's denial of it ever existing was strange, but the Star Wars factory was gearing up for more future movies. No one had time to squabble about the past. Disney needed a new Star Wars movie, and if past quotas were to be kept, they would ideally want another billion-dollar box office film. Lucasfilm had long been pondering where to go with the Star Wars franchise. Marvel had Kevin Feige and countless comic book storylines to pull from, and no strict canon to stick to. Lucasfilm's Kathleen Kennedy is not a story writer or director, she's a producer. Her role spans past the creative side into the business side of Hollywood. George Lucas always had a Lucasfilm president to run the day-to-day business affairs for the company, but he was the sole owner of Lucasfilm, the only director and writer for Star Wars. He had no apparent heir. When Lucasfilm made the first slate of Disney Star Wars movies during the sequel trilogy era, all 5 of the films were based on the previous 6 movies. The Mandoverse movie from Dave Filoni would be based on the Mandalorian series created under Disney and Jon Favreau. James Mangold's Star Wars movie was the boldest idea yet. The First Jedi, set 25,000 years in the past, represented completely uncharted territory in the Star Wars canon and films. It will be a complete original story under Disney and Lucasfilm by James Mangold and team. The Rey Star Wars movie will follow the sequel trilogy, which were all Disney Star Wars movies. So now Lucasfilm could no longer run the Star Wars brand on nostalgia for older films. The time had passed, and the timeline explored in multiple shows, movies, and books in the Star Wars canon had moved on. Lucasfilm was now entering uncharted territory for Star Wars. Without someone like George Lucas to be the guide, Kathleen Kennedy would have to hope the right director or writer could help take Star Wars into the future. The Lucasfilm Story Group was made to correct that problem and keep new storytellers within the Star Wars universe. Still, many of the story group had left, and none could replace the singular vision of the franchise's creator. The standalone movies were the short-term future for Star Wars, but what about the overall vision for the franchise? What happens later? On May 4th, 2023, Kennedy spoke more about her plans for the upcoming Star Wars movies. Kennedy stated the films would only come out when they're ready and cited the James Bond franchise for inspiration. I've often brought up Bond, that's every 3 or 4 years, and there wasn't this pressure to feel like you had to have a movie every year. I feel like that was very important to Star Wars. We have to eventize this. It's much better to tell the truth, that we're going to make these movies when they're ready to be made and release them when they're ready to be released. What we're exploring is the evolution of the Jedi. We're going very far back, we're looking at the present, and now we're moving 15 years after the rise of Skywalker. The First Order has fallen, the Jedi are in chaos, there's even a question of how many exist anymore, and Rey's building the new Jedi Order based on the text that she was given and that Luke imparted on her. Kennedy also revealed that Taika Waititi had written a couple acts for his script and that now he needed to complete a 3rd act, meaning the writer-director was pretty far along in the writing process. When asked about an update on his film later, Taika responded with, I've gotten a really good idea for it, it's just with all the films, it's the middle part, you're like, what's going to happen? And then you look at all those Star Wars films that are so great and you're like, well, I guess they can't meet a smuggler with an alien sidekick. Dave Filoni spoke on his Star Wars movie and how he felt that the villain Thrawn would be the main antagonist of the Mandoverse, drawing inspiration from the famous Heir to the Empire trilogy of novels from the old Legends universe. But during the month of May, Lucasfilm was faced with the same issue as the rest of Hollywood. A writer's strike that began officially on May 1st meant the company would have to cease writing on any projects until the union came to an agreement with the studios. All future projects like the movies and TV series would have to simply stay on hold until the strike was over. Tony Gilroy, the showrunner for Andor, planned ahead and finished his scripts before the May 1st strike began. That way, Tony could still serve as producer of the series and continue development of the series while not technically having any current writers on set. The unannounced fourth season of The Mandalorian would also be delayed due to the strikes. Shows that were already completed would not be affected by these strike delays. On June 7th, Lucasfilm announced the Ahsoka series, written and directed by Dave Filoni, would premiere on August 23, 2023 on Disney+. Days later, on June 11th, Ubisoft revealed their new open-world Star Wars game, titled Star Wars Outlaws. Releasing in 2024 after the EA contract expired, the game is set between The Empire Strikes Back and Return of the Jedi. Players step into the role of Kay Vess, a scoundrel attempting to score a big heist. It's the first AAA Star Wars game to release outside of EA in over 10 years. The EA Star Wars gaming era was coming to an end, and the era of Lucasfilm games was ready to begin. Amid the writer's strike and the planned Hollywood actors' strike coming in July, all of Hollywood was bracing for long delays. Come June 13th, Disney updated their film schedule, including Star Wars. Now, instead of releasing the next Star Wars film in December of 2025, they delayed it 5 months to May 22, 2026. It was now the first Star Wars film planned for a Memorial Day release date since Solo: A Star Wars Story in 2018. The second Star Wars film was now scheduled for the same year, December 18, 2026, and a third Star Wars movie was scheduled for December of 2027 and had been the plan since 2020. But now, in an odd twist, Disney was planning to release 2 Star Wars movies in 2026 and a third in 2027, an unprecedented plan that fans wondered if Lucasfilm could truly meet. Disney CEO Bob Iger gave a statement on the output of recent Star Wars movies and shows, saying the production of Marvel and Star Wars had been excessive, and said that Disney would slow down the production of said franchises. You pull back, not just to focus, but as part of our cost-cutting initiative, spending less on what we make and making less. In 2022, Star Wars released 3 live-action series, The Book of Boba Fett, Obi-Wan Kenobi, and Andor. Boba Fett and Kenobi were received with mixed reviews, while Andor earned widespread critical acclaim despite having the lowest per-episode viewership of any Star Wars series at the time. By 2023, The Mandalorian Season 3 had released, with Ahsoka coming later that year, and while Skeleton Crew had originally slated for a late 2023 debut, however, due to the Hollywood strikes, Skeleton Crew was delayed nearly a full year into 2024. Production of The Acolyte and Andor Season 2 was also forced to halt as the result of the strikes. 3 years after its official announcement in 2020, the Lando series had received almost no updates other than Kathleen Kennedy confirming that it was still happening. Series writer Justin Simien was even confused about its status, saying in an interview in mid-July, "I certainly poured my heart and spent a lot of time working with them to put together a really great show. It feels like everybody loves it. And I was told we had to put a pause on it because of scheduling, and the next update I got was in 2020, some years ago, so I don't know. I have no idea what's going on with it." When asked if he was still attached to the project, Justin Simien replied, "I am attached, I think, but I don't really know. The last thing I was told was that they loved it, but needed to put a pin in it until they figure out everyone's availability. I haven't investigated further, but I'm not an idiot." By this point, Simien had turned in his scripts to Lucasfilm, who wanted to wait until Donald Glover was free to make the series. In the summer of 2022, Simien committed to making a Haunted Mansion movie for Disney and was no longer attached to the Lando series. Lucasfilm then reached out to both Donald Glover and Stephen Glover to write the series, and the brothers came up with a story idea that Lucasfilm execs were excited to see come to fruition. The deal happened in secret and was finalized before the strikes began, but the original writer, Justin Simien, said he found out, like everybody else, that he was off the series when he saw the reports that the Glover brothers would replace him and take over the series. When Stephen Glover finally commented on the series later, he said it was no longer a show, but the idea at the time was to make a movie. Lucasfilm was seemingly eager to make this Lando project either in TV or film. But with the strikes, the Glovers could not begin writing even if they wanted to. Lucasfilm's big hit for Disney Plus, The Mandalorian, was facing the same issue for its fourth season. Dave Filoni's Star Wars movie could only happen after certain stories and plot lines were set up in the Ahsoka series and other Mandalorian-verse projects like The Mandalorian and Skeleton Crew. Skeleton Crew would be internally delayed by a full year from late 2023 release to a late 2024 release, and Andor Season 2 would now have to wait to resume production and would be delayed from 2024 to 2025. Disney desperately wanted to release a new Star Wars movie, but the film hiatus was lasting too long. Both Lucasfilm and Disney began discussing turning the fourth season of The Mandalorian into a film instead of a regular season of the series. The scripts for the fourth season were already complete, and the Rey movie would have to wait until the strike was over. The Mandalorian was the most popular project for Star Wars since the films. Bringing a fourth season to the big screen may be the best move. Then, on August 22, 2023, the Ahsoka series released its first 2 episodes a day early. According to multiple reports, the series debut was the second lowest in live-action Star Wars shows, only ranking below the recent Andor series. Disney and Lucasfilm were quick to release numbers for the series to counter that narrative. The next day, those reports dropped. Disney said the Ahsoka series was the most watched on their platform that weekend, with the debut episodes garnering 14 million views, though there had been much debate on how views are counted in the days of streaming. Regardless of the views, the Ahsoka series mainly received positive reviews from critics and audiences. Longtime fans of Star Wars who watched the Clone Wars series and Rebels mostly enjoyed the Ahsoka Tano show. Most of the criticism of the show was the slow pacing and poor writing of dialogue. Filoni, like Lucas, was being looked at as a good idea man, just not the best writer. A significant portion of the complaints came from the connection to other Star Wars shows. To follow and understand the Ahsoka Tano series, fans would have to watch all 7 seasons of the Clone Wars, 4 seasons of Rebels, and all of the Star Wars movies to truly understand what was happening in the series. It followed Ahsoka looking for Grand Admiral Thrawn. She teamed up with her now former apprentice, Sabine Wren, which confused fans as the characters rarely interacted in the Rebels series. Sabine was a highlight of the series for many who continued to train as a Jedi Padawan under Ahsoka so she could search for her lost friend, Ezra, who took Thrawn into the unknown regions to save his planet, Lothal. Actor Ray Stevenson unfortunately passed away before the series premiere, but his role as Baylan Skoll, one of the villains, received high praise. His character was searching for something mystical, and the series ended teasing the Mortis gods, another fan-favorite arc that promised to be explored further in future seasons. Hayden Christensen reprised his role as Anakin Skywalker once again, giving the series a boost in views after dropping off after the first 3 episodes. Ahsoka did not garner the views that Disney and Lucasfilm were hoping for, and fans speculated if the lower-than-expected viewership would result in the second season being cancelled. Andor was already greenlit for a second season even before its first season was released. The Ahsoka series was more of a gamble. Ahsoka lost 31% of its viewership throughout its run. Though the mixed reviews for the series pointed out flaws, most die-hard Star Wars fans were able to find enjoyment in the longtime character getting her own series and continuing the story that they started in 2008 with the Clone Wars movie. Sean Levy spoke in September to provide an update on his Star Wars movie, saying development of the movie began just before the writer's strike started in May. Taika even joked at a film festival that Sean Levy could do something that Taika could not, which is finish a script for his Star Wars movie. Taika had sent in drafts of his script to Lucasfilm before the writer's strike and submitted a new one once the writer's strike ended. Another director talked about his Star Wars movie, but this one never happened and was never revealed. Director Guillermo del Toro teased in a September interview that he was once developing a Star Wars movie about Jabba the Hutt. This news came from the writer of the planned film, David S. Goyer, who wrote the Dark Knight trilogy with Christopher Nolan, who spoke about the movie in an interview. When asked why the film never happened, the writer replied, "The decision to cancel the movie happened after the solo release in 2018, but it became another what-if scenario for Star Wars fans." Acclaimed writer of the Dark Knight trilogy, David Goyer, wrote the script, and Del Toro serving as a director seemed like a terrific idea for a Star Wars film. But Goyer's comments that he also had a script meant for the origins of the Jedi film set 25,000 years before the original movies prove that the premise of the origins of the Force and the Jedi had long been on Lucasfilm's mind. On September 27, 2023, the writer's strike finally ended after 148 days. Now, Lucasfilm could continue writing for their upcoming Star Wars films and shows, but with the actors' strike still ongoing, no production could resume on any of the projects. Over a month later, on November 8th, Kevin Feige finally confirmed that his Star Wars movie was indeed no longer being developed. With an odd series of events and quotes from various sources surrounding the film, it became another movie that could have been, but never will be. The next day, on November 9th, 2023, the actors' strike came to an end. It was the longest strike on record at 118 days. Disney still wanted a Star Wars movie to release in May of 2026. However, with the strikes lasting longer than expected, Lucasfilm was still considering what to do with The Mandalorian Season 4 as Jon Favreau and the team began pre-production on the upcoming project. November 21st, 2023, Dave Filoni was named Chief Creative Officer at Lucasfilm, a long journey up the ladder that began under George Lucas when he was making the Clone Wars series almost 2 decades ago. Filoni was primarily serving as an advisor for many Star Wars projects. Now, he would be involved with the development from the ground up. His new role meant more work with Lucasfilm's president Kathleen Kennedy and Carrie Beck, who was now head of development. Filoni said in an interview, "In this new role, it's opened up to basically everything that's going on. When we're planning the future of what we're doing now, I'm involved at the inception phase. I'm not telling people what to do, but I do feel I'm trying to help them tell the best story that they want to tell. I need to be a help across the galaxy here, like part of the Jedi Council almost." Now Dave Filoni would serve an essential role in the connected narrative for all future Star Wars movies and shows. Carrie Beck, one of the original members of the Lucasfilm story group, would handle the recruitment of new writers and directors for future Star Wars projects. Kathleen Kennedy remained in charge of the whole company as Lucasfilm president. Still, with this latest change in powers that be at Lucasfilm, outsiders began to speculate whether Kathy was training her successor or successors to take the mantle one day. Only time will tell. By December, Star Wars was back on track in full production. The Mandalorian was in pre-production, the Acolyte series was doing reshoots for its upcoming release in 2024, and Skeleton Crew continued its post-production work. Now that it had a full year before the series would release, the writers for the Star Wars movies were back to work. 2023 was a curious year for Star Wars. Star Wars Celebration was a massive hit for Lucasfilm and showcased huge plans for the future of the franchise with 3 new movies announced. Bad Batch Season 2, The Mandalorian, and Ahsoka all released on Disney+, all with very mixed reviews. The Star Wars television era began in late 2019 with the first season of The Mandalorian. By the end of 2023, the excitement for new live-action Star Wars shows had waned. There was growing uncertainty surrounding future shows like Ahsoka, which, months after its season finale, was still not greenlit by Disney for a second season. Had they put out too much too fast on Disney+? Was the Star Wars television era repeating the same mistakes that Disney Star Wars films made years prior? With the final season of The Bad Batch, The Acolyte, and Skeleton Crew all planned to release in 2024, fans were hoping for a breath of fresh air for the television slate, and the 2 new live-action series could deliver. January 9th, 2024. As the new year began, Lucasfilm shocked fans once again. Less than a year after announcing 3 new Star Wars movies, a 4th movie was announced, titled The Mandalorian and Grogu, and they would make their big screen debut release on May 22nd, 2026. It caused confusion for some fans. This new movie will release just before the 3 movies they announced last May. Lucasfilm reaffirmed that the James Mangold film, the Rey film, and Dave Filoni's Mandoverse movie would all still be happening. They also announced the same day that Ahsoka Season 2 was officially greenlit by Disney, and Dave Filoni would begin writing the second season and would have to make it before he could start work on his own Star Wars movie. Now the plan changed yet again. The Mandalorian and Grogu is now set for release in May of 2026, another Star Wars movie in December of 2026, and another one in December of 2027. Production on the film was already underway when the announcement came. Jon Favreau, who started the Star Wars television era in 2019 with The Mandalorian, will take Star Wars out of its film hiatus when it returns to the theaters on Memorial Day weekend 2026 with The Mandalorian and Grogu. But the announcement brought up a lot of questions that many fans were confused about. Will there still be a Mandalorian Season 4? If Jon Favreau and Dave Filoni are both making Mandalorian movies, will there be a 3rd film? And will Lucasfilm turn this into a trilogy? A lot of fans were upset with the title of the film sticking to the usual Star Wars routine of naming a movie or a show after a character's name. The Mandoverse was not shaping up as fans had hoped for after Season 2 of The Mandalorian. The Book of Boba Fett, Mandalorian Season 3, and now the Ahsoka series did not garner the same love and praise as the first 2 seasons of The Mandalorian, which still hold higher ratings than the other shows. The truth of the matter was that if the Mandalorian and Grogu movie hit the Disney quota of $1 billion at the box office, it was likely going to get a sequel or become a trilogy with Dave Filoni's movie. If the movie does not perform well at the box office, the plans will likely change, as Star Wars fans have seen time and time again over the last 10 years. The new movie made fans wonder what was happening with the Rey film being written by Stephen Knight and directed by Sharmeen Obaid-Chinoy. Lucasfilm confirmed that Stephen Knight was still attached and sitting in a new draft soon. Daisy Ridley admitted that she still hasn't read the script for the movie, but that she knows the story that Lucasfilm was planning for the film. On February 29, 2024, another EA Star Wars game was canceled by the publisher. It was rumored to be a Mandalorian game, though it was unclear if it was Din Djarin as the main character. The game would focus on a Mandalorian bounty hunter with mechanics built on mobility using a jetpack. EA felt the game would not perform well without a Jedi or lightsabers. Similar to the film development under Disney, the EA Star Wars run has been met with many canceled games and projects, even when the exclusive contract ended a year prior. On March 14th, Patty Jenkins gave an update on her Rogue Squadron film, saying, "I left Star Wars Rogue Squadron to do Wonder Woman 3. I went and started working on that, and we talked with Lucasfilm about that, me maybe coming back to Star Wars after Wonder Woman. So we did a deal for that to happen, started a deal, but I was doing Wonder Woman 3, so then when Wonder Woman 3 went away, Lucasfilm and I were like, oh, we gotta finish this deal. We finished the deal right as the strike was beginning, so now I owe a draft of Star Wars. So we'll see what happens there, like who knows, it's a hard job, they have a hard job in front of them of what's the first movie they're going to do. They have other directors who have been working, but I am right now, I'm back on doing Rogue Squadron, and we'll see what happens. We need to develop it and get it to a place where we're both super happy with it." Her comments helped dispel any doubts about her movie happening, though many still doubt the odds of Rogue Squadron ever seeing the light of day. Jenkins was trying her best not to become part of the long list of directors who could not meet Lucasfilm standards. After being announced back in 2020, on March 20th of 2024, Lucasfilm dropped the first trailer for the Acolyte series. It garnered over 51 million views in the first 24 hours, the highest of any Disney Plus Star Wars series. Lucasfilm had high confidence in the Acolyte, and fans were curious to finally see the dark side and the Sith explored in a new live-action project. The flagship Star Wars series of the year was set to release on June 4th. A few weeks later, on April 4th, another animated short series was announced, following up Tales of the Jedi for a special release on May the 4th, Tales of the Empire, following Barriss Offee's story after her unconclusive story in the Clone Wars wrapped up and Morgan Elsbeth's rise to Thrawn's right hand. During that same time, James Mangold's Star Wars movie about the First Jedi had a new writer join the team. Beau Willimon, an Oscar-nominated writer known for writing the Netflix series House of Cards, also served as an executive producer on HBO's Succession and had recently written for Andor Seasons 1 and 2, for which he was nominated for an Emmy for the episode One Way Out. Willimon was one of the most talented writers Lucasfilm attached to any Star Wars film, and with James Mangold co-writing the script and directing, Lucasfilm's boldest Star Wars movie was beginning to take shape. On May 4th, 2024, the annual Star Wars holiday, Tales of the Empire was released with a 7.5 average rating, less than Tales of the Jedi, but still, according to reports, had a high audience demand. Disney was getting new Star Wars content every May 4th, a move aimed at keeping Star Wars fans loyal to the platform. Come June 4th, the Acolyte series released its first 2 episodes on Disney+, with the total production budget of the series reaching north of $180 million, potentially even as high as $230 million for the 8-episode season. The premiere episode of The Acolyte garnered 11 million views shy of the 14 million that the Ahsoka series reached previously, but The Acolyte was still the highest premiere on Disney Plus for 2024. The Acolyte series followed the twins May and Osha, both played by Amanda Stenberg. One became a Jedi Padawan and left the Order, and the other an apprentice to the character called the Stranger, played by Manny Jacinto. Set during the new era of the High Republic, the series focused on the Jedi Order and how it eventually fell to the Sith 100 years later. This was meant to lay the groundwork for what was to come between the Jedi and the Sith. Despite the stellar action in the series, it quickly became the most controversial Star Wars show that has ever been made, with the lowest rating for any Star Wars series. As the show continued, the viewership dropped significantly. The Acolyte was the only series to consistently not rank in the Nielsen Top 10 charts for a month straight, with a finale that had the lowest viewership of any Star Wars series by that point. Like any Star Wars project, there was a group of fans who loved The Acolyte, but sadly, the series was a critical and commercial failure. Even featuring the Sith Lord Darth Plagueis, who was the master to Emperor Palpatine, did not help the series gain attention. If anything, it drew more ire from critics and disenfranchised fans of Star Wars. Ending in mid-July, The Acolyte ended with the setup for future seasons. Still, with such an adverse reaction from the fans and critics, it became a question of whether Lucasfilm should continue the series, despite the detractors. While The Acolyte was releasing, Sean Levy's Star Wars movie was gaining momentum. In July, Jonathan Trooper joined the film to pen the script. Trooper had collaborated with Levy before, with the pair co-writing the Netflix movie The Adam Project and the 2014 film This Is Where I Leave You. Sean Levy was getting ready to release the 3rd Deadpool movie. After that, he would go on to direct episodes of the final season of Stranger Things. Once production was over, Levy would turn his full attention to his Star Wars film. Daisy Ridley revealed that she had still yet to read the script for her upcoming Rey movie. Stephen Knight was due to submit a draft of the film last May in 2023, but the writer's strike delayed him, and after submitting a draft earlier in the 2024 calendar year, Lucasfilm gave Knight notes for his next draft that he continued to work on. But Stephen Knight was scheduled to write the script for his Peaky Blinders movie. However, Lucasfilm wanted the film to be as good as possible and had not approved of the script. They began to consider bringing in another writer if Knight could not finish the script in time. August 19th, 2024, in a shocking move, Lucasfilm and Disney canceled the Acolyte series after just 1 season. Viewership data was extremely weak for the series that cost a staggering $200 million for its first season, double that of the Kenobi series. The Acolyte lost 33% of its viewership throughout its run. The low viewership and Lucasfilm's shift towards focusing on theatrical slate of Star Wars movies meant that they had to be smart with their resources. Spending another $200 million on a second season of a series that had low viewership and poor ratings from critics and fans was simply not feasible. Fans of the series were upset Lucasfilm canceled the ambitious project, even claiming Lucasfilm was caving into the online racism that the show received. In contrast, another side was upset that Lucasfilm had ever made the series in the first place. It marked a significant shift for Star Wars under the Disney banner. No Star Wars show had ever been outright canceled due to low viewership. Kenobi and Boba Fett were never confirmed to be more than one season, even if Lucasfilm was open to exploring those possibilities. The Acolyte was planned to be 3 seasons long, opening up in the new era of the High Republic for the first time in live action. Now, the ending of the first season would have to be followed up either in books, comics, or video games, or more than likely, like with most Star Wars stories that Lucasfilm had started, it will simply never have a satisfying conclusion. Both fans and critics of The Acolyte left the series with the same feeling after its cancellation. Everyone was disappointed. The Star Wars television era had hit its lowest point. August 30th, 2024, Star Wars Outlaws released, the first AAA Star Wars game in over 10 years not to be made by EA. The Ubisoft open-world game received a lot of praise for its visuals of a lived-in Star Wars universe and its use of the gangs within the Star Wars franchise, allowing you to pick which criminal syndicate you'd like to give favor to. Set between the events of Empire Strikes Back and Return of the Jedi, it was a familiar timeline for many fans of Star Wars returning to the original trilogy era. However, the repetitive gameplay with stealth and combat and missions, as well as technical issues, made the game frustrating for gamers. With AI enemies causing bugs and glitches at launch, Outlaws' sales took a hit. Ubisoft CEO said the game did not meet their sales expectations, and although the game sold only around 1 million copies in the first month, the CEO cited that the Star Wars brand was in troubled waters at the moment, leading to the low sales of their game, but gamers argued that it was their lack of faith in Ubisoft that led to low sales. The EA Star Wars era was officially over with the Outlaws release. Still, the lower than expected sales and largely negative reviews made starting a new era of Star Wars gaming harder than expected. By October of 2024, there was a change coming at Lucasfilm. Kathleen Kennedy's 3-year contract extension from 2021 was coming to an end. After 12 years of running Lucasfilm as the president, Kennedy knew that the time was coming for her to pick a successor. Bob Iger, the Disney CEO, and Alan Bergman, the studio head for Disney, both knew it would be nearly impossible for them to find another legacy producer with Kathy's long resume to run the company. The three of them would need to carefully select Kennedy's successor. Gary Beck, who was in charge of hiring the new directors, writers, and showrunners for Star Wars, was under consideration and could be placed with Dave Filoni in a co-president situation. Jon Favreau was not interested in the job and preferred to stay on as a creative rather than executive at Lucasfilm. Kevin Feige seemed like a fan choice, but he was busy cleaning up the Marvel situation. Lynwyn Brennan, the president and general manager for Lucasfilm Business, was another top contender to take over the business side of the company. Kennedy knew whoever took over after her would need some guidance over the next few years to get used to the position and responsibilities of the role as Lucasfilm president. She was also trying to get Lucasfilm set up to make more movies after she left, so the company would at least have some momentum of Star Wars movies releasing every other year while the new Lucasfilm president settled into their new role. One of the biggest movies for the company was the Rey standalone film, with Sharmeen Obaid-Chinoy still attached to direct. Still, the movie faced another delay in October when writer Stephen Knight stepped down from the role to work on his new Peaky Blinders movie. Now, Lucasfilm began looking for a third writer to attempt to write the standalone Rey movie. And in November 2024, Disney removed the December 2026 Star Wars movie release date from the calendar. Now, instead of having 2 films released in 2026, The Mandalorian and Grogu would be the only Star Wars film in May of 2026, and the next Star Wars film would be released in 2027. But Lucasfilm had been working for the last 5 years on what was to come after Episode 9, The Rise of Skywalker. Simon Kinberg had been tapped to write an entirely new Star Wars trilogy for the company. Kinberg was involved from the very beginning, hired by Kathy before the Disney buyout, and was supposed to write the Boba Fett standalone film. Now Kinberg was writing this new Star Wars trilogy set after Episode 9. Though it is not clear if this would be Episodes 10, 11, and 12, the trilogy would take a new approach to the future of the Star Wars canon storyline. Kinberg would also serve as a producer alongside Kathleen Kennedy, meaning that even if Kathy did step down as Lucasfilm president, she would still serve as a producer on many of the upcoming films after her successor took over the role. Rey is considered the most valuable cinematic asset at Lucasfilm when it comes to the future of Star Wars movies. Wanting to capitalize on her popularity, Rey is set to play a key role in the new trilogy, potentially as an Obi-Wan Kenobi-type role for a new generation of characters. But the Rey standalone movie by Sharmeen Obaid-Chinoy would conflict with any new trilogy if it also focused on Rey. Lucasfilm just wanted to get Rey back on the big screen and take the following steps for Star Wars. Now these new films would have to be made with the standalone Rey film in mind, and Lucasfilm still had multiple Star Wars movies in various stages of development. The Mandalorian and Grogu was wrapping up filming and set to release in May of 2026. James Mangold's Star Wars movie about the First Jedi was still in the writing stages, and Dave Filoni had to finish Ahsoka Season 2 before even starting on his Mandoverse movie. Taika Waititi was still writing his standalone film, and Patty Jenkins was writing a new draft of Rogue Squadron. Donald Glover said his Lando series was now a movie, adding another film to the Star Wars slate. Sean Levy was going to work on his standalone film the following year after completing his other works. That would be 7 Star Wars movies that were all basically standalone films in various stages of development, and adding in the new Simon Kinberg trilogy makes it 10 Star Wars movies. If Rian Johnson and Kathleen Kennedy are still committed to his trilogy, as they've said, that brings the total to 13 different Star Wars movies Lucasfilm said were in development. An insider with knowledge of Lucasfilm's debate about the future of the Star Wars accurately summed up the dilemma about the franchise, saying, "To make standalone movies or continue the Skywalker saga in any form is a fundamental question the company faces as it tries to move forward. It seemed like fate that the 3 people who created Star Wars Rebels, Dave Filoni, Carrie Beck, and Simon Kinberg, were all taking on significant roles for Lucasfilm 10 years after the release of Rebels." Bob Iger and Kathleen Kennedy were both getting ready to step down as the heads of Disney and Lucasfilm. They knew it was in the best interest of the Star Wars brand to chart the course for the future of the franchise. They wanted a plan for the future, unlike when Disney bought Lucasfilm from George so many years ago and rushed into development without a plan. They wanted to ensure whoever took over the roles of Disney CEO and Lucasfilm president would be able to release these new movies in a timely fashion to allow them to focus on making these films instead of trying to come up with an entirely new plan. One thing was becoming clear: the film hiatus was coming to an end, and the Star Wars television era was winding down. Despite the solo standalone film halting multiple spin-off movies back in 2018, Lucasfilm was now gearing up for a new era of Star Wars movies, the standalone era. While Lucasfilm planned out the film slate, Skeleton Crew was getting ready for its long-awaited release after a year-long delay from the strikes. The trailer dropped early November, and Disney revealed a release date of December 3rd, changing the release date weeks later to a day earlier on December 2nd with a 2-episode premiere. When Skeleton Crew released in December, it was a surprising change of pace for Star Wars television. Reviews were largely positive, a change from the recent Acolyte and Ahsoka series. Fans and critics enjoyed the series' fun and nostalgic sense of Star Wars. It followed 4 kids on a hidden Old Republic planet who escaped after stealing a ship by accident and became lost in the galaxy. They ran into Jude Law's character Jod, a space pirate who wanted to help the kids find their way home to At-Aten, which was rumored to be a treasure planet. With an engaging premise and characters that felt real and relatable and considered one of the better Star Wars shows, the viewership of the series did not reflect the high praise from fans and critics. Not a single episode of The Skeleton Crew made it into the Nielsen Top 10 each week an episode was released, the lowest for any Star Wars show ever. Its premiere took The Acolyte's place as the lowest viewed premiere for Star Wars. It was another sign of the continued trouble for the Star Wars brand that it was facing at the time. The Acolyte was controversial from start to finish. Skeleton Crew was praised far more and still received far fewer reviews. It was a troubling sign for Lucasfilm. The Star Wars television era was coming to an end as the films were set to start releasing in 2026. While The Mandalorian Seasons 1 and 2 started off this new era with a massive amount of momentum for the brand, after many new series were released, the television era was ending on a very sour and unsuccessful note. 2024 was not the most exciting year for Star Wars. If anything, it was more confusing than most. After announcing 3 films in 2023, 2024 started out with the announcement of The Mandalorian and Grogu, which would release before the previously announced movies. 2 animated shows were released, with The Bad Batch Season 3 finishing its run at the beginning of the year, Tales of the Empire releasing as well. The 2 new live-action series, The Acolyte and Skeleton Crew, had been released, becoming the lowest and second lowest viewed Star Wars shows. The Acolyte was canceled, and Skeleton Crew received much lower viewership than it seemed unlikely to get a second season. The new game, Star Wars Outlaws, received much more attention for its low sales and troubled mechanics than for any praise of the game. 2024 was an off year for Disney Star Wars, but Lucasfilm wasn't worried because they knew 2025 would be the last year of their film hiatus. Lucasfilm was getting ready for the standalone era of Star Wars films. At the beginning of 2025, Lucasfilm hired a new writer for the Rey standalone film. Writer George Nolfi, known for his screenplays on Ocean's 12 and The Bourne Ultimatum, Nolfi would now replace Stephen Knight as the writer and would be the 3rd writer to take a crack at the screenplay. Lucasfilm knew the story they wanted for the Rey movie, they just needed a writer to bring the script to life. Because of the delays on the script, instead of releasing after The Mandalorian and Grogu, Sean Levy's movie would now take that spot. Having gained momentum after signing Ryan Gosling to star in the new film, the Sean Levy film was making significant progress and now looking to begin filming at the tail end of 2025. In February 2025, reports surfaced that Kathleen Kennedy was stepping down as the Lucasfilm president at the end of the year. These reports have been propping up every 3 years when Kennedy's contract expired and she extended her contract, but Disney had a major problem. Who could even replace Kathy when she decided to step down? Rain Roberts had been with the company for 12 years and, like Carrie Beck, was one of the first members of the Lucasfilm story group and still remained with the company. Roberts was a likely choice to replace Kennedy, as Kathy had spent years grooming Roberts for the position. Still, Roberts had finally left the Lucasfilm team to become Searchlight's new vice president of production. Other names that were being considered were the usual suspects of professionals and fan favorites. Jon Favreau had done everything in film and television, writing, directing, producing, and acting, which gave him plenty of experience to take the role. Still, Favreau was not interested in being tied down to the business side of Hollywood. Dave Filoni is a popular choice among the Star Wars fanbase, but Filoni lacked significant experience in live-action development as well as the business side. One insider described him as the Ahsoka guy, not the Andor guy. Feige, of course, was a top choice for many years, but he was very busy with Marvel. Disney and Lucasfilm were also more interested in hiring internally instead of someone new from the outside. One of the main reasons Kathy had stuck around for so long is that there was no clear replacement to take over the Lucasfilm president role. Finally, Kennedy spoke in a revealing interview about her future, the future of Lucasfilm, and the future of Star Wars, saying, "The truth is, and I want to say this loud and clear, I am not retiring. I will never retire from movies. I will die making movies. That is the first thing that's important to say. I am not retiring." What's happening at Lucasfilm is I have been talking for quite some time with both Bob and Alan about what eventual succession might look like. We have an amazing bench of people here, and we have every intention of making an announcement a month or a year down the road. We are in lockstep as to what that's going to be, and I am continuing. I'm producing the Mandalorian movie right now, and I'm also producing Sean Levy's movie, which is after that. So I'm continuing to stay at Lucasfilm and looking very thoughtfully with Bob and Alan as to who's stepping in. So that is all underway, and we have every right to make that announcement when we want to make it. I can't say who it is because there's just an internal process that goes on inside a large corporation and a publicly held company as to how we go about making deals, finalizing decisions, and making announcements. There's nothing unusual about that, and we're in that process. We'll probably make an announcement a month or a year out, and I have every intention of sticking around to help that person be successful. I'm already producing the Mandalorian movie, and Sean Levy's is after that. Kennedy also talked about the unusual amount of scrutiny she faced over the development issues with Star Wars movies, saying Lucasfilm gets put under a microscope compared to other companies. When talking about the future Star Wars films, the Lucasfilm president had this to say about Simon Kinberg's trilogy. "We're absolutely rolling fast and furiously. That's gone exceptionally well, and he's literally going to script as we speak. We'll see something probably around June. Simon, if you remember, he did some work with us years ago with the animated show, which was a really wonderful collaborative experience, and then he got very, very busy with the X-Men and then recently became available again. And he segued into the space beautifully. We're really excited about where that's headed. This is the next iteration, the new saga that moves us into the future." Kennedy confirmed the Simon Kinberg trilogy was happening and currently being written. Sean Levy's Star Wars movie was also confirmed to release after The Mandalorian and Grogu and would take place 5 years after The Rise of Skywalker. James Mangold and co-writer Beau Willimon were writing the script for their Star Wars movie still and were submitting a draft soon. Taika Waititi's Star Wars movie gained a new writer and the film's first act was completed, but the pair still needed to finish the rest of the script. When asked when she expected to step down, Kennedy was unsure of when it would happen, but that it is ultimately her decision, and even when she does step down, Kennedy would remain as a producer on many Star Wars movies going forward. Kathleen Kennedy was handpicked by George Lucas himself back in 2012. Now Kennedy and Disney would handpick her successor. No matter who would take on the role, it would not be for the faint of heart. Kennedy has received more than her fair share of criticism over the years running Star Wars, with South Park even parodying the producer in recent years. Unfortunately for Kennedy, she was put in a challenging position back in 2012, joining Lucasfilm to make episodes 7, 8, and 9, only to find out months later that George was selling the company to Disney and she would have to completely take over the company with an entirely new set of bosses. With no game plan or storyline to follow for Star Wars, Kennedy had 3 years to make episode 7 and release a new Star Wars movie every year following. She had turned Lucasfilm from a publishing and licensing company into a full-fledged production studio it is now. ILM was supposed to have massive layoffs due to Disney's budget cuts, but Kennedy was preventing that from happening, receiving all the blame for the failures and none of the praise for the successes. Kennedy had one of the least enviable jobs in Hollywood, having to find directors and writers to work inside the Star Wars universe and commit to the franchise and the brand. Jon Favreau and Tony Gilroy have devoted 10 years to the Star Wars franchise. The Mandalorian and the Andor series are both the highest-rated series during the Star Wars television era. Dave Filoni has committed the majority of his career to Lucasfilm and the Star Wars brand, naturally rising up the ladder at the company. Finding the perfect replacement for Kathleen Kennedy was easier said than done. On April 18, 2025, Lucasfilm hosted its biannual Star Wars Celebration event in Tokyo, Japan. The gathering primarily showcased the imminent release of Andor Season 2, premiering just days after the event, and the Mandalorian and Grogu feature film, scheduled for May 22, 2026. In an unexpected announcement that electrified attendees, Lucasfilm President Kathleen Kennedy and Chief Creative Officer Dave Filoni welcomed Sean Levy and Ryan Gosling to the stage. The pair revealed Star Wars Starfighter, a new film set to release on May 28, 2027. This project will be the first Star Wars film to explore the timeline 5 years after Episode 9, The Rise of Skywalker, opening an entirely new era in the franchise's cinematic universe. During backstage press interviews, Kennedy confirmed that directors James Mangold, Sharmina Bad-Chinoy, and Taika Waititi were continuing development on their standalone Star Wars films. At the same time, Simon Kinberg remained committed to his separate trilogy. Kennedy also announced that acclaimed writer Tony McNamara had joined Taika Waititi as co-writer, expressing confidence in the project's potential. She emphasized that Lucasfilm now required directors to commit several years to Star Wars projects, explaining the extended development timelines. The Star Wars Starfighter announcement caught fans completely off guard, particularly coming a full year after The Mandalorian and Grogu. The casting of Ryan Gosling represented an unprecedented move for Lucasfilm, bringing an A-list star of his caliber into a leading Star Wars role. With 9 different films now in various stages of development, Lucasfilm clearly signaled the beginning of a new generation for the franchise. Celebration 2025 also unveiled Maul Shadowlord, a new animated series adapted from concept art set to debut in 2026. On the gaming front, EA revealed Star Wars Zero Company, a single-player turn-based tactics game developed by BitReactor in collaboration with Respawn Entertainment and Lucasfilm Games, launching in 2026. The game presents an original story set during the final days of the Clone Wars, with players commanding Hawks, a former Republic officer, leading an elite squad of operatives from across the galaxy as they confront an emerging threat. Unlike previous years, where Lucasfilm outlined plans spanning 5 to 10 years, the company had adopted a more measured approach, confirming only the immediate slate of releases through 2027. This strategy acknowledges previous skepticism from fans when long-term announcements failed to materialize as planned. The 2026 calendar now includes The Mandalorian and Grogu film, Maul Shadowlord, and Star Wars Zero Company, and likely Ahsoka Season 2, with only Starfighter officially confirmed for 2027. This more restrained communication strategy allows Lucasfilm to genuinely surprise fans with unexpected announcements while building excitement for the immediate future rather than distant projects. Star Wars Celebration 2025 marked the highest attendance in the convention's history, drawing over 100,000 fans from 125 different countries worldwide. There was a palpable sense that a new generation of Star Wars is about to begin, with 2019 marking the end of a 5-year film era and 2026 poised to launch the next chapter. Through Starfighter, Rey's standalone film, and Kinberg's trilogy, Lucasfilm is promising fans a fresh era built upon the foundation established over the past decade. Kathleen Kennedy was once again asked about her future at Lucasfilm in a reaction to the mixed reporting on her leaving. She reiterated that she's not retiring and not going anywhere. Celebration 2025 was Lucasfilm's announcement for the new era of Star Wars, but the path forward still seemed uncertain. If Disney released a new Star Wars movie for the next 10 years straight, it would be odd timing for someone new to become Lucasfilm president, or maybe it's the most opportune moment so Kathy could hand over a slate of movies that she will produce alongside this new president to offer guidance. 2025 Star Wars Celebration was heavily centered around Andor's second season. By this point, the first season, initially released in 2022, had gained a significant following through word of mouth, with fans calling it one of the finest Star Wars stories ever told. Its mature tone, grounded storytelling, and political complexity stood apart from other Star Wars projects, and anticipation for the second season was at an all-time high by the convention's arrival. Just one day after Celebration ended, Andor Season 2 premiered on April 22, 2025. The response was immediate and overwhelming. Critics praised the season's structure, intensity, and emotional weight, while fans celebrated its boldness and the payoff to Cassian's journey. Rather than expanding the show into 5 seasons as planned initially, each covering a single year, Season 2 condensed the remaining story into 4 arcs, with every 3 episodes jumping a full year forward in the timeline. The season tracks Cassian Andor's final evolution from reluctant rebel to the selfless operative we met in Rogue One. His involvement deepens with each passing year as he works closely with Luthen Rael and Mon Mothma, Their efforts lay the foundation for a more unified Rebel alliance. Meanwhile, the Empire's tyranny escalates, as we see the rise of the ISB under Dedra Meero offering a chilling look at the Empire's internal machinery. Across the board, the show highlights the moral ambiguity and sacrifice on both sides of the conflict. Andor Season 2 quickly became an instant classic, widely regarded as one of the best seasons of television ever produced. Its mature storytelling, grounded characters, and satisfying conclusion elevated it beyond just a Star Wars show. Episodes 8 and 9 earned spots in the top 20 highest-rated TV episodes of all time, and the season became the only live-action television series to receive 5 consecutive episodes rated 9 out of 10 or higher. One of the most talked-about chapters, the Gorman Massacre, became a landmark moment in Star Wars storytelling and television history alike. By the end of its run, Andor had not only cemented itself as one of the greatest Star Wars stories ever told, but also as a major streaming success. Industry estimates suggested that the series generated approximately $300 million in subscriber revenue on Disney Plus between 2022 and 2025. Its critical and commercial performance has set a new benchmark for what Star Wars on television can achieve. It was just the boost Lucasfilm and Disney needed for the closing chapters of the Star Wars television era. Andor Season 2 received far more viewership than Season 1, seeing a 40% increase in viewership throughout its run, and more than doubled the numbers for Acolyte and Skeleton Crew. Disney's release strategy of dropping 3 episodes every week proved to boost the viewership and audience demand for the series, with the finale beating every other Star Wars series that wasn't titled The Mandalorian. Disney was slowing down their Marvel and Star Wars TV series to focus on spending and quality control, but there was still a lot of potential in Star Wars television. The Mandalorian and now Andor are proof of concept that a Star Wars series can bring much value to the brand. And during that summer of 2025, Lucasfilm tapped Carlton Cuse to write and develop a brand new Star Wars series. Carlton is an established writer who worked with former Star Wars writer Damon Lindelof as the showrunners for Lost. Carlton went on to become the showrunner for Tom Clancy's Jack Ryan and established the Bates Motel TV series. His son Nick Cuse would co-write the series. Nick wrote for the Leftover series and The Watchmen show. With the father-son duo teaming up for the first time, Lucasfilm was putting together a veteran writing team for a new Star Wars series after Andor and other Star Wars shows were concluding. Only time would tell if the series could break the mold of recent shows. August 28, 2025, Star Wars Starfighter officially entered production. Lucasfilm revealed the cast in the film's official synopsis. Joining the previously announced star Ryan Gosling, the film also stars Flynn Gray, Matt Smith, Mia Goth, Aaron Pierre, Simon Berg, Jamel Westman, Daniel Ings, and Amy Adams. The synopsis read, Star Wars Starfighter is an all-new standalone adventure set in a period of time never before explored in Star Wars. The film tells an entirely original story. Production began in August of 2025, with a theatrical release set for May 28, 2027. Starfighter would go on to have one of the smoothest productions in Star Wars history, wrapping principal photography in December of 2025. This provided the film with a full year and a half of post-production, an uncommon luxury for the franchise, and a positive sign that both The Mandalorian and Grogu and Starfighter were moving forward according to plan. On September 22, 2025, Disney released the first teaser trailer for The Mandalorian and Grogu, alongside an official synopsis. The evil empire has fallen, but Imperial warlords remain scattered throughout the galaxy. As the fledgling New Republic works to protect everything the rebellion fought for, they enlist the help of legendary Mandalorian bounty hunter Din Djarin and his young apprentice Grogu. The teaser echoed the tone and visual language of earlier seasons of The Mandalorian. While fans welcomed the familiar atmosphere, others expressed concern that the film might feel closer to an extended television episode than a traditional Star Wars theatrical experience. December 5th, 2025, Disney and Lucasfilm made a surprise announcement. The original 1977 theatrical cut of Star Wars would return to cinemas on February 19, 2027, restored for modern audiences. For the first time in nearly 30 years, fans will be able to see the film as it originally appeared. Timed for the franchise's 50th anniversary, Lucasfilm appeared poised to make 2027 a landmark year for Star Wars. Just 1 week later, on December 12, 2025, during the Game Awards, Lucasfilm announced Star Wars: Fate of the Old Republic. The single-player action RPG places players in the role of a Force user at the end of the Old Republic era, navigating a galaxy on the brink of rebirth. Described as a spiritual successor to Knights of the Old Republic, the game promised new characters, meaningful player choice, and light and dark side paths. Developed by a new studio founded by former KOTOR director Casey Hudson, also the creative force behind the Mass Effect trilogy, the project signaled a renewed emphasis on the Old Republic as a future pillar of the brand. Then, as the new year began, on January 15, 2026, Lucasfilm made its most consequential announcement in years. Kathleen Kennedy would be stepping down as president, with Dave Filoni and Lin-Manuel Brennan named as co-presidents. After 14 years at the helm, Kennedy personally selected her successors, marking one of the most historic transitions in Star Wars history. In her exit interview with Deadline, Kennedy addressed the increasingly crowded and uncertain Star Wars film slate, saying, "I've got to tread a bit carefully here. Jim Mangold and Beau Willimon wrote an incredible script, but it's definitely breaking the mold, and it's on hold. Taika had turned in a script that I think is hilarious and great. It's not just my decision, especially when I've got a foot at the door. Donald Glover had turned in a script, and as you have read, Steven Soderbergh and Adam Driver turned in a script written by Scott Burns. It was just great. Anything's a possibility if someone's willing to take a risk." She reflected on the guiding philosophy of her presidency. "When I came into this job, the first thing Bob Iger said to me was, be bold. You have to be willing to take risks with people and with ideas. Otherwise, you're just doing the same thing. Right now, we're in an era where companies are so risk-averse. I get it, they have Wall Street to please, but I also believe that's what's contributing to things disappearing." And she acknowledged the tension within Lucasfilm and Disney itself. "Everything I just reeled off is taking a chance. None of those filmmakers are doing the same old thing. I'm excited by that, but that's where the studio is nervous, and that's kind of where it sits right now." The news was met with mixed reactions. Taika Waititi's standalone film, James Mangold Dawn of the Jedi, and Donald Glover's Lando all had scripts completed, yet each would now have to be evaluated by the new Lucasfilm leadership and Disney executives. The Hunt for Ben Solo had been rejected by Disney, though Kennedy suggested it could still be revisited. Kennedy also offered insight into Simon Kinberg's proposed trilogy. "He's working right now. We read something in August. It was very good, but not there. We pretty much upended the story and spent a great deal of time on a detailed treatment around 70 pages, which he finished about 4 weeks ago. He's expected to give us something in March." She continued, "Mangold is on the back burner, as is Soderbergh's. I think Taika and Donald's are still somewhat alive. That's really going to be up to the new team. Dave and Linwin are very much on board with what Simon's doing, and that's a trilogy that takes you well into the 2030s. That's really what's up next." When asked which films she might continue producing, Kennedy said, "I'm open to producing whatever they need. I'd love to see the filmmakers I've worked with through if I could, but I'm not mandating any of that. I'm genuinely trying to support the new team and encourage them to make the decisions they need to make." With Kennedy's departure, Star Wars once again found itself at the end of an era and the beginning of another. Unlike Kennedy, Filoni and Brennan would not have the luxury of a prolonged theatrical hiatus. Production would need to accelerate. Yet questions surrounded the future of the franchise. Would the new leadership move forward with films already in development? Would Filoni still direct his long-planned Mandoverse culmination? And what had become of the Rey standalone film by Sharmeen Obaid-Chinoy, noticeably absent from Kennedy's final remarks? Kennedy had been hesitant to put new films into production with one foot out the door, leaving these decisions to her successors. After 6 years of development on Taika Waititi's project and 3 films announced at Celebration 2023, still nowhere in sight, the familiar cycle of announcements, delays, and potential cancellations persisted. Despite years of development during the film hiatus, fans knew little more about Star Wars' future than they had in 2020. Rather than a sense of renewal, Kennedy's exit left unease. The only films Kennedy confirmed Lucasfilm would definitively commit to were Simon Kinberg's trilogy. Everything else remained in creative limbo, casualties of a studio hesitant to break the mold. Instead of one overarching narrative, many projects were conceived as standalone visions, each filmmaker offering their own interpretation of Star Wars. Even Rick Famuyiwa's long-rumored live-action series, quietly developed behind the scenes by the veteran Mandalorian director and executive producer, remained stalled in development limbo. Kathleen Kennedy served as Lucasfilm president for 14 years, arguably the most powerful in the company's history. Her tenure has been the focal point of Star Wars debate for over a decade. Under her leadership, 4 of the 5 theatrical Star Wars films surpassed $1 billion at the box office. The Force Awakens exceeded $2 billion. The Mandalorian reshaped Star Wars television, and Andor, the franchise's most expensive series, became her most critically acclaimed achievement. She oversaw more Star Wars content in a decade than the franchise had produced in the previous 40 years combined. It was a near impossible and often thankless task. Ultimately, it was Kennedy who elevated the figure that many fans believe should guide Star Wars forward. Dave Filoni's new role is fundamentally different from Kathleen Kennedy's. Where Kennedy supported creatives, Filoni is the creative, tasked with overseeing the overarching Star Wars narrative itself. From the Clone Wars to Rebels, The Mandalorian, The Book of Boba Fett, and Ahsoka, Filoni has spent decades constructing a sprawling, interconnected mythology. When The Mandalorian and Grogu arrives in theaters Memorial Day weekend 2026, it will close the book on an unprecedented chapter in Star Wars history. The 5-year television era, born with The Mandalorian in November of 2019, will come full circle, ending where it began. What emerges next is the standalone era, a galaxy of disconnected stories, each charting its own course through the stars. From that point forward, fans can expect a new Star Wars movie alongside a series either each year or every other year. Ahsoka Season 2 may be the series' final chapter. Beyond Ahsoka and the Darth Maul animated series, no other Star Wars shows have been officially announced. The next live-action series remains unconfirmed. The Star Wars television era has reached its end, and in its place, the standalone era is about to begin. The following slate of Star Wars films will essentially be individual stories. The Mandalorian and Grogu, Star Wars Starfighter, Taika Waititi's Star Wars film, James Mangold's biblical epic of the Force, and Donald Glover's Lando film. If the new presidents of Lucasfilm bring these movies to fruition, they'll each tell something entirely their own. Only 2 projects will carry narrative connections, Dave Filoni's Mandoverse film and Simon Kinberg's newly announced Trilogy. As for Rian Johnson's Trilogy, a project long in discussion, 2025 brought clarity. It was never developed. Rian Johnson confirmed there was no treatment, no outline, just an idea that lived in concept only. Kathleen Kennedy thinks the online reaction to The Last Jedi spooked Johnson away from Star Wars. Johnson denies this. The powers that control Star Wars has changed. Kathleen Kennedy, now the former Lucasfilm president, handpicked her successors Dave Filoni and Lin-Manuel Brennan as co-presidents, a first in Lucasfilm's 50-year history. The old guard is passing the torch. In the 14 years under Disney's banner, Lucasfilm has produced 5 films with at least 10 in various stages of development. 14 series have brought the galaxy to life, 7 live-action, 7 animated. The sheer volume is staggering. Star Wars has never been more present in popular culture. But presence isn't the same as reverence. Despite massive profits, even the most passionate fans remain divided about what Star Wars has become. The success of The Mandalorian proves the hunger still exists, but it also highlights a troubling question that haunts the halls of Lucasfilm. What is Star Wars? In 2012, the future seemed certain. Episodes 7, 8, and 9 would continue George Lucas's saga. Now, in 2026, the future feels uncertain. More announcements, more delays, and more doubt. After a decade of projects that disappeared as quickly as they were revealed, fans won't believe in the next Star Wars film until the lights dim and the crawl begins on opening night. Kathleen Kennedy bears much of the criticism for this uncertainty, but her challenge is uniquely modern. Unlike Lucas, who channeled a singular creative vision, Kennedy had to navigate Disney's corporate demands while managing dozens of different voices, each with their own interpretation of what Star Wars should be. Kathleen Kennedy may have been tasked with answering a question that may be unanswerable. How do you define something that means everything to everyone? Now it is up to Dave Filoni and Lin-Manuel Brennan to answer that very question. Kathleen Kennedy joined Lucasfilm to work alongside George Lucas, only to then be told months later that George was selling the company. Kennedy would then have to bridge the Lucasfilm under George Lucas with the new culture under Disney, despite being new to the company herself. The future now rushes towards us with unprecedented uncertainty. Kennedy's departure gave fans no closure. Filoni and Brennan have taken over the Star Wars brand and must usher in a new wave of films to meet Disney's desire to make more Star Wars. This new slate of films will spring from Disney's Star Wars, not Lucas's stories that venture ever further from the farm boy who once dreamed of adventure beyond the twin suns. When The Mandalorian and Grogu opens on May 22, 2026, it will be the first Star Wars film in 7 years. More significantly, it will be the first movie of Disney's new era, a Star Wars born not from George Lucas's singular vision, but from the collective dreams of an entire generation of storytellers. Yet even now, the fundamental truth remains unchanged from that October day in 2012 when Disney first acquired Lucasfilm. Star Wars continues. The galaxy is too vast, too inspiring to ever truly end. The stories stretch infinitely forward, calling to millions of voices, filmmakers, authors, fans, each adding their verse to the never-ending epic. Disney's Star Wars journey began with the question, who owns Star Wars? Legally, it was George Lucas, but even before he sold it, Star Wars had already grown beyond any one person. Star Wars doesn't belong to George Lucas anymore. It doesn't belong to Kathleen Kennedy, Bob Iger, Dave Filoni, or Disney. Star Wars belongs to you. It belongs to the child who first gasped at the sight of a lightsaber igniting in the dark. It belongs to the teenager who found hope in the rebellion, who learned that even the smallest person can change the course of history. It belongs to the parent, sharing those same moments with their children, watching wonder bloom in their kids' eyes. Star Wars belongs to every fan who lined up at the midnight premieres, who spent hours debating theories in online forums, and who dressed as Jedi for Halloween. It belongs to the readers who devoured every expanded universe novel, to the gamers who lived countless lives and adventures in that galaxy far, far away. The franchise has shaped us, given us a shared language of hope and heroism. While the world changes around us, while we grow older and face our own battles, the memories Star Wars created remain forever etched in our hearts. Every time we watch, we're not just seeing a movie, we're returning to a moment in time, to a version of ourselves we can never be again, but will always remember. It's not just about seeing Star Wars, it's about who you see it with. Who sat beside you when The Force awakened in 2015? Who gasped with you as Vader cut down the rebels in Rogue One? Who did you debate with about Luke in The Last Jedi? Who took you to your first Star Wars movie? Who will you take to their first Star Wars movie? When you watch The Mandalorian and Grogu in 2026, who will it be with? What kind of person will you be when you see Star Wars Starfighter in 2027? The story continues, but the question remains. Who will you take on your next journey to that galaxy far, far away? Because no matter where life leads us, no matter how the saga evolves, Star Wars will be waiting, ready to create new memories, stir fresh emotions, and continue shaping lives across generations. Life moves forward. Star Wars moves with it. And the force that connects us all, the shared experience of wonder, hope, and adventure, that force will never fade. That is a legacy that no corporation can own, no controversy can diminish, and no passage of time can destroy. The saga continues. Always.